happy holidays. Oh, hold on. I forgot to play this super cool.
There we go.
In a world where you're breaking into cybersecurity, and out of all the nonprofits you could find, you go into Google and find a ginger with his friends helping people break into cyber. You've come across the Ginger Hacker channel and the Ginger Hacker Initiative silent auction. Good morning, everybody. Rihanna's like, what the? Oh, it's too loud.
I don't think I can one up that.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew, also known as Ginger Hacker. I am so excited to have you on our channel today and in our community as we are helping folks break into cyber and get back to a fantastic community nonprofit called the Ginger Hacker Initiative. With me today, I have none other than Rihanna Schultz. I have Dakota Snow, and I have Danny Mayer, who is one of my amazing deputies with the nonprofit. And everybody, we're so excited to have you guys on today.
Woo!
It's early here. We got it.
This is unscripted. There is no planning at all to this, everybody. We're just on to have fun, talk about the nonprofit, and to kind of suggest ways that you guys can break into cyber. So let's just kind of go around, and I'm going to pass it to Rihanna for a short introduction.
Hi, y'all. My name is Rita Schultz. I am from Kansas City, Missouri. I've been in cybersecurity for 8 years. I'm primarily on the cyber defense side, so security operations. I run a fun podcast where we bring true crime and cybersecurity together, and we like to deep dive into that side of cyber. So hi, and thank you, Andrew.
Of course. Also one of our amazing sponsors that donated to this with some of their amazing items inside the site. So please make sure you check it out. Passing it along to Dakota.
Hi, everyone. My name's Dakota Snow. I'm coming to you from Oregon. My day job, I'm a director of network operations for a fiber to the home ISP. And by night, most of the time, host of the Bearded IT Dad YouTube channel, the IT Career Podcast. I've also started the IT Career Accelerator community and many other different ventures out there to help people get started in tech industry.
I think you forgot the one important thing, and that's your brisket that you've been working on since 5 a.m.
That's
so
Danny. That's Danny.
Danny. Oh, sorry. No, how do I hide Danny off of my screen? Yes, this guy, Danny.
And it's because he's wearing the Ginger Hacker shirt, and it's confusing the ginger beard with Dakota. I totally see it.
Right.
And next, and last but not least, we have one of my good friends, also part of our staff as a deputy here at the Ginger Hacker Initiative, Danny, and I'll pass it to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Danny Mayer. I live in Dallas, Texas. By day, I work for a managed security service provider. That's a mouthful, as well as the MSP. And yeah, so I've been working with Andrew on this for quite a while. We do a lot of behind the scenes operations. Andrew is the face of the organization. And so I'm just excited to be on this with everyone and be able to chat with Dakota, Rihanna, and so many others today. So yeah, I'm just excited for today.
And I've had to, and the brisket, and your brisket.
Oh yes, I have a brisket. The brisket is at 190. So pull her off at 203. Let her sit in the cooler for a few hours and dive into it.
See, I gotta step up my game. I only cook brisket for like 15 hours, so.
Ooh, yeah, low and slow.
Yeah,
the organ showing.
Well, everyone, I'm so glad you guys are all here. You are my first up for the hype and start for this next 45 minutes of getting the kind of just to have an open chat talk on breaking into cyber. So I guess my first question is, and I know I've asked you both as you've came on my channel before, but what drives you to stay and go kind of doing what you're doing within cybersecurity? And Dakota, we'll start with you.
Yeah. So, I'm not directly in cybersecurity. I'm a director of network operations, but cybersecurity is like so interwoven within networking. I deal with it every day. I had a weird journey into just tech in general because I was a bulldozer operator before I got into tech. And the reason I left that job is just because I wasn't being mentally challenged enough. I was just, I was making great money, but it was just a boring job and I just couldn't do it. It was eating at my soul. So what keeps me going is just the passion, something different every day. doing something new constantly, never knowing what challenges or what vulnerabilities I'm patching that day. Literally, that's what I was doing all day yesterday. Is I had discovered actually a vulnerability and spent the day patching it, and it was interesting to like learn the different techniques I had to employ to be able to successfully patch this vulnerability. So just the unexpected every single day keeps me going.
I have to. I love Jeremy's
Andrew, I
comment.
was going to
It's-
tell you to like promote that comment.
Yeah,
because-
it's like-
Yes. If I could ship it,
Jeremy,
then I
Jeremy,
would.
if you are in the Discord, make sure you drop a like in the Discord community. I'm going to give you a 30-day a subscription to Pluralsight because right now that is my favorite comment of the morning. Just so everyone knows, if you get called out on a comment and you're in the Discord community, or even if you're not, make sure you drop a comment or your handle within the Discord community, and I'm going to give you a 30-day free access to Pluralsight to work on some cool training. So real quick, yeah, I saw that comment too, and I'm like, oh yes.
I was like, can we please? I don't know what this is, but I want it.
Yeah, we're auctioning shirts, hair ties, glasses, anything that you can think. No, I'm kidding. We're not going that diehard yet, but everything must go because we need to support people breaking into cybersecurity. But no, that's amazing, Dakota. And I think it's like you said, like the aspect of being challenged is, I think, important in this role. And that's one thing that I think probably keeps me in where I'm at today is I want that challenge. I get bored easy. It's probably part of my tism. And so if I'm not constantly moving and doing things, I start to get bored. So, but Rihanna, I'll pass it to you. What kind of drives you and keeps you in the mood to keep kind of trying to get better and get to cyber?
I think it's the community. I feel like all of us, especially those who are very public on content creating and whatnot, like we know the struggles, we know the roadblocks, we know what it's like. And so you have people here that, you know, they're willing to be vulnerable about their journey and let you know it's not all rainbows and unicorns. And, you know, if we're able to let someone else have a more successful path than we had, you know, that's what really personally what drives me. And it's just so cool when you see everyone else pay it forward.
Danny, what about yourself, the MSP? Your keyboard and your mouse is like your microphone is fantastic, but I hear everything.
Oh, thank you.
I hear everything.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well,
All the
I'll figure out how to
ASMRs.
mute myself. Yeah.
It is hitting the ASMR button. I'm like, ooh, I'm like, that's a good tacky keyboard. I'm like, man.
Yeah, Danny, can you show your
Maybe
keyboard? What
mute
keyboard do you have?
I just have the Logitech, the MX keys.
This
Nice.
is not
And then
content.
so it's just I'm very
Since we're
basic.
doing
If
that,
you look at
I have
there
a
you go.
red dragon because I needed a different keyboard because my wireless one was killing my gameplay. So I'm like, I wanted to go back into
Your
USB.
Minecraft gameplay, yes.
Okay, we can't even get into that right now because that's a whole nother topic for a whole other time. Oh,
Oh,
thanks,
man.
Dakota. I see that. Supporting the cause. Awesome.
Yep.
Well, all right. Well, let's go back full circle because Dakota, there's an amazing way right now that you're also helping your community, and that's with the IT Career Accelerator. And would you mind kind of talking about that and kind of explain to maybe the community what that is and what that all consists of?
Yeah, so I started, I've been on YouTube. I just found out I've been on YouTube for 7 years now, just past my 7-year anniversary on YouTube. And my whole mission with my content creation is to try to be that voice. Yeah, the confetti, that's awesome. Be that voice for people in the industry that are looking to break in. Because like I said, when I first made the switch, I was a bulldozer operator. I was a college dropout also, though. I had no IT certifications. I didn't even know where to start. And it was YouTube that convinced me that, like, I could actually do this. Like, I could make a career change. And so it was actually a YouTuber who still creates content. It was a Zach over at IT Career Questions that I was watching his videos, and he convinced me, like, just take the leap of faith to make the career change. And I wanted to be that encouragement for other people. So fast forward several years, and I just felt like there's more I could do for the community. That, while my YouTube channel was encouraging people, I wasn't necessarily directly interacting with them. So I went ahead and launched about a year ago my own community called the IT Career Accelerator, where people join. There's free tiers. There's like one-on-one dedicated, like, we create a complete career plan for you coaching. And then there's like stuff in the middle with asynchronous video coaching, which you are a coach of as well. But it gives me an opportunity to interact directly with people, to give them advice, to help them perfect their resumes, their LinkedIn profiles, create a plan for them on how they need to study and level up their skills so they can land that job. And also, as of today, anyone who signs up on the IT Career Accelerator today, 100% of the proceeds will go back into the Ginger Hacker Initiative today. So anyone who signs up for the community, we're going to donate 100% of those funds starting 24 hours from now back to this auction. So
thank you, Dakota. And I have that link below, everybody. And scan that QR code. Just go check it out. It's a really great community that Dakota has made. And I think that's one thing that even when I was breaking in and folks that I talk to, there can sometimes be that disconnect of trying to find the right community. If you're not an extroverted IT guy, chatty Cathy like myself, that likes to go out and talk to people, it's easier sometimes to hang out with folks on a Discord or on like a channel or some type of community you can talk to. Now, Rihanna, I know yourself, you also have a lot of stuff going on in your neck of the woods. On top of, I've seen you've done tons of speaking engagements. I know you're also looking or going to be doing a nonprofit fundraiser kind of like banquet kind of collaboration later in this year for 2026. Can you kind of dive a little bit more into that as well and kind of explain how that's going to be helping a lot of folks break into cyber and kind of get back in this community?
Yeah, I always try to team up with a nonprofit just because it's hard. It's hard being a nonprofit, and it's hard to like get funds unless you make it your full-time, not paid job. And that's just the reality of it. And so last year, I really wanted to use my platform to help other nonprofits. And so, especially with my podcast, we officially hit 1 year. We are hitting over 1,000 downloads, which is insane. I'm very excited by that. And I started incorporating nonprofits on that podcast. So like, hey, if this episode talks about XYZ, here's a nonprofit if you fall a victim or if you know someone that's a victim of this. And so this month, we're actually going to be putting your nonprofit on it, Andrew. And so we're going to be talking about getting into cyber and everything else. So it's very exciting. And then talking a little bit about Cyber LabCon. So I had a goal in 2024, in 2025, if I hit 10,000 followers on a platform, which I did on LinkedIn, I'll start my own online community conference. And because I know traveling's hard for a lot of people. Yeah. And I love conferences. I love going, I love talking, kind of like you. And I was just like, sometimes people don't want to leave their home, especially in this field. We're introverts, and it's just easier to talk to people through an online presence rather than in person where everyone's sweaty and there's just a lot of emotions to read, and it takes a lot, like it drains energy as an introvert. So last year I teamed up with a nonprofit, Missouri Cyber Center of Excellence, and they ended up raising over $3,000 during that online event. But it also gave novice speakers a way to break their brand into cyber, do some professional networking, and it was a really, really fun time. Stressful for the back end people. So thank you for everyone that helped us last year. And this year we're doing call for nonprofits again and hoping to get every nonprofit that wants to participate. We had someone in the agriculture business for a nonprofit.
Cool.
Submit. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's fun. So just seeing what's out there again, giving back to the community, and because we like to pay it forward here.
That's so amazing. And Danny, can I attest going part of a new village this last year, a new community. It's going to be a village in 2026. But the back end that happens with with any conference, whether it's online, whether it's a silent auction, whether it's a huge conference like DEF CON or Black Hat or like your local B-Sides, there's a lot of stuff that goes into the back end of this, and it's really, really busy. But yeah, oh my goodness, received firewall gift level firewall friends. Oh my gosh,
nice,
awesome everybody, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, it is climbing. Woo, you guys rock. You guys are fantastic. Now just keep in mind, because I know that could be slightly confusing. There's different, because I think I know what people are doing. So when you scan this QR code right up here, it is going to take you to the Hacker Club splash page for our nonprofit donation. Now, those memberships are the fire level ones. Those are monthly continuation contributions. If you'd like to just do a singular contribution, so a one and done, and not like a gym membership where it's like, all right, guys, I'm getting $59.99 a month from y'all now for until you remember to turn off that sub. Hit other. If you hit other, that is a singular donation. So feel free, if you chose Firewall Friend, not knowing that that was a monthly reoccurring donation. Just wanted to call it out now. I'm an honest man. So yeah, I'm like, oh, cool. That's so great. But I want to make sure you all know, that way we're very forthcoming here at the Ginger Hacker nonprofit. But that's fantastic. Thank you guys all so much. Well, I had a question in chat I pinged. Can any of us recommend a good certification getting into GRC? I can start. I'm just could simply say Simply Cyber. The Simply Cyber GRC mastery that they have within their community, I think be a great one. And it's on the nonprofit raffle page for, I believe, starting at $80.
Yeah. And I think the challenge with that, can you guys hear me? Make sure we're good.
Yep.
And then did you hear me when I was muted? Because I was clicking a whole bunch.
Nope.
Okay, cool. We figured it out.
I want to hear the clicks. Unlike
Yes.
Andrew, I like the tap
I
taps.
want people to know I'm paying attention to. I do a lot of GRC working at MSP, right? We do SOC 2 compliance for clients. We do ISO, a lot of CMMC for gap analysis, as well as ongoing assessments. The challenge with GRC and certifications is either you have to go with something like CISA or get your CISP and stuff. You can't really get those. I mean, you can, but you won't be awarded the cert unless you have the years of experience. So like Andrew mentioned, Dr. Jerry's course is phenomenal just to understand what does this look like, right? Go grab the NIST, go grab even CIS level 1, right? Go look at the controls, figure out what does it mean to do an asset inventory, and figure all that out. You will be so much more better prepared, I think, if you go through those and start filling or looking at the gaps and figure out how to identify gaps and go through that entire process, than spending a whole bunch of money trying to get your CISSP right away. I mean, of course, yes, you need it, right? I have mine. I have my CISM. It's been really instrumental in terms of doing GRC work. But if you can go through and start going through those Excel spreadsheets and create POAMs for like CMMC and things like that, you're going to be so much better off trying to break in. Because if you do those technical interviews and you can talk about what does it look like to implement technical controls and then do administrative control. So I can talk about this all day. So again, part of my role is GRC. I love it. People think it's boring. I disagree. It's phenomenal. I think you can be a better cybersecurity technician, engineer, red team, blue team, whatever, if you understand GRC, because you can communicate with upper management. You can communicate with all your teams. So, but I see that on there.
I feel GRC is having a killer. I'm not going to say it never had a downfall, but I think it's having a great swing comeback because there's so many people I've talked to in the industry. It's like, I want to get in the GRC. And I honestly think GRC is one of the best roles you actually can kind of jump into with, I don't want to say little to no experience, but there's so many junior roles of like, you just need attention to detail. You need to be kind of standardized and systematic. And you have to have at least a basic foundation to kind of get in. I think it's a great starter to get into cybersecurity.
Right.
But Danny, to continue on the next question to kind of follow on with you, if you were going back in your career and you saw the silent auction come across your social network, what basket would you go for right now? There's so many great items on here.
Right.
What's the basket that's on Danny's list? Like, I'm watching this the entire 5 hours and I'm winning.
All right. So if I was brand new in my career, knowing what I know now, I think the GRC would be the right approach, right? Because there is so much technical in GRC, right? Asset management. How do you do asset management? How do you get your list of critical applications? How do you determine those baselines? There's so much into it. I come much from a technical background, right? I'm very much, start in the IT help desk if you can. Learn what subnetting is and things like that. So having that, I think isn't there a Network Plus, I think is great. I was literally teaching a client yesterday how to do subnetting. It was awesome. We were going through a project and I got CDR XYZ on the screen and was teaching them that. So I think GRC, the Networks Plus, of course, Security Plus, right? Understanding the fundamentals. I love to know the technical side, because me knowing all the technical, I can get on calls with C-suite and talk to them at a high level view and say, hey, the reason we want this control in place is because this is your risk, this is your exposure, things like that. So that's my personal take on it.
Awesome. Well, Rihanna, up to you. Brand new in your career, you're getting done with school, you're starting school, or you're kind of just maybe want to do a career change, and all of a sudden you see the Ginger Hacker Initiative auction come across your LinkedIn profile. and you're like, wow, there's some awesome baskets in here. These are amazing. What's the basket that's catching your eye?
Obviously, the Finer Things in Life bundle with the whiskey and the charcuterie board. No, I'm kidding. I was scrolling through here. I was like, oh,
Preach.
hello, Kendra
Preach.
Scott. That's a good deal. No. So in all seriousness, Cyberspeak Labs is sponsoring a couple of the bundles that I do recommend. There's also the CISA Plus, and there's a couple of cloud exam bundles. Of course, you can never go wrong, in my opinion, with Security Plus with CompTIA. CompTIA, in my opinion, does a great job bringing foundational knowledge for you to learn how to apply it. And I think one of the cool things, Andrew, that you have here that a lot of people probably aren't thinking about is the type of certs that they want to put their name in. Some of them are very comprehensive exams, but if you get lucky and you do the silent auction, there's a couple of certs in here that are also hands-on learning as well. So you could be learning the practical exam side, and then a few of the others that you have here, especially that Kendra Scott necklace, where it's more hands-on and stuff. So if you or anyone that is watching this, I highly recommend just putting your name in the bucket for a couple and just seeing what you get, because these are really, really good deals that Andrew is offering through a silent auction.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the intent of this was our target audience are students and for folks trying to break in. Now that's not to say that my mid-level to senior career, if they're wanting to jump in, you know what, I've been looking to get my Net Plus, man, that's a really good steal to get it. Totally understand. But yeah, for students and those trying to break in, these are, I think, a steal for some of these vouchers to kind of get into breaking in.
And plus, there's a couple of good date night bundles in here, like dinner, movie, and Python. Like, who doesn't want to code Python while having dinner?
Maybe brisket too.
Oh, right, in a brisket.
Yeah, my wife is instructed me to make sure that I am the top bidder on the date night baskets. So which is important. And that's one thing I'll throw out. Yeah, that is a good wife. And I think that's an important thing too, where it's like, if you're in this industry, and we can all talk about how burnout's a real thing, having that time to step away and kind of have a fun time with the family and just enjoy that time is important. Plus my wife's like, those are actually really good deals for that basket bundle. We should, bid on that basket. I'm
We
like,
should
okay.
put our own, Andrew,
Well,
just real
go
quick,
ahead.
there's a comment I want you to highlight, if that's okay.
Yeah.
This is Bearded Ruku 5.
Is it this one?
Yes. So I'm currently a tier 2 SOC analyst at an MSP and thinking about a management role in the future. How different is that change from a technical role to a management role, and what should I have in mind? I too started on the technical side. So I personally have a background in a lot of endpoint security engineering, threat hunting, stuff like that. And then management role came into my peripheral, and I told myself there gets to a point where you become more of a mentor and a guider with your team rather than the person that takes on all the challenges. And I took away all of my privileges for 30 to 60 days. And I said, if I cannot function without having to take control and teach someone how to do this, then maybe leadership isn't for me. And that was just the honest truth I had to have. Yeah, it was rough. It was like, I had to go through like my own personal privilege rehab, essentially. And I was like, I can't do this. But it teaches you a lot on how to teach, how to guide, how to, and as corporate would say, what is the bigger picture and how you're trying to accomplish something. And explaining the why. People don't really talk about this in leadership, explaining the why as to why we're doing something. It's harder than what it sounds like. And you have to tell that why to many different personalities. You have to learn how to go in and talk to different types of people. And I always tell, people that are thinking about going into leadership, going into management, not everything is solved with a hammer and a nail. Sometimes you have to figure out how to use a Phillips screwdriver, or like not everything is the same solution. So you have to figure out how to explain that, how to problem solve in a different way, especially in high stress scenarios in this role, especially on the SOC side. You have to set emotions aside. You have to be the rock for your team, the person that is making sure that there's tenacity going on. So I would say if you're okay kind of just stepping back and just really looking at that. Absolutely. Of course, networking is also something that I recommend, seeing other people's opinions and what their journey is, and that kind of gives you some insight on how to make your own journey and talk about it.
Yeah.
I'll add this real quick. I never thought about like, yeah, take away all your tool access and just let your team do the job, and that just help teach in a sense of not just, oh, let me just do it and I'll show you. That's actually, I've never thought about that. That's actually pretty solid, because I've had managers that are very technical. Like they have the GRC Masters course where it's like 15 SANS classes. They're so technical, but they're also great managers, but they're very still hands in the kitchen. I've also had managers that are not like that. They're like, hey, like, just what do you guys need? I'm here to support, which is also very nice. Dakota, what are your thoughts kind of on that question?
On that question, I mean, that's difficult, because as a manager, you know, I am on the other side of that, and figuring out how to support my employees, you know, my team members the best way possible is difficult. I want them to feel like they're independent, that they can try to research and solve the problems. You know, I can't spend necessarily all day helping everyone, you know, because I'd never get my job done. So I try to nurture a strong independence in my employees, but also when they get stuck, understand that they can come to me and ask me questions and stuff like that as well. I mean, that's kind of my approach though to it.
No, fantastic. Then Danny, we'll end it with you. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, especially with this user being in the MSP space, right? I can relate to that. I understand there's different challenges too, right? You're not just working through one user base, you're working through clients, and there's different KPIs, there's different roles. So if your SOC team is ingesting your EDR, your SIM, and is the SOAR as well, or if you're, you know, depending on that setup, see what the challenges are, right? How can you make things better for your team, right? Looking at those gaps, support your team. And I love the process of taking that, you know, your hands out of the pot, letting them learn, letting them challenge themselves. I think my boss right now does a great job at that, where he'll give me a challenge and we just figure it out, right? And so I think really just looking at how can you even improve processes now, right? If you want to break into a management role, go to your VP or your CIO of your MSP and just say, hey, or your boss, right? Include them all. Hey, I see this process. This is how we can refine it. Here's how we can implement it, right? Don't complain and just complain. I've done that in my work where we're like, hey, we see these issues. This is how we think we can fix them. Management loves that because you're investing in the org, right? You want to see things better. You're not just at the water cooler and just complaining. You're thinking through how can we improve this? It makes everyone's lives better. So that would be my challenge to you too, is just look at how can you make things better in a productive way, and not to, you know, malign anyone or anything like that, but really just make people feel heard and stuff like that.
No, fantastic. And Anthony Hudson, I'm going to get to your question here in a second, but I want to finish my basket item choices with finishing up with Dakota. Dakota, brand new in your career, or did I already ask you? Or who
No, you haven't asked me yet.
Okay, perfect. So yeah,
I want to tell everyone that they got it wrong. Is the caffeine and GRC. I mean, you need the caffeine to support it, right? No, but in all seriousness, you know, for an entry level, like if you're looking to break in, GRC is a great path. And I feel like the Simply Cyber has a great program. Now, also, a basket I'm interested in is I'm very much a hands-on learner. I always have been, always will be. And, you know, the anti-siphon cyber range and the hack the box baskets are also way on my list, because I mean, if I didn't know how much I love Hack the Box, like doing the challenges and stuff, like it's I love that kind of gamified learning. So those would be also two baskets that I'd be like keeping my eye on like a hawk, because I think it'd be so great to. It's just such a great way to learn, and it's not just like a 1 month thing. Like these are annual subscriptions, so you know you have a year's worth of material to start working on.
No, absolutely, and I think my top three, because I don't think I picked my top three. My top three, I'm very much identical to kind of what you're mentioning, Dakota. I would, as much as I love GRC and as much as I love my Dutch Bros, we are not sponsored. Although they did donate. So in a sense, we do have that sponsorship by them for the nonprofit auction. I'm very much the same. I'm a hands-on learner. I need to get my hands on ASMR, tacking on keyboard to make sure I'm learning. And yeah, the Hack the Box subscription I think is huge because that's about a $300, $350 VIP plus. And for going for $100 is a pretty great steal. I'm going to do a huge shout out to Level Effect actually as well. Level Effects training, which we have about 3 of their trainings set up. We have the From Zero to SOC Ready, which is their SOC level 1 tier. We also have their Certified Defense and Cyber Professional certification of the exam, which is the CDCP. And we have their SOC Analyst tier 2. The cool thing about this, and that even what TryHackMe is doing and a lot of other certification are doing, we're getting away from the multiple choice questions. And I think that's important because when I go and do a assessment or if I'm doing some type of work, I'm not going to go into a router and say, all right, Andy, is it A, port 80? Is it B? It's not going to give me a multiple choice question. It's going to have me do a task. So with Level Effects training and how they do their testing for the exam, there's no multiple choice questions. It is all, you're in a lab and you're doing something, which I think is huge. Now, like I said, I'm a huge fan of CompTIA. I love CompTIA because that's how I've leveled up and got to where I am within my community. And with any certification you get into and do, it's not that you just learn it and dump it. It's when you do these trainings and you learn all the concepts and you retain it. When folks just kind of go through the motions and just learn it, then forget it and go on to the next certification, you can have an alphabet soup behind your name on certifications. But if you don't understand or can use the material you've learned in each one, it's just a piece of paper.
100%.
Yeah. I can tell you I have certs attached to my name. I've learned more diving in the deep end where I'm like, oh, this makes sense. This is what this is, right? So I love that approach.
Well, we have another question from Anthony here. Do you see Linux and Python as fundamental skills for those starting in cybersecurity, and how should beginners approach them? I'm going to start with Dan. Oh, no. I'm going to start with Rihanna. You get to start this one.
Okay. That's fine. I am not a Linux person, but with that being said, there will be times where your tools fail. There will be times where you do not have a user interface and you have to be hands-on keyboard. There's been multiple times where throughout my career, I'm just like, how do I do this real quick? And then just knowing the foundations and struggling through it go a long, long way. And same thing with Python. There's not one magical coding language that everyone's like, oh, yeah, this is what you need to be successful for the rest of your career. No, there's going to be times where you're going to have to learn new programs on the fly. And that's just the reality of it. I work on the defense side. So it's just, you have to be adaptable to your environment, and knowing basic foundations to any language like Python, for example, it can help you script out of a problem real fast until you get a better solution. Also understanding how to just read these different commands. And I will favor the fact, one thing I do like about Linux, you can struggle your way through it. Andrew and I did a recent collaboration with TryHackMe and a few of our things. When in doubt, tab it out. That's what I always say in the Linux terminal, because the more you tab, the more options you might have that would just be like, make sense. And you're just, okay, yeah, I just will combat my way through this and we're good. And we can,
Hadouken. That's right. We're almost there. I love that advice.
Yeah. And again, this goes for anything. Same thing with the Windows terminal. Just knowing foundations can just help you, in my opinion, just go through and just become adaptable to what you're trying to problem solve.
Awesome. Yeah. Dakota, your thoughts?
Repeat the question. Sorry. I was busy looking at the bundles.
No, you're good. Linux is essential for cybersecurity. Oh, no, that's someone's answer they gave.
I remember, yes.
Linux and Python. Fundamental skills. How should you begin? What's your approach?
I definitely think Linux is a strong foundation when you're looking to get into cybersecurity, and it's really starting to make a mainstream approach into a lot of different sectors. Even like in networking, I'm in a Linux terminal daily. I find myself, so Linux is just kind of one of those universal skills. I feel like where no matter where you go in the tech industry, it's great to have. It's a strong skill that still surprisingly, I feel like a lot of people breaking in don't have that skill. I know I didn't when I first started out. So Linux is, I feel like a must to have at least the fundamental knowledge. And Python, I mean, absolutely. If you're getting into cybersecurity, I can guarantee probably at some point in your career, depending on the path you go, you're going to use Python in one way or another. And again,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's also one of those universal skills. You know, that's one thing about learning those kind of skills like Linux and Python. They'll follow you no matter where you go in the tech sector. If you get into cybersecurity and decide, maybe this isn't for me, and you decide to make a pivot into like cloud or networking or whatever, those skills are going to transfer with you. So it's a great skill. It's a great foundational skill. And I think having those foundational skills before maybe even you dive into certifications, because it's just like building a house. You have to have a strong foundation to build your house upon. If you don't know the basics and you start diving into like these high level certifications, you're going to fall on your face. The house is going to fall apart. So having those strong fundamental skills is super important in the beginning.
And we've talked about this, Dakota. A strong foundation is key. And same thing, Rihanna. I harp on, like, if you have a strong base and once your foundation is strong, you can almost learn anything you want. If you understand networking, if you understand logs, if you understand baseline of tools and how to have like an analytical mindset to do the research and learn, you will be so successful in this career, in this field. Like, the sky is your limit. So Danny, wrapping up with you, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's so many different avenues you can use with Linux and Python. Even if you're not doing reconnaissance or anything like that. Like Dakota said, I get in the command line all the time for networking on switches and firewalls, right? It's not directly Linux, it might be Unix or whatever flavor, but it's the same type of methodology. Tab. I love tab. I do that all the time. I actually had a client, we're working through their CVEs and how to better streamline and get it into their systems. And one of their developers created a Python script to pull in the CVEs and then pull it into their ticketing system or whatever they use, right? And that has nothing to do with going in and trying to see what IP addresses are on a subnet and what ports are open. So yeah, I agree 100%. Getting those foundations, right? You can use that for networking. You can use that for red teaming. I use Linux. I spin up Linux servers for my red team engagements, right? You need to know how to turn off ports, right? How to secure your servers. So absolutely, hands down, even if you don't use it your day to day, just be able to have that understanding, that fundamentals. So if you do things like PowerShell, right? Again, it cross translates. Like, okay, how do I pull AD users? And then you start looking at the scripting and all that. So absolutely, I use PowerShell almost every day. Not a lot of Python, but Linux all the time, and it's super helpful.
And you know what, Andrew, we should do, because Danny hit so many good things. Whoever gets that Linux Plus should also get Danny's brisket recipe.
There it is.
Yes. Yes. And world-renowned Texas brisket.
There it is. Yes. Let's do it. I will. If we can figure out a way to ship, or just meet me in Dallas and we'll handle it. One of the two.
We're just gonna have some barbecue in Dallas and learn about Linux.
Yes, there it is. Linux and barbecue. I love it.
All right, keep talking, because I'm switching up a quick image on my. So everyone should know this, but they don't. So what we also do with our community is as we hit our donation goals, we actually do certification giveaways. So currently right now, since we hit our $5,000 donation goal this year, we're actually doing a free Linux Plus giveaway, FREE, that spells free, a completely free Linux giveaway for just hitting our goal. And that's a give back. That's a give back to the community for saying thank you. You are all helping us help folks break into cyber, because as much as I would love to buy everyone their own Security Plus, I can't. So, but by everyone even just donating $1 of your time or jumping in the community and providing and being a voice for mentorship. I need to buy your mic, Danny, because I need to do like ASMR videos, or I'm going to have you make me ASMR videos, because dang.
That thing picks up.
All day.
No. I'm happy with it, dude. It's just.
My 3-year-old made me a picture, and she's like at my door saying, "I made a picture for you. I want to pretend
I know what your picture is." So looks amazing.
Scribbles.
So good.
I did it myself.
I was gonna say I also have. Just we're all showing photos of our from kids. This is one my daughter drew me yesterday.
Nice.
See, Danny, that's Andrew did a better job. No offense.
Yeah.
Like
He spent more time. I
It
did
says,
about 5
"Dad,
seconds.
I heart star," from Amberly, and she tried.
Aw,
Yeah.
that's so sweet.
Yeah, I have a 5-year-old. Oh,
Aw. There you go.
Aw.
oh, is that a cup holder
Is that
or a coaster? See, at least his kids gave him
I
something.
know.
It's-
I have a whole
He's doing,
wall.
like,
Oh, I got this.
like,
Oh, I
look,
got
this
this
is my
drawing. I gotta.
coaster.
I have 100 of these things. He got a coaster. I'm like, that's awesome. That's so cool. That's awesome. I'm horrible. I love my
Yeah.
kids. I promise.
I do too.
I love them. I just don't get their drawings and mouse pads.
I have a stack of their photos. Every time they bring me one, I literally just put it on my shelf right here, and it's just one after another.
There's a picture frame. I've seen it where it's like you can literally put it puts like you can put multiple photos on it, and like that way you can stack them up. Then after like 30, you like empty it out. But it's still kind of cool. But it's just like because like our fridge is full. I have hundreds of like when I'm doing this, my kids will draw me stuff and they'll slide it under my door like a message. It's super cute. I love it.
Yeah.
It makes me smile. But yeah, so we give away cool free certifications because we can and because this community is amazing and we like to give back. And yeah, it's just really cool.
And you know what, Andrew? How about this? Just to make, because I'm kind of watching our viewer account, which is super awesome. I would say whoever scans the QR code and makes a one-time donation, the next 5 people, I'll give a 30-day premium voucher code for Try Hack Me for the next 5 people.
Wow. Hey, let's
Nice.
go. I'm trying to like keep an eye on chat now because it's like I love doing that stuff. And maybe Dakota, you've been around YouTube for a bit now. When you do giveaways and stuff, and this is just now food for thought for everyone else wanting to make channels and do content. How do you track like channel giveaways in like the chat? Do you have a certain tool you use?
You're on
You're
mute.
muted. You're muted.
You're doing great.
And that's the
We
secret
love
to
your toaster.
and that's
That's the
the and that's the secret to success. Like, no, say it again.
So you guys didn't even hear me when I was talking about the coaster or anything.
No,
we heard
you just
ASMR
showed us. I'm like,
Danny,
oh.
and then you're just doing like the little like,
We just
oh
thought you
yes,
choked up.
toaster.
That's hilarious. Yeah. So when I'm doing giveaways, because I've done several live stream giveaways, I normally like I'll have a spreadsheet where I'll just quickly copy down like the username of the person. But there's also like the giveaways where like put a hashtag and then a code, like a certain phrase, and then there's tools out there you can use to like randomly draw people from like the chat, things like that. So
Yeah.
Because what we'll do is like I don't know because it showed a bunch of it earlier where it's like so and so became a firewall friend. I'm like, oh cool,
Yeah.
which I'm like, so I think it should show again if
No.
people do it.
I-
That's where I'm like,
so
oh
funny,
man,
it's
how am I gonna be
viral,
able
no
to?
offense.
So I don't know. I was being like I don't want to say I was being silly, but it's like so on the donation page. All right, I'm gonna show you guys some behind the scenes. So it's like when I was creating my like donation aspects of it. Stop sharing, entire screen. So you can create different kind of donation contributions, right? So the custom one, just so I mentioned to everybody, the custom one is how you can do it for a single time donation. The firewall friend or access granted, these are monthly donations. And it also says it. So maybe the folks that did choose monthly are actually doing monthly, which I very much appreciate. That's fantastic.
Can we make one called Danny's Brisket?
Yeah.
I can absolutely make one called Danny's Brisket. Give me
And it's
2
just
seconds.
a one-time $10 donation for Danny's Brisket.
I don't
That'll
know if
go
I can
to the
make it
foundation.
singular one-time donations, but I can
Oh,
try.
Fine.
Yeah,
It's
it
fine,
has to
I'll
be.
just
It has
cry.
to be monthly. It has to be. Monthly.
I cry. Fine. A $1 monthly donation for Danny's Brisket.
Done.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Hold on. Oh, that's awesome. Go out of this.
I feel
Well-
like we need to have a segment with Danny and where he talks about like
His
his
brisket.
culinary adventures.
Yeah, let's do it. I make
And
a
then we
fancy
just showcase
breakfast.
all of our drawings. Like,
Yes.
here's my new poster this
Here's
month,
my-
guys.
Yeah,
I'm
fun-
setting
yeah.
down my ginger hacker cup on my new coaster. And we're gonna be talking about slow cooking brisket today.
There we go. I get creative with breakfast too. Every day I make something try special for my wife. I'll do like some fancy flavors. I mean, You got to get into it, right?
Danny's
If you
like,
make
I bought
something.
this organic, freshly ground black garlic for my eggs today.
No, my wife would buy the
Use
Use
organic
sponsor
stuff.
code Danny.
Whatever's cheapest at Walmart, but make it flavorful.
Danny's
sorry.
brisket.
Oh yes, it's a thing. Is there a brisket emoji? Can we just put a chicken wing? Is that a brisket?
You could do maybe steak, like the steak
Danny's
one.
brisket.
Just put a cow.
Why?
Cow and a
Just
pig.
because. Hold on, Danny's brisket. Why? You know.
That's so
We have to
awesome.
be quiet, otherwise we type what we say.
Oh gosh, dang it! Hold on.
I know. I can't even breathe. I'm trying not to like make any too much sudden movement with this microphone.
Danny's
Don't sneeze.
brisket.
Don't sneeze.
I'll mute myself. I promise.
Okay, it should be there. So refresh your pages on the donation page, and you should see a $2 a month for Danny's
Yay,
brisket.
Danny's brisket!
Yeah, Danny's
That is
brisket.
great.
Why? You know, just because.
Guys, oh my gosh, the top comment right now, Andrew.
I haven't eaten yet.
There.
I just
still got a
appreciate
few
the
hours to
profile
go.
Picture.
Oh man. Well, we have 4 minutes left with you guys before I let you guys loose. I guess final round robin with the 4 minutes we have. First off, thank you guys so much for coming on this channel. Thank you guys so much for your support and just being part of this community and being some of my friends with the Ginger Hacker and just with me. So this has been a blast. And I do have some exciting news here in the next 4 minutes. Actually, I'm going to pass around real quick and I'll be right back. But can you guys all just share what you're most thankful for this holiday and what you're excited for Christmas?
Rihanna.
Which one to start
Oh,
with?
okay.
He
Yeah.
just, like, he
Yeah,
just
okay, that's
dips.
I'm thankful for all of the coasters and brisket that I've had throughout the year. But in all seriousness, I'm so thankful for this community. This community is so uplifting, so inspiring. We just really want to see each other succeed, essentially, and that's why we're all here today. So, again, if Andrew decided to disappear, I don't know why, but please make sure that you hit that QR code that's on the screen over here. It really helps someone invest in their future. It could invest in your own future as well. And we're just really wanting to make sure that we are setting up the next generation of cyber defenders out there. So thank you
Mhm.
guys. And I'm thankful for you all, and also Danny's brisket.
I can go next. Again, I'm also thankful for this community. You know, I've been doing YouTube for 7 years, trying to help people land their dream jobs and everything. And it's so amazing to see so many other people other than myself giving back to the community, helping people like follow their dream careers and find true happiness. It is such a cool thing to see. I gotta say, I'm super thankful to my supportive family who supports me in doing this. You know, it's a huge time demand. You know, I work 40 hours a week. I got 3 kids, and then I come out and spend at least another like 30 hours plus working on the various types of content, whether it's a channel, whether it's coaching calls, you name it. So having that family behind me supporting me, I'm just super grateful for.
Yeah, and I'm going to echo the same as everyone else. Right, this community is so awesome.
He's like ditto.
Yes,
He's like
Ditto.
retweet
Yes.
Linux
Hashtag-
Echo,
hashtag
Cat
same.
Zip.
I was going to mention going to DEF CON this year and, meeting Chuck Keith, Tyler Ransby, Dr. Jerry, Rich Green, and everyone else that I met in person and just talked. Like, it's amazing to meet these people that you see online. And they're just like you. They're super humble, super great. I mean, there's some people I talked to, I looked up after, I'm like, wow, you're this person? I had no idea, right? So that's the great thing about this community, right? We're here to help each other succeed. And again, my family, right? And this is why I do it. I have a wife and 3 kids too. I'm so thankful for my wife supporting me when I said, hey, I don't want to be a cop anymore. I love being a cop, but I don't want to do it anymore. I want to get into IT and cyber. She's like, all right.
Yep.
And hey, let's move to Texas. Okay, like, hey, can I do this? What do you think about this? My family's been super supportive, right? And again, they're the why. And that's why I'm just thankful between the community and my family to be able to do this.
I love that, everybody. Well, my fun announcement that I think everyone in this chat knows is my room is about to go live on Advent of Cyber for day 13. Hold on. Day 13.
There
of
it is.
Advent of Cyber.
All right. Yes.
And it was perfect timing because we are live on Try Hack Me for Yara Mean One. So definitely go check that out. So excited. And thank you, Try Hack Me, for inviting me to be a creator this year. And I know there's 3 of us on this call. Danny, I'm going to try to aim for you next year, possibly, buddy,
Yeah.
to get to create this room, to give back to the community and kind of just... Advent of Cyber has been a huge part of my journey of breaking into cyber with Try Hack Me. And it was so much fun getting to go through the room selection and getting to kind of show off my skills and just kind of give back and help save Sockmas. So yeah, that was that's kind of the ending piece for the last 10 minutes I have. But Dakota, Rihanna, thank you guys so much for coming on for this part of the segment of the
Absolutely.
Advent of
Thank you,
Cyber
guys.
silent auction. And before we go, last piece of advice you'd give someone trying to break into cyber. Go.
Okay,
Dakota.
hi.
This is
I
not
can go
planned.
first.
Hey.
I can
Okay,
go
yeah,
first.
no.
My biggest,
No,
my
breaking into
biggest
cyber.
advice-
No. No. So real quick, Andrew is promoting Try Hack Me and Airplane. Again, for the next 5 people that's in that QR code. If you sign up for Danny's Brisket or if anything else you want to
We should say specifically Danny's Brisket. That would be
No,
easy for me to track.
5 people for Danny's
There you go.
Brisket. I'm going to
Yes.
give Andrew some Try Hack Me vouchers for 30-day premium. It's 1 month. If you go through Advent of Cyber, just kind of get your hands into it. It's just a great platform in my opinion. So I'll be giving Andrew those promo codes through Discord, I guess. I don't know, whatever platform you want these days.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Behind the scenes issues. My last piece of advice is don't give up, stay hungry, and go network. And it's really great that Andrew's doing stuff like this where he's trying to get people out there. And plus, you guys are meeting essentially people already in the field. You have me, you have the bearded IT guy, you have Danny and his brisket, right? We have a lot of fun things out there. Like Andrew and I were complete strangers in the beginning of the year, and now we probably talk almost daily. And it's just really good to get out there, network with people, just connect with other people down in the channel as well, in the comments, and just, hey, we're out there to protect against stranger dangers together. So.
Mm-hmm.
That is so much great advice, and I'm assuming we're transitioning to me now. But my advice is to just start. So many people put these roadblocks up for themselves, like, oh, I'll start when I get this certification. I'll start when I've done this. Just start today. Start applying for jobs today, and just put yourself out there. Know you're going to get rejected, but it's okay because it's all part of the learning process. It's all part of the journey. Start studying, make it a routine, make it a daily practice. And you're going to find that you're going to jump out in front of the crowd. You're going to stand out by just being active in the community, putting yourself out there, and just, going full force at this. Just don't wait till you're ready. Start messy and have fun with it.
I love it. And Danny, you're staying out with me, so you don't need to give me your last piece of advice.
Yeah.
You're not going anywhere. So,
I do have to get my brisket in a few minutes, but
all right,
my gosh.
temporarily.
You in this brisket, it's like you have to place it.
well, the temperature's there. You gotta get it off. You can't overcook it.
You need to start putting your pinky up. I have to go get my brisket in a second.
Go get my brisket right now.
I'm proud of you, Danny. You're doing good things today.
Thank you. Thank you. Feeding people. That's what we're doing.
Oh man, 7 minutes to room 13. Well, Dakota, Rihanna, thank you guys so much for coming on. You guys are good to drop or hang out for a bit more in the back end chat, but thank you guys so much for coming. And we're going to keep kind of going on with our next guest coming up, but thank you guys so much for coming. And I hope you guys have an amazing holiday, and I'll hopefully see you guys still in the chat. So bye.
Absolutely.
Guys.
Thank you
Bye.
guys. Take care.
Danny, this is so fun. We're having
Dude,
such a good
this is
time,
awesome.
dude.
I know.
Well, let's do this, Danny. How about you go get the biscuit? I'm going to take a quick break as well, and I'm going to play a quick
Yep.
message from our sponsors. And
Sounds good.
Danny will know this struggle I'm going to have right now because hopefully I can sing it to the best I can.
We tried
Yeah,
yesterday,
or,
so we'll
or we
see.
just tried the best we could. So
Right.
yeah, please enjoy the tomfoolery of me getting to play a video and an audio at separate different times, and we'll see how this goes. We'll be right back. Hey everybody, well, we're on a short break. I want to do a huge shout out to all the amazing partners Institute for their amazing donations. We also have amazingly CompTIA as well, as they've provided a plethora of their Cyroot Academy. We also have Sands for their G. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Yeah, this video and audio did not go the way I wanted. So what's going to happen is I'm going to kill this graphic, and we're just going to go with a cool background. Not thanks for watching. Gosh dang it. We will go with this. We're going to do a quick audio of a thank you to our sponsors, and we will be right back. Hey everybody, well, we're on a short break. I want to do a huge shout out to all the amazing partners we have that helped make this silent auction possible. So going to be a slight long list, so bear with me, but we're going to be going down the line. So first, huge shout out to Cyroot Academy, as well as the Python Institute for their amazing donations. We also have amazingly CompTIA as well, as they've provided a plethora of their certifications as well onto this list. Mission InfoSec for the DevSecOps training. We also have our Everyday Elegance from the amazing donation from Kendra Scott Jewelry. We also have SANS for their GISF course, or SANS 301. So fantastic, and so happy they were able to support us this year. We also have Get Certified for Less with their Network Plus Launch Pad, which is the masterclass and certification attempt. So huge thank you to them. We also have our date night baskets, and this is a mix between a ton of cool local restaurants here within the Valley of Arizona, from Vito's Pizza to Dink and Dine, which is a cool pickleball interaction of amazing food and pickleball. We also have Chili's, and we have Top Golf. In our second basket, we also have Cinemark, Fat Cats, and once again, the Python Academy for their PCEP certifications. Now, we also have the amazing team over at Stats on Stats, Tiffany and Jordan. Huge thank you to donation for the Linux Plus voucher. We also have a friendly, great warrant officer within my command that is going to go anonymously, but donating a Network Plus voucher to those trying to break into networking. We have the amazing Rihanna Schultz from Cyberspeak Labs, who gave not one, but 2 donations for CYSA and Cloud Plus to get folks to break into cyber. And some of my favorite baskets, just because of the fun-esque labeling, Hot Topic via Loungefly with their amazing swag they were able to provide us to get some of these baskets going for our level up bundles. With also OffSec as well for some of the amazing training that gets piggyback those trying to break into the OffSec or red team side of security. But yeah, we have some amazing Loungefly backpacks that we're also going with those, to include our Sugar and Spice and Everything Nice style with our Powerpuff Girls denim bomber jacket. Huge thank you to High Tech, which provided some amazing whiskey decanter, charcuterie board, and some amazing mugs and cups to look a little fancy this year. We also have the CompTIA donation for a Security Plus voucher for version 7. Huge thank you. The amazing folks over at Simply Cyber for some GRC masterclass. So thank you, Jerry. And partnering with those, we have some of our caffeine baskets. So we have Starbucks that was able to donate Black Rifle Coffee and Dutch Pros as well. We also have some amazing SOC trainings from Level Effect from Zero to SOC Ready. So huge thank you to Level Effect as well for their amazing donations for the courses, for the CDCP exam voucher, and much more. We also have the SOC Tier 2 baskets they've also provided as well, which is phenomenal. Also, we have the CompTIA Security Plus Bootcamp from Vaughn Constance. So huge thank you as well. We also have Cizazzle, I hope I'm saying that right, for their Pentest Plus voucher that they provided as well. Huge thank you. And then, of course, EC Council as well with their 4 donations for CEH, the CCT, CTIA, and CIH. Huge thank you. We also have Anti-Siphon Training for their access for a full year for their cyber range. We have the Arizona Cardinals also with a signed football. We have Bits and Bytes computer repair here locally in Arizona, donating a laptop. So excited. And the amazing team over at Just Hacking with 4 amazing bundles on their platform for ConDef Lite, Michelle's bundle for OSENT, the ConDef Massive course, and the Dark Web. And last but not least, amazing partnerships with Hack the Box for their annual VIP subscription. Now, also from behind the scenes, we also had an amazing donation from In-N-Out Burger and some other donations that we'll be hopefully bringing out later into the year. But this is fantastic and so amazing with all the amazing support that the Ginger Hacker Initiative is seeing and how it's helping us help level you into cybersecurity. So we still got some time left in the auction today. Please make sure, if you have not yet, find that basket that's going to help you break into cyber and donate to a great cause. It will help you level up and get into this amazing industry. Happy holidays, everyone, and please keep an eye on that basket you're trying to snag and be that winning bid. We'll catch you later. Okay, that is my 5-minute little thank you message. I run real quick, so thanks for hanging out, guys, in the background chat real quick while we're getting that all set up. So, hey, good afternoon, good morning to everybody. How's everyone doing?
Doing well.
And Rick, can you hear me? I'm sorry, Rick. Matt, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear that. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. When my name is called correctly, of course I can hear you.
Well,
Sorry about that.
no, you're good.
Well, hey everybody, how's it going? We are now in hour 2 of the silent auction for the Ginger Hacker Initiative as we are helping folks break into cyber. And I'm so excited now to bring on our next 2 guests for our next 45 minutes of chat. I have on our top right here, Josh Mason, which Josh, I'm going to pass to you for a short introduction.
Hey, I'm Josh. I'm a former Air Force pilot and cyber warfare officer in the Air Force. And I now do sales and help people break into cybersecurity.
Awesome, Josh. Well, I'm so glad to have you on the channel. Then here below us, we have Matt. And Matt, I'll pass it to you for a quick introduction.
Hi, everybody. My name is Matt. I'm a 28-year IT operations veteran. I started from nothing, worked my way all the way up to now CTO, Chief Technology Officer for Cyroot. I'm also a lead instructor for them. That's a startup based in Southern Las Vegas. We focus on military and veterans to get scholarships for that training at little to no cost. We also open it to the public so that you get really good hands-on experience to get in. So my whole mission in life is to help others now and kind of pass it on.
So glad and so amazing. I love it. And you guys, I'll tell you right now, there's no script. This is a fun 45 minutes just hanging out, talking about cybersecurity. So we'll kind of go off some of the similar questions I kind of asked before, and there's no particular order. But Matt, I guess I'll ask you the first question. So you're brand new in your career. You all of a sudden, the Ginger Hacker Initiative silent auction comes across your desk, and you jump into the site. What basket would you be going after?
You know what? I like how you present. I'm more of a jack of all trades. They all look really good for me. For me, I'm going to just speak to what I'm passionate about, which is blue teaming. So for me, I'm more about defenses. I think what's kind of fun when you first get in and you start hearing about hacking, you start talking about the penetration testing, the things that are very splashy in the news. And there are some pretty wild ones. We could talk about like the MGM hack with the fish tank, that kind of thing. There's some pretty amazing, ingenious things that pen testers do. But for the money, for what I do, for what a lot of people do, it's about building stronger defenses.
I love it. Real quick before we go any further, throughout the rest of the stream, you'll be repeatedly hear me saying "Go Army, beat Navy," as the Army Navy game is today. But anyway, moving right along. That's a silly but last thing I'll throw in. But yeah, Josh, same question to you. So brand new in your career, all of a sudden the silent auction comes across your LinkedIn or your profile, or a buddy drops it to you in Discord. What basket are you looking at? What kind of seems like the most catching eye that you're like, wow, I'd be going after this one for sure?
So the CompTIA Sec Plus is a nice deal. Grabbing one of those for that price. The SANS Intro to Cybersecurity course and exam for that price is also really freaking killer. Like, go Rich. Glad he was able to make that happen for y'all for this. Because that's it. Is that an in-person? Or is that an on-demand?
It's on demand for the 301.
Still.
Yep. It's the entire on-demand course with the exam included. Yeah, I feel like that one's going to be a very looked after bid war, I think, as we get toward the tail end of it. I think they're both sitting around 330. So yeah. I thought those would be my biggest hitters. But honestly, there's a few other ones that, like, even the You're a Hacker, Harry, which was a fun one from like the Loungefly. Hot Topic. I forgot to give you guys a shout out, I think. Or no, I did say Hot Topic in my little thank you video, but Hot Topic actually donated as well this year with those Loungefly bags, which I thought was so cool. And but yeah, I think these certifications obviously very all tailored toward our entry students trying to break into cybersecurity for reasonable pricing. We all know in this call that breaking into cyber can be very expensive, and having community and having kind of this type of place where we can give back is super impactful and huge. And so first off, thank you guys so much for both the contributions you guys have been providing and mentorship you guys have given me, Josh. And then Matt with Cyroot also providing their 2 donations for the PMP and Security Plus course as well. So that's fantastic. And now let's kind of go and shift to a different question, unless there's any questions in chat. So make sure you guys are dropping questions in chat. We'll pull them as I see them. And be loud if I don't pull your question, because sometimes I have it hidden, sometimes I don't. But let's talk about blue team stuff, because I do love the blue team side of things. And Matt, we'll start with you. When did you kind of realize that maybe like blue team was like the best place to start, or why would that become your favorite when it comes into cybersecurity?
So yeah, that's a great question. And just to kind of circle back with your first question, yes, the CompTIAs and all the certs are good. But what I'm trying to hit is that when you're doing blue team, it's a great way to get in to cybersecurity, because as a team, you're always building up defenses. You're always trying to bolster, the staff and the solutions. So when you come in as a new guy, you're going to learn the ropes. You're going to learn how things work from a defensive perspective. You're going to do the documentation. You're going to be doing all the reading and the research. And then you're going to start to learn to love actually manning the actual SOC, right? Or the NOC. And so what I found good in my path that worked was you just basically work under the wing of someone more experienced. And you learn to mimic, and you just learn to master. The weight's not just on you, it's the entire team. So you always come in with the mentality as a blue teamer, how can I contribute? How can I make it a way that makes my leads their jobs a little bit easier? And they'll give you a ton of work to do, right? So that's kind of the cool thing. If you open your mind to blue teaming, there's a lot of opportunities to get into a team and contribute.
I muted myself. Yes. Josh, pivoting it to you, if you had to go in entry level to kind of start back off, what's the route you would go? Would it be blue team? Would it be pen testing, GRC, sales, procurement? What are your thoughts?
It would probably be blue team if I was going in from the start, because to me, it's the easiest to get into off the bat of them. Pen testing, you're gonna be fighting uphill. GRC, you're going to have to know people and do a lot of studying in order to have valuable things to contribute to a GRC team, to be a analyst or be doing some of those audits. And if you have that blue team experience of seeing alerts, dealing with incidents and handling them all throughout the process, working triage, really figuring out how stuff works, that's going to give you a huge heads up on everything else moving from there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's little things, as you were talking about, I recall back in my experience, where you're looking at the logs, you're learning to cut the noise out and look at just the signal, what is valuable to the team, what is basically noise. And then you learn to develop efficiency. For me, I think it's somewhere in year 10, I started applying the Pareto principle all over the place. And not everyone understands what that concept is, but these are the kind of experiences that are built into my courses, the kind of things that I'm sure as an experienced Air Force person, you realize you have to get out all the noise and just apply the 80-20 rule and focus on like the top 3 things, right? Things you just absolutely have to do right now to stay and keep things consistent. So great. That's a great perspective. So there's so many opportunities to hone your skills on the blue team side.
Now, gentlemen, you both have an amazing kind of great experience of helping beginners break into cyber. Matt, with what Cyber does for the Security Plus and other courses that you guys help teach, and Josh, obviously, with the plethora of nonprofits you help run, and to include the Nuba Village. And we'll start with Josh, but what's the best advice or kind of thing you see that most beginners maybe struggle with when they're trying to break into cyber? Which is the advice you try to give them to get them on the right path?
Yeah, similar to what Matt just said, there are people who will try to do all the things all at once. They'll want to learn how to be a pen tester while also trying to learn some GRC and also going after that entry level SOC role. And it's a lot. There's a lot to know in cyber, and it's a weird industry in that, yes, all this stuff is connected. However, the skills you need for the job that you're trying to get, the job that you're trying to do, you don't need necessarily to be an expert at all of the other things. And I tell people, look, study. You can study multiple things at once. We did that all through school, through college, whatever. You take multiple classes at the same time. However, if you're really trying to hone in on a specific skill, you have to practice that one thing until you're good at it. I used to play basketball, in the driveway as a kid. And if you want to get good at your shot, you just keep taking shots. You dribble, you keep taking shots, and that's how you get good at it. If you want to be a good SOC analyst, go find all the training. Go through the Try Hack Me stuff, Let's Defend, which I think is now on Hack the Box. There's a whole mess. KC7 Cyber. Look at getting into the mindset and understanding, if I want to find this, how do I find it? If I come across this thing, what does that mean? Really dial in there. That way, you're not also at the same time trying to figure out, okay, well, this exploit does this thing, and if I come across this operating system, then I want to be thinking about how to attack it with that. You're gonna be spinning a lot if you're trying to become an expert at all the things. Taking a break, if you like doing some of the offensive stuff, go play with it. If you want like a refresh while you're studying, then yeah, check out some NIST controls and kind of understand, oh, you know what? That's why that matters, because of what I was studying over here. Like, combine the things in a way that makes sense to you. But if you're trying to get the one job, like, aim for the thing that makes you valuable to that employer. And then show them that you know how to do it.
Yeah,
Like,
I think also, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to add there, your personality matters. Who you are matters. So let me explain. When you go through these courses, I always tell my students and anyone taking them, make a mental note of what you got excited about. Make a mental note of, this is kind of dry, right? Like, what is your feelings? Because when you interview, people could put anyone in that position, right? It's your drive and your ambition and your enthusiasm. So as he was saying so eloquently, just kind of elaborating on, trying to get into this role, you're not looking at it the right way, right? You're showing your passion. Let me give you a quick example. So I'm doing this thing as a senior network engineer at a college in Edmonds, and I got excited about agentic AI. So as a cybersecurity person, blue teamer, I'm like, this is all hype. Like, what is the actual thing about agentic AI? Is it really agentic? And that was the question I phrased, because then I'm thinking, okay, defensively, what am I dealing with in the future, right? Then I started to fall into that niche and learn to play with the agentic bot, and it actually is pretty legit. So that got me pulled into a NISISA conversation, and I got to share my feedback, my analysis on what we're dealing with in the next 5 to 10 years, which of course, I think we were talking about Ginger Hack about, the Genesis initiative that just got released on the 24th from the president. This is all intel that's getting pulled from everyone in the country. And now we're starting to formulate, how do we improve our defenses, but how do we also stimulate actual growth? So to your point, your passion, what you're following, what you're doing, that comes across really well as an interviewer, right? Or interviewee. Then it comes into all the technical stuff and all the time and stuff you invested. And I'm looking at some of the chat messages. Some of you guys have been in the industry, but kind of maybe in operations or programming. Even if you weren't in that, I've actually been able to use students that were in, construction, or you were a mechanic, or if you were a nurse, or even a lawyer. There's structure in the work that you do. And when you take pride in your work, those skills do transfer over. You just kind of have to figure out who you are while you're going through the course. That's the only thing I would add to that.
No, and I tell folks, it's like, and everyone on this chat right now, we've had this conversation with both you guys, that a lot of folks have the idea of like breaking into cyber and be like, I'm gonna get my degree, I'm gonna get my Sec Plus, I'm gonna hit the industry on Monday, and I'm gonna make 6 figures. There's a 1% chance that could possibly happen. I love the head shakings and the deep breath, because we all have that.
Yeah,
you could.
You could roll in at 20, and
I mean, that is possible, but I'll tell you, mine was just making this winding road, right? Back in the 90s, what was security? I love some of the memes, because security was like your floppy drives were like in a little plastic box with a little stupid lock on it. That was considered security. It was just sitting on a desk. Like back in the 90s, it was hilarious. But, when you start off with nothing, you have to get whatever is accessible to you to do it. And I would just say back in the 90s, just a real quick story, I had nothing. I was moving furniture. I even had a piano fall on my arm. So at 22, I was like, this is not the job for me. I need to go into computers. And I walked into a Microsoft certified course thing. And I said, look, you guys are doing this for like $9,000. I don't have $9,000. I'm broke. And say they actually had it reduced to me down to 4, and I was able to make payments, and I got through the course. And then they told you at the time you would get 60,000. That's what they all tell you, right? I think in today's money, what is that, 120K or something? I think that's what the is. Back in 90s, like gas was like $1.25, but whatever. The point I'm making is I'm telling my wife and all my 2 little ones, oh, we're going to be rolling in the dough. And all that did was get my foot in the door for a tier 1 tech job for AT&T WorldNet. But it's a start, and you just keep applying yourself, you keep working, you keep certing up. And then I think at some point in my career, I had a ceiling in my earnings. And then I went into college. Then I went and got my bachelor's, master's. But by that time, you're making pretty decent money. So the whole idea, the mindset you need to be in is not just, this is the beginning of your career in investing in yourself. You need to invest in yourself constantly. You need to constantly be learning and honing your skills. This is just the beginning. So if you have that mindset, you're going to make it. But you're right. I haven't heard really a person that just goes, okay, I'm going to get certed and go right in and make over 100K, right? I've never, maybe one person, right? So the reality is you got to work for it.
Josh, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to get that first job. I've worked with and mentored so many people over the past 5 or 6 years who have been trying to get to that level. One of our good friends just got his first cyber job after getting a master's, getting Sec Plus, being at more conferences than me in the past year, volunteering at almost all of them, which is really saying something. And had to take a like 50% pay cut to go from, he's doesn't quite have gray in his beard, but he's, getting close to where we're at. And his experience in his job prior to being in cyber and the pay cut that he had to take to get started and that long road is hard. So if anyone is like hoping that they'll just make it happen, there's some sad realities of you gotta go about it a little differently. I like the hacker mentality. I was traveling back from the cyber conference where I saw Cassidy. By the way, hi. Saw her in chat. And wearing my Rekka shirt from Black Hills. And a lot of people commented like, "Are you a hacker?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Oh, really?" I was like, "Yeah, but not as my day job, as my mindset." Like I try to find solutions that work for me that aren't necessarily what everyone else does, because you can do what everyone else is doing and you'll have those same results that everyone else does. Or you can try something a little different and get in a different way. And that's what I suggest to people is if you're trying to get into cybersecurity, have a hacker mentality. Go about it a little guerrilla warfare style.
Yeah.
I'm also biased after teaching at the special operations school. I like those tactics.
Well, I have three quick shout outs. One, don't forget the first 5 people that do the Danny's Brisket monthly subscription donation here on this donation tab are going to get a Try Hack Me voucher, I believe, for a month, thanks to Rihanna Schultz. So far we have one that's done the Danny's Brisket reoccurring donation for $2. So huge thank you. Second is, well, I guess I have 4 things. So second, don't forget, we also have a free certification giveaway for hitting our $5,000 donation goal, currently going into, I believe, next week, and that's for Linux Plus. It is FREE, that spells free. It is completely free. You scan that QR code, it's going to ask you for a name, an email address. That's how you get your first entry. There's some other additional ways to get free entries. Join the Twitter, join the YouTube channel, watch a video. There is no cost to you. It is all free. All the ways to get the entry points are free, but the more you do, the more points you get, the more chances you have to win it. So scan that QR code for a free chance to possibly win a Linux certification. Then wrapping back into the chat, it looks like we had 2 questions that popped up. And that's if we're familiar with this. So if we are familiar with the Cyber Defenders community, what are our thoughts on their entry-level cert and what they are working on? And that certification for Cyber Defenders, actually had to look it up as well. It is their CCD, their Certified Cyber Defender. I am personally not experienced with it. I've not done too much research on it as well, so I don't know if I can really talk on it. For those that are currently doing the course, my advice would be is if it's providing good hands-on training, that's great. The caveat is sometimes with a lot of certifications that aren't well known, and I'll just throw out LevelFX. I do love LevelFX training, but it's not industry recognized yet. It's great training. You learn great concepts, but there might be organizations that have never heard of LevelFX. Doesn't mean the training's bad. It just means that the name's not out there yet. What are your guys' thoughts?
So I took a look at it because I didn't actually go down this path for this cert. I decided to do the Cisco CCNA, that kind of thing, and then, do the CompTIA action. But what I'm looking at is in their domains, what they're talking about is, real on-the-job experience. Okay, so it's one thing to say that you're going to learn real on-the-job experience, and this is an important thing to actually master. But what I'm looking for, as I mentioned in the last comment, is what did you do? Like, how did you get that experience? So this is okay, but I want to see you build a lab. So I came from, just real quick, I mean, what took off for me was when I got associated with GNS3. I don't know, has anybody ever heard of it? GNS3, it's a simulator, but it actually is an emulator. And I got hired on the team to do the testing and the writing for it. And then they got acquired by SolarWinds in 2016 for some millions of dollars. And my bosses are super rich. But I got to build my own labs from scratch. And so that's the kind of thing you're going to learn. It's kind of what, it was also mentioned. You learn something that nobody's seen before, and you just get super jazzed. And then you just want to go on all the posts and you want to share. That's the kind of enthusiasm you get because you get a lot back. You are part of an open source community. So I'm proud to say this is good, but take that, internalize it, synthesize it, start building, become a builder, right? That's really, to me, the most important. Whatever information you're getting from these certs, start making actual application of it. Okay. And you have a world around you. You have your own home, which, by the way, I make a point in my lectures to say back in the 90s, there was one compact computer I had in a closet with like dial up. And we were all using like AOL. I think Google wasn't even out yet. So that's what I'm saying. Like, home networks were pretty limited, but now networks are kind of sophisticated now when you think about the technology. When you go through the CompTIA course, when you go through, the security essentials, you've got like 20 or 30 devices, and you can get some pretty amazing hardware to start building your own labs. So I would just say, this is a long thing to say. This is good, but it's assimilating the information and building. That's more important.
No, absolutely. Josh, you're going to say something, you want to add more?
Yeah. So, Cyber Defenders is actually a competitor to some of the companies that I've worked for in the past couple of years. So I have looked at them very deeply and compared a lot of things, and it's good. If you are limited on resources, it's not where I would start. I follow Neil Bridges' Do the Free Stuff first, because quite frankly, quality wise, what you're going to get doing the like monthly subscription on TryHackMe and even the free stuff on TryHackMe for defenders, going through their blue team, their Windows, the Linux, the network that's in there is going to teach you just as well as paying for the expensive cert. And it's, in my opinion, a little more fun. It's even easier to it chunks nicely. And if you want to compare against other people, it's got that nice feature built in. So that's where I point people to. And then if it's I've got a different view on the building. I had to configure a bunch of switches and routers with trunking and all of that as a cyber warfare officer. And then we never did it because you wouldn't have an officer do stuff that you would have your E1 or 2 do instead, just because of resources. But it was valuable to do at one point in time. That way I understand how much work goes into it. Nowadays, if you have the time, Noob Village actually has a Net Academy school that we can onboard people for free. So if anyone ever hits you up and says, "Hey, I want to learn how to set up switches and routers," just let me know and we'll get them enrolled and they can do the on-demand stuff and do packet tracer. But
awesome.
and then we're both part of the CompTIA Instructor Network. So hit either one of us up for any of that stuff and we'll take care of you. But there's just, if you're going to go down that route of building nowadays, learning a little bit of web development, learning a little bit of AWS, learn a little bit of GCP, learn a little bit of Azure, and all of those you can do for free, especially through YouTube. Azure, there's a British guy, John, who can't remember his last name, but if you look up British guy John Azure YouTube, you'll find it. And I'll probably do that in a sec. Yeah. He's got the stuff that teaches you how to do everything for all the certs and how to set up like your whatever you want to do for free on YouTube.
Well, I have
That's
another
the sort of thing that's valuable.
Awesome. I have another question, and we'll go back to the other one as well, but I wanted to pull this one as well. So, Rasleen Carr, if I'm saying that hopefully correctly, I'm a student with Python knowledge interested in security research field. I plan to take the IC2 exam. Is this a sound plan, or are there other recommended paths for certifications I should consider? I will start. I think IC2CC is a decent exam. It's 100 questions, multiple choice. There's no hands-on aspect of it though. So I think it's really just it's teaching you acronyms and fundamentals. But it's industry recognized and it's not fairly expensive. You take the exam, it's free, but in order to get the actual certification, you have to have the subscription to be a member. That's the catch when it comes to I see what you just posted me to for John Saville. And so I'm not opposed to the ISC2 exam because I think it is a good entry certification and just good baseline fundamental knowledge. What are your guys' thoughts? Matt, we'll start with you.
You know, I kind of like where the position. I know that it's a recognized thing, but I was really interested in her Python skills in the way that that's going to complement. You see what I'm saying? So you are the complete package. So I agree. If it there's a thing in about saying, okay, I'm going to take this cert, and then these are the skills I actually have. How do they come together? Okay, so I'm going to kind of shift a little bit again. I'm going to still, double down on the building thing, but I would say, what kind of projects or experiences would benefit from these two things in my resume or what I'm doing, right? Then that's going to show you, it's going to reframe your thinking about the projects that you would be involved. Is this going to align with what I want to do? So I'm just saying, yes, grab a cert, get some experience with coding. Great, you're on the right track. What does that yield as far as the projects, right? What is that going to look like? And I think if you take that next step, it's going to give you that answer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Josh, what about you?
I'm on the same page. The ISC2 CC is perfectly fine. It's one of those that it doesn't hold the same as like a Sec Plus for like the few people who compare those. Frankly, either one of those I don't think holds a lot of water on its own, but it does mean that usually you can speak the language that we speak, that you know the difference between a vulnerability and a threat and what a port is and what an IP is. And we can just have so many more conversations without wondering if you know things. And that is super helpful, especially if you're applying for a job. Saying, hey, I've got this cert, that cert. Those two are the ones that say, oh, I've had to learn this language. And now that I understand this language, like I can speak the language that you're going to speak every day at work. That's helpful.
I just wanted to add, she also does some research. So that's
Mhm.
that's appropriate. If you're going to use Python, you're going to need Python skills to dig in and build tools that nobody's even thought of or done to dig a little bit deeper. But then there's other things that you could use that is freely available to get in there. So I think you're almost there, right? I mean, I think research is a wonderful opportunity, because there's just things that your bosses and your tech leads don't have time for. Okay, they need someone to go dig, get the water, right? And so I think being in that position is good because you get to see how everybody interacts, but you're doing the deep knowledge, which you benefit, but then you bring it up to the company. So I think the Python research aspect, then as an interviewer, I'd be like, well, show me a project that you did. Let me see what that looks like. Where is that? And then if you did it right, you positioned yourself within that exactly what the team is looking for. So I think it's a really good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I double down on that. Use your Python skills as a way to highlight yourself to people off the bat. If you know a little bit of Python and you're willing to record yourself a couple times and make a video on YouTube saying, hey, this is how you learn this piece and that piece. You don't have to be an expert. One of the crazy things about teaching is you just need to know enough to teach it. You don't need to be an expert. As someone who's been professionally teaching for a few years. Like this is the truth. And with that, then you can highlight yourself as someone who is helpful, someone who knows concepts, and someone who's going to go out of their way and like put forth effort. And those are just skills that anyone who's hiring wants to see. They want to see that this is a ghost, someone who is going to try to do this. Good help is hard to find. And frankly, if you highlight yourself as being good help from the bat, like off the bat, that's going to really help people. So, or really help people to want to hire you. So yeah, go figure out what you're going to do with that research in a way that shows off what you're doing. Make some of those projects, have your GitHub repo. If you can make some blogs about what you're researching, make some posts wherever you like to make social media posts. I like LinkedIn, but plenty of people like Blue Sky or X still, and that's perfectly fine. That's a place where you can find people who are interested in what you're doing, who, if they like what you're sharing, might hire you. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. Just on top of what Matt was saying.
Yeah, no, and it's funny, like you said, the video aspect of it, of like I when I give mentorship, and I do from this year, it sounds kind of silly, but I tell people, yo, go make a YouTube channel and don't make it public, because I get not everyone wants to be on the web. But what you can do is, as you're breaking into this field, and like let's say you're applying for like an entry-level position, that, and let's just say the company uses Splunk. There's tons of different resources where you can go do Splunk rooms, and you can do the walkthroughs. You can have a repo. You can break down in that video your mindset of how you completed that challenge or task. And as long as you're doing well in the interview, just like how when you're looking for a website designer and it's like, hey, can you show me some of your work to see the type of websites they've made, to see if they have the skill sets you're needing for the website you want to build, you can share that private link or that playlist of like, hey, sir, I know this is a Splunk instance organization. I know if, as long as, like I said, as long as your interview goes well, but maybe it's like, hey, I'd like to provide you guys my link to my YouTube channel that has me going through these difficult rooms that leverage Splunk to show you my search parameters, my mindset, how I do my write-ups. And it's kind of like a way to show yourself off. And that way they can go watch or even go look at those videos if they do. And they can say, oh, wow, like this person can do exactly what we're looking for. And as long as you're a good kind of personality fit too, and they think you'll blend well with the team and you have all those skills, I think it's just another thing for, they say, bullets in the gun to kind of get yourself and be the best candidate to obtain that kind of entry role or that role you're looking for.
I love that. And I'll say, I do have my own LinkedIn, and I have my own following. I think we talked about this. I did my own podcast, my first podcast last summer, but I only did it for the summer because in education, things kind of die down when everyone's off partying, and we're not. we're in the dungeon. We're in the basement. But the point I'm making is, doing the podcast really opened up other professionals in the industry. I mean, I wouldn't have met. I've got some dudes like John Capobianco. He's big on Cisco. He's actually kind of spearheading MCPs, and I like MCP, so I interviewed him. I interviewed another guy for eBPF, which is going to be a big deal too. So you get to know the industry leaders because you're talking to them. And then it's recorded. So then you learn to present yourself and convey these very important pieces of information to the public. You're providing a service. Okay. So my point is, maybe some people don't feel comfortable doing that. That's fine. Okay. There's community sources. You could go to, the Red Hat conferences. I've been asked multiple times to go to Vegas. Have not done it. I probably will in the future, but there's ways of connecting with people to share and you're up training yourself while you're doing that. So absolutely. Yeah. LinkedIn was huge for me. Podcasting is huge. I like what you're doing here. This is amazing. So yeah, I mean, whatever you could do to show that you're here to help the community, it's a huge plus.
No, thank you so much, Matt. And yeah, it's like I said, and we talked briefly, because I know Vox couldn't join us today with just running CyberRoot, which shout out to you, Vox, for still your support and our conversations and our connections. And it's one thing though. It's like we all know when we were coming in and breaking into this industry, like you use everything in the kitchen sink. Like there's not one particular path or training or piece of advice. It is the golden ticket that's going to break you into this industry. You kind of got to grab a little bit of everything. It's just like cooking a good seasoned brisket, some might say, which perfect timing. Here comes Danny.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, you got to take care of that brisket, man. It
Yeah.
actually worked into perfect what I was trying to feed in.
That's
Because
awesome.
trying to break into cyber, it takes
Yes.
time.
Yes.
Just like cooking a brisket for over 16 hours. And
Yes.
you got to do a little bit of security plus. You got to know a little bit of networking, get a little bit of DFIR, malware
Mhm.
analysis. You can't just know one thing and then be kind of held pigeon-toed or like on a fatal funnel. And
Right.
that's your only in. Well, I'm only good at this. Well, most people, depending on the industry you're getting into, whether that's GRC, pen testing, procurement, sales, you must be well-rounded.
Right.
To include, and I know Josh and Matt, we've talked about this, those professional skills or soft skills, being able to communicate and explain to a C-suite level an event that's occurring. So I know we've talked about it both you guys, all three of us actually on the call here, where when an event has happened, usually sometimes, at least when I used to even work at the bank, that tier one analyst is coming into a huge call. We call them MIMs, like a PMIM. And that analyst is giving the synopsis to our C-suites and other teams of like, hey, give us a quick bottom line up front bluff of like what just occurred or what did we find. And it can be a little intimidating if you've never done that before. And especially if it's your first time in the industry, having to talk to C-suite.
Mhm.
And sometimes that C-suite are on a technical level. Sometimes they are not on a technical level. And then you have to use that translation aspect of like, hey, well, how deep into this do I need to go? Or getting with your engineers or tier twos, like, hey, like what's the audience's like full understanding of this? Should I just summarize it? Should I go
Mhm.
into ones and zeros? Should I go into subfolders, sub processes, parent process, child processes? Like how deep down this rabbit hole do you want me to go? I see you smiling, Josh, because you're like, yes.
Yeah, but I'm also imagining the, hey, does anyone know what's going on? Because we can't sign any documents.
Oh, yes.
But
Yes.
three of
Matt, what's
us know that story.
There's a handful that do, and I'm actually getting to give that talk. So, and what Josh is referring to, and I've given it a few times, and I'm actually very excited. And I'll do a quick shout out to my local meetup, Cactus Con, which is February 6th and 7th, or 7th and 8th. And I will not only be volunteering there, I'm also getting to talk there. And my talk is the day I made the DMV slower. And to not summarize it all up front, but let's just say when you're going through your phishing tool or maybe going through emails, you don't block, I don't know, a really important tool set that's used to sign documents for an organization like the DMV that uses it on a day-to-day basis. But I mean, hey, who hasn't taken down a network or taken down a tool in their career? It's almost like a rite of passage, right?
I agree. I'll confess something that happened at a hospital where it was the first time I was in the closet, and some of these hospitals weren't built for full-blown switches and racks. So you had to kind of shimmy your way like this. And I'm like, oh God, I hope I don't step on a cord or do something that takes out like the whole. That's exactly what I did. So I did my job and I leave and I close the closet and I sit down. As soon as I sit down, you get the experience of 5 different emails plus your chat thing blowing up like, what did you do?
Yeah.
And that's all they said. What did you do? And I'm like, I just did my ticket. And they're like, no, go back in there. And sure enough, the little power cord was just cut out right where my foot was.
Mhm.
Plug it right back in. I mean, everybody has a disaster story like that. You learn from that.
Right.
Absolutely. And yes, Danny the brisket. That might be
Yeah.
your new. I'm gonna get you a shirt, dude. That's Danny,
Please.
the brisket guy. That is now your handle within the community.
Yes. It should be good for the rest of the day.
I
But-
love it, dude. Don't
I was gonna
forget,
say- yeah.
if you are the top 5 people to join the Danny Brisket fundraise, $2 a month, you can get a Try Hack Me voucher thanks to Rihanna. So far, I think we only have one person still so far that's done the the brisket reoccurring
Brisket donation.
But
Right.
hey, I have 4 more vouchers, so please and thank you. And another shout out to just everyone that's been helping and giving back on this community and this feed. Thank you guys so much. And to reiterate, like, let's say there's nothing on the items you want. Maybe you have all the SAN certifications, you've mastered GRC, you are the networking god at your organization. Well, that's great. You can always just donate right here to our great cause so we can find a replacement for you. Because at some point in time, Matt wants to retire, Josh wants to retire, Danny wants to
I'm
retire,
already
Andy
there,
wants
man.
to. Yeah.
I'm already checked out.
Yeah, yeah, we all
I've been retired for 20
yeah,
years.
we all want to find our replacements. And just like as I'm taught as a warrant officer, we're taught as warrant officers to find our replacements and to uptrain them and to get them to the level they need to be good soldiers and be good warrant officers. And it's the same thing in the cyber community. And that's one thing that the Ginger Hacker Initiative is trying to do. We are trying to level up our peers and those that are trying to join us in this industry to help them break into cyber. So yeah, feel free if you feel like you have no need for any of the amazing, great items we have listed, just go ahead and drop into this little donation QR code and drop us $1. Help us get that next generation of defenders, pen testers, and GRC analysts into this market so we can live more easy, quieter lives and not respond to IR events. Am I right, Danny?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that.
They could always join
If
us
I could just,
in Discord too, as a mentor or as a volunteer, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's another thing we're also looking for. We always love to have people just join the community. That is that QR code here on the far right side. And by joining the community, you can just get back by being present, answering questions, saying hello. If you see a question that maybe you have experience in, jump in and say hi, connect with that person, and just share that kind of knowledge.
And we're all in there if they've got
Yes.
questions or want to help out more, like
Yes.
being part of Noob Village. Just throwing that out there.
yeah,
Shout out to New Village this
it's
year.
worth it.
Josh, I'm not going to give, we've talked about it, but I know we're going to be doing call for papers probably the beginning of the year sometime.
Probably in
New
February.
Village. February? So yeah, so we will be doing a call for papers for New Village this year. As well, probably looking for maybe a handful more folks for staff. And once we get that stuff up and running, there's also an amazing community, which I'm actually going to drop the QR code for our New Village server also in chat real fast in case anyone would like to join.
Thanks.
Edit link. It's never going to expire. Generate link. So yeah, if you guys want to join another amazing community that I'm also a part of, which I love near and dear, I just dropped the Noob Village Discord into the chat. We were a community this year, but we like to dream big and call ourselves a village because that's what we're going to be next year. And but that's a great place too if you plan on going to DEF CON to come and say hi. Come hang out. We're going to have some cool events, some great talks and speakers, and some probably cool prizes, which I'm not going to disclose because I don't know yet. And we're still planning. So, but yes. But gentlemen, huge thank you for coming on. And we're going to do our last round robin of a quick question before I let you guys go for the day. But Matt, starting with you, what's the last piece of advice you'd give somebody trying to break into cyber today?
I know this sounds cliche, but I think if you have two things, let me say this. The reason why I'm so focused on helping Cyroot is the fact that I love the military. I love what they're doing. I love what you learn in the military when you leave, because you need to be accountable and you need to be dedicated and you need to have integrity. And in my career, I've run into people who have power and they don't have one of those three. And it drives me absolutely up the wall. So have those three things. Check yourself before you, because you're going to be relied upon. You're going to be on a team. So all this technical knowledge is good, right? All the building of experience is good, but you got to be solid as a dude. Or dudette.
Dudettes, everybody, lottie-dottie, everybody. No,
Yeah.
Fantastic, Matt. Josh, final advice you would give someone trying to break into cyber?
Yeah. Become known for good things. Join communities. You're already here. Like we just talked about 2 communities. Boom, right there. Join communities. Go to your local meetups, the B-sides, the DC groups, the ISACA or ISC2 groups. There are plenty, and it's a good way to become known as a helpful person. if you share some things on your socials, if you are not a leech, if you are helping others in any sort of way. I like the motto, kind of the motto of like the Diana Initiative: lift as you climb.
Josh,
So
real quick,
you don't have to be. Yeah. I saw the question.
Cool.
I'll get that. But like,
Yeah.
lift as you climb. So if you're a step ahead of somebody else, think of it like being on a trail, or just driving and you notice a hazard ahead. Like if you notice it, then you want to let the people behind you know. Or if you're on a hiking trail or a biking trail and you notice something up ahead and then you pass someone being like, hey, there's a bear up there. Maybe we stop here for a little bit. Those are helpful things. You don't have to be an expert in anything to be helpful. You just have to want to help. But Noob Village is a village for DEF CON that is to be the tutorial version, the entry level version. If you don't know what you're doing at DEF CON, come by Noob Village. Plenty of people have given us feedback of, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. Someone pointed me to Noob Village. I came and I asked volunteers, what should I be doing? And they gave great advice. There were some really great talks. We had a CTF. And for a lot of folks, they said that they've been going for years and they still didn't get the value in the past that they got out of this year, having like a tutorial to say, go see this, like focus on these things, and being able to just ask any sort of question they might want, because that's what we're about.
Fantastic, gentlemen. Well, Matt and Josh, thank you guys so much for coming on for our second portion as we continue on to push with our last 3-hour countdown of the hack me, the advent of gosh dang it, blah. The Ginger Hacker Initiative silent auction. Yay, I got Try Hack Me on the mind.
Yes.
I'm multitasking as I'm talking in the Discord as well to talk up day 13. But yeah, also, if you're in Try Hack Me, Advent of Cyber is free this year. They do it every year. It's always free. Check out Advent of Cyber, day 13, which you will see my gorgeous face helping you save Sockmas 1 YAR rule at a time. But gentlemen, thank you so much. I'm going to let you guys drop. Please feel free to hang out in chat, talk for a bit, answer some questions, and we're going to take another short break as we wait for our next guest as we keep pushing our amazing silent auction to help you break into cyber. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you guys in the next 8 minutes. Hey, everybody. Well, we're on a short break. I want to do a huge shout out to all the amazing partners we have that helped make this silent auction possible. So, going to be a slight long list, so bear with me, but we're going to be going down the line. So, first, huge shout out to Cyroot Academy, as well as the Python Institute for their amazing donations. We also have amazingly CompTIA as well, as they've provided a plethora of their certifications as well onto this list. Mission InfoSec for the DevSecOps training. We also have our Everyday Elegance from the amazing donation from Kendra Scott Jewelry. We also have SANS for their GISF course, or SANS 301. So fantastic, and so happy they were able to support us this year. We also have Get Certified for Less with their Network Plus Launch Pad, which is the masterclass and certification attempt. So huge thank you to them. We also have our date night baskets, and this is a mix between a ton of cool local restaurants here within the Valley of Arizona, from Vito's Pizza to Dink and Dine, which is a cool pickleball interaction of amazing food and pickleball. We also have Chili's, and we have Top Golf. In our second basket, we also have Cinemark, Fat Cats, and once again, the Python Academy for their PCEP certifications. Now, we also have the amazing team over at Stats on Stats, Tiffany and Jordan. Huge thank you to your donation for the Linux Plus voucher. We also have a friendly, great warrant officer within my command that is going to go anonymously, but donating a Network Plus voucher to those trying to break into networking. we have the amazing Rihanna Schultz from Cyberspeak Labs, who gave not one, but 2 donations for CYSA and Cloud Plus to get folks to break into cyber. And some of my favorite baskets, just because of the fun-esque labeling, Hot Topic via Loungefly with their amazing swag they were able to provide us to get some of these baskets going for our level up bundles, with also OffSec as well for some of the amazing training that gets piggyback those trying to break into the OffSec or Red Team side of security. But yeah, we have some amazing Loungefly backpacks that we're also going with those, to include our Sugar and Spice and Everything Nice style with our Powerpuff Girls denim bomber jacket. Huge thank you to High Tech, which provided some amazing whiskey decanter, a charcuterie board, and some amazing mugs and cups to look a little fancy this year. We also have the CompTIA donation for a Security Plus voucher for version 7. Huge thank you. The amazing folks over at Simply Cyber for some GRC masterclass. So thank you, Jerry. And partnered with those, we have some of our caffeine baskets. So we have Starbucks that was able to donate Black Rifle Coffee and Dutch Pros as well. We also have some amazing SOC trainings from Level Effect from Zero to SOC Ready. So huge thank you to Level Effect as well for their amazing donations for the courses, for the CDCP exam voucher, and much more. We also have the SOC Tier 2 baskets they've also provided as well, which is phenomenal. Also, we have the CompTIA Security Plus Bootcamp from Von Constance. So huge thank you as well. We also have Cizazzle, I hope I'm saying that right, for their Pentest Plus voucher that they provided as well. Huge thank you. And then, of course, EC Council as well with their 4 donations for CEH, the CCT, CTIA, and CIH. Huge thank you. We also have Anti-Siphon training for their access for a full year for their cyber range. We have the Arizona Cardinals also with assigned football. We have Bits and Bytes computer repair here locally in Arizona, donating a laptop. So excited. And the amazing team over at Just Hacking with 4 amazing bundles on their platform for ConDef Lite, Michelle's bundle for OSENT, the ConDef Massive course, and the Dark Web. And last but not least, amazing partnerships with Hack the Box for their annual VIP subscription. Now, also from behind the scenes, we also had an amazing donation from In-N-Out Burger and some other donations that we'll be hopefully bringing out later into the year. But this is fantastic and so amazing with all the amazing support that the Ginger Hacker Initiative is seeing and how it's helping us help level you into cybersecurity. So we still got some time left in the auction today. Please make sure, if you have not yet, find that basket that's going to help you break into cyber and donate to a great cause as we help you level up and get into this amazing industry. Happy holidays, everyone, and please keep an eye on that basket you're trying to snag and be that winning bid. We'll catch you later. Oop, there we go. Hey, everybody. There we go, Danny. Hey.
We are back.
We are going still. Now, we are waiting for our next guest, which is fine. I know he is instructing right now, so I think he'll be coming in when he can join us.
Yeah.
But yeah, wanted to say hello to everybody. And hopefully you're keeping an eye on your basket. And fingers crossed that you are the winner come our close time at 1 o'clock. Now, that is Mountain Standard Time here in Arizona. So it is going on 10. So we have about 3 hours left for the silent auction. Now, what that means is you have 3 hours to make sure. Oh, let me get rid of my try hack me day 13 little theme real quick. Boop. That means you have 3 hours to make sure you're scanning that QR code to be the top bid on the basket of your choice. And as we've mentioned before, we have almost over 40 different baskets of ways that you can level up and break into cybersecurity while giving back to a great cause, which is the Ginger Hacker Initiative. So, Danny, while we're waiting, do you want to kind of share your story of how you and I met and kind of how we kind of got into this now crazy journey of running a nonprofit and kind of giving back to the community? Because I think it's actually kind of clever and it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I think so. I think I was prepping for Pen Test Plus or something CompTIA, and I remember going on YouTube just seeing, what are people's methods, and I have my own, but every time I take on a cert, I want to see what approach people take, just to maybe revamp it. And I saw your video, watched it, and I'm like, this is great advice. I saw that you had LinkedIn. I just added you. You accepted me. And at that time, I was doing more red team engagement at work. And so I was like, hey, you should do a video on Evil Jinx. And you're like, do you want to be on my channel? I'm like, sure. I've never never been on a YouTube channel before, never even thought about doing it. So we connected. We did the breaking in cyber, talked about my background, talked about Evil Jinx, and I think we spent like an hour after, um, just talking. And you're like, dude, you should go to DEF CON, and talked about Noob Village. I'm like, I've never gone to DEF CON. I've always wanted. And so it all worked out. My employer was able to help sponsor me to get out there. And we just going through New Village was awesome, man. I know I missed most of the Josh and Matt's interview. Hands down, it's not only just teaching you where to go to DEF CON, but what we had from the speakers was phenomenal. And this is from someone that is already in cyber. I think there were so many great talks about just everything. So yeah, we just connected, and here we are today, right? We talked about wanting to give back to the community, right? And we both, in our own areas, we're trying to figure out ways to do it, right? And it just wasn't many options. And you're like, hey, what if we do this? I'm like, let's do it. And so it's been a great journey, man. It's great connecting with you. Obviously, we have similar backgrounds, but we both just have that hunger to keep moving through cybersecurity, to learn more, but even more giving back, right? We both have been so blessed to be able to come into this field, right? And why not give back to the community, right? We don't hold the cards against us and not want to show anything. We want to show everyone, like, hey, you can be a cop. Dakota was talking about in construction, right? The more I'm in IT and cybersecurity, the more you learn so many people have different backgrounds, and they just need that right opportunity, right? They need that tenacity. So yeah, that's a little blended version of how we met, but it's been great, man. It's been a great journey, and it seems like every day we're getting on the phone and we're like, hey, we got this going on, we got this. It's so exciting.
Yeah. So Ellie said she went to DEF CON for the first time. LECR, or whoever this person is, they went to DEF CON for the first time last year, and it was amazing. I'm so excited to go again next year.
Yeah.
And it's a blast. I think Dakota also, it was your first time going to DEF CON this year. And I still see you're in chat, but I know he did a cool, amazing video too, like his first experience. And it's a lot for those that have never been to the conference life. DEF CON is like almost like going to Disneyland. It is not as crowded with lines, but it's definitely busy. So, and when you go there, it's very much like a kid in a candy store kind of feeling. It's like when I went for the first time, because there's so much going on. There's so many great presentations. There's so many great rooms. There's so much cool swag. You almost don't know what to fully go to and do first.
Right.
And that's where Josh, I think, did a fantastic job with the New Village Noob community this year, as kind of like being a ground zero, or like, hey, you don't know what to do? Come see us first. We're not a super high paced room, but we still have some great information. We can kind of direct you into the right place where you want to go, or how you're trying to break in, and kind of maybe give you some slight sharper direction of where you need to learn and go into. And it's a lot more palatable, maybe is the best way to say it. You got a killer mic, dude. I'm going to say,
I'm muting it. Is it still what's coming through?
No, you're good. You're good. It's just funny because it's like I figured that's why you keep muting it still, because like, oh man, like I can still, it's the ASMR aspect of it, but it's just I'm
trying to like not even breathe at this point. And then I got phone calls coming through. Maybe I'll just switch to my AirPods later.
I mean, you're still coming in fine, man. It's totally fine.
Yeah, and I want to do a plug for Josh's book too, right? Gosh, I had it in my head. I have it right here. Yeah, Speaking Security with a Business Accent, right? I know I got on the tail end of that conversation.
Do you have a physical copy of it?
Oh yeah, I have the Kindle.
Go grab it and show it on the camera. I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
I promise we're all wearing pants. We just turned off the video, I think, to stand up to out of like muscle memory of like doing calls.
Bam. There we go. Right there.
Yeah.
So this is such a great, because it's a story, right? It's a fictitious story, talking through it. It really gets, it engages you more. But, you you do need that ability to talk to C-level, right? You should be able to talk technical, that soft skill to be able to read the room, figure out your audience, conveying risk from a business mindset, right? Dr. Jerry on his GRC course talks about that, right? Where I think he had a client where they had 7 computers, and if they had a ransomware attack, it would be cheaper, more cost effective just to buy a new computer than invest in a SIM and then maybe backup solution and all that, right? So this is a great book that you don't have to be a CISO to read or aspiring to CISO, even if you never have a desire. I think the more we can convey to the leadership what we're trying to do and why and how that impacts the business or is a benefit to the business, you're going to be more successful. You can be a SOC analyst 1 or an IT help desk. I saw someone talk about their 4 months IT help desk. If you can convey that to your manager, your director, or any of that, you're going to be successful. Be able to do that. You have that soft skill in you.
Gonna drop in some lo-fi music.
Yeah.
As we're hanging out waiting for Rich.
Right.
So no, man, this has been so fun. And by the way, a huge shout out to everyone on the channel, everyone that is going into the auction and trying to find that perfect basket for their new year, new me, breaking into cyber. This is a huge shout out to you guys. This is amazing. The amount of support that Danny and I and my team has received on what we're trying to do with this community has been massive. And we're not the only organization doing this. There's several others across the US and probably even there's some others across the world that have this type of community and giving back. If you're one of those communities and we've never reached out or talked to you, come say hi. Please shoot us an email, jump onto our socials, say hello. We'd love to collaborate and talk more of how we can help support you. Or maybe you're from a school or another kind of org that would love to kind of talk and connect and maybe try to find a way that you can also get back in the community. We'd love to kind of be an advocate and have that kind of hype and thrill to get into your communities and schools to help folks break into cyber.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to go get my AirPods real quick. I'm going to test them out since we have some dead time.
Yeah, go for it, man. You're totally fine. Cool. And while we wait for Danny, let's take a peek. So hopefully, if you guys haven't, you're checking out the Try Hack Me Advent of Cyber Day 13. You'll see my lovely face helping you save Sockmas as we try to figure out where McSkitty was taken to. And she was amazingly enough with her amazing skills to leave us an encoded message, but we need to decipher it and figure out how and where she possibly was taken to. Day 13, Try Hack Me Advent of Cyber. It is out right now. Please make sure you go check it out. And yeah, go give the video a like, a comment. Make sure you're sticking up to it. Try Hack Me has some amazing swag and gifts going on for their Advent of Cyber. And yeah, Dakota, you're more than welcome to come back on if you want to. Yes.
All right. How do I sound?
If you want. Let's see. Keep talking. Let's keep talking. Dakota might pop back on with us and hang out too until Rich comes on, which I told him that's totally fine. So,
perfect.
Yeah.
How do I sound though? Can you hear me good?
Say it one more time.
Can you hear me?
You're lagging now. I say just stick with the mic and headset, dude. You're fine. It's not an end all be all, is my personal opinion on it, really. I do. Oh yeah, Cassie. I have like several of these that Try Hack Me gave me for getting to be a content creator for them this year. I have Armand. What's going on, dude? I see you. He's missed me. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Armand, one of our red team advisors, actually for the nonprofit as well, popping up in chat. Great to see you, sir. I don't know. What time is it for you right now? If you can drop in chat. I'm just out of curiosity. I know either be very early or late for you. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Yeah, there's Try Hack Me, there's Hack the Box, and there's Learning Fundamentals, and where am I getting stuck? Where I am getting stuck as I started 3 to 4 courses, but never sure where to start. Brain dead. My advice to you is what kind of Josh and Matt and I were talking about. And the thing about cybersecurity is there's a lot to learn, and trying to find the right avenue to absorb and get into that field. Danny can probably vouch from this, where it's like, I'll have 10 tabs open, 2 podcasts playing, a practice quiz on my phone, a book on my table, and it can be a lot. And
Yeah.
actually, we're going
There
to throw
is-
Dakota back in.
All right.
The man, the myth,
Hey.
the legend, Dakota Snow.
Trial by
Can you
fire.
guys hear
Let's
me
go.
okay?
Yeah.
We can.
I was just about to do a coaching call, but my student no showed, so I figured, hey, I'll just hop back on here.
You can help coach the Ginger Hacker community, my good friend, with some great insight
Absolutely.
in theme. So yeah, we are waiting for Rich Green, who is our next presentation, but he's currently teaching a SANS course at this time. So we're kind of just waiting for him to get on a break. He's gonna captivate us with his presence when he's available. I have no rush to him because I still appreciate his support on also getting SANS, my introduction to SANS, with having SANS being one of our sponsors and partners with Ginger Hacker Initiative. But yeah, ideally, Dakota, I was kind of asking Danny how we connected and kind of what our story was. And maybe I'll kind of pivot to you. Can you kind of share your story, how you and I kind of like met, connected, and kind of have been kind of talking back and forth now for probably a little under a year almost?
Exactly. Let's see. Gosh, I can't remember how we first connected. I'm sure it was through YouTube and the community and stuff like that. I think we really like connected when we met face to face at DEF CON. That was such a fun experience, and I'm so looking forward to if I get to go back to DEF CON this year, like just being part of the community, kind of knowing what to expect again. But yeah, I mean, we connected truly at DEF CON, and we started communicating, I think now on a weekly basis after that. It's been so great to see what you're doing with your channel as well, and all, you know, everything with the nonprofit and all that. But yeah, I think that's kind of where we really connected and started, you know, helping each other out and things like that.
Now, one thing I was talking to Danny about, because this was your first DEF CON, and we were talking
Yes.
about, someone made in the comments like, oh, it was my first time at DEF CON this year. I had such a good time. And I kind of related it to going to Disneyland, because it's just like
100%.
you're a kid in the candy shop. There's so much cool stuff going on around you, but it can just get a little overwhelming, and there's a lot to do. So I was mentioning how with Noob Village, we had that nice, almost like the welcoming committee of like, hey, come hang out with us. Our room's not super like swamped with people yet. So it's like there's some like that quiet time. You can ask questions, a little bit more one-on-one time, rather when like you walk into a room and there's like hundreds of people shoulder to shoulder listening to talks, trying to go down the aspect of what they should do next. But yeah, it was kind of cool, and it was kind of neat to see how close and big the community grew with our room, and even yourself coming by and stopping in and popping in. It was fantastic, man. But yeah, I just wanted to get your thoughts. And I know you have a video on it, but what were your
Yeah.
like first level thoughts of like what was DEF CON like for you?
It's not your typical conference. You know, I've been to a lot of different conferences over the years, and a lot of them always feel like a constant sales pitch out there. I feel like you got different vendors trying to pitch you different things to sign up for your, you know, your organization or whatever. And you know, that was not the vibe at all at DEF CON. It was 100% the community coming together, like-minded people that are just there for the love of hacking, for the love of cybersecurity, coming together to have fun. And it's such a welcoming community. You know, a lot of people can be a little intimidated by going to DEF CON. You know, there's tons of people like, oh, put your cell phone in a Faraday bag and don't bring any credit cards there and stuff like that. It gets you. I mean, I had someone trying to hack my cell phone while I was there, to be honest with you. But it's just so much fun. Like, people are so welcoming. They try to teach you everything. They're willing to share their knowledge with you, and you, by the end of the conference, you walk away with just your mind blown, because you're like, wow, I didn't even realize you could do that. And there's really something for everyone in any sector of cybersecurity or hacking or whatever approach you're at. There is something there for you at DEF CON, because there's so many different people from all walks of life, from all different kinds of backgrounds. It is nearly impossible to see everything.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm listening. I'm like also trying to monitor chat, so just bear
Yeah.
with me. It's just
I'll follow up on that real quick. I agree 100% with Dakota. You know, if you don't know what to do, like for me, it was kind of easy working for the MSSP space. I do a lot of project deployments, technical, right? We know nothing's fail proof, right? Everything we deploy, from layers of security and things like that, aren't going to make your clients 100% secure. I mean, if you get rid of all your employees, maybe you'll be close to 100% secure, right? But so for me, even that, like I had that in mind. What's the ROI I can bring back to my employer, right? I mean, they sponsored me. I want to make sure I'm a good steward of my time. But even that, honestly, New Village grounded me in that, where I was able to felt comfortable, right? And like, okay, I don't feel overwhelmed over whatever a mile full of booths and stuff like that. But even with me going in saying, okay, I'm going to look at, how are they evading DLP stuff and things like that. That was still, I had to spend like hours in the hotel room still filtering through. But New Village was super helpful, even just listening to talks, right? And figuring out, okay, maybe this is what I want to do, right? Even me, I'm in cybersecurity for a while now. Like, well, what do I want to do next, right? So going to New Village and hearing different people talk and figuring out, okay, now I'm going to go over here, and it made a world of difference for sure.
Yeah, the fear of like the hack aspect of like DEF CON, like there's like the wall of sheep they have as well, and it's just like I told Danny, they're like, hey man, like, because we were in our room trying to set up and like, oh, we need to jump on the Wi-Fi. I'm like, don't connect to the Wi-Fi. I have a hotspot. We're gonna use our own.
Yeah,
because it's like there's literally like, and it's not a hard step by step of how to connect to the DEF CON Wi-Fi, but as soon as you get there, tens of hundreds of like spoofed, this is the DEF CON Wi-Fi.
Right.
And it's like, then it's just like, and I think personally, I know probably DEF CON doesn't do this, but in my mind, I'm like, DEF CON probably has their own spoofed one just to get people on the wall of sheep. And I'm like, I just don't trust it. I'm like, I'm just gonna do my own. Yeah, connect to my hotspot.
LTE
turn
the whole
off
time.
Bluetooth. Yeah, it's like
Bluetooth off. but it's funny. Even I had my Mac, so I put Duo MFA on it. I put my ADR on it, and I'm like, this is silly. Like, just use common sense, right? Don't connect to unsecure Wi-Fi. Turn off your Bluetooth. But even that, we get laxed, right? We forget to turn off the Bluetooth. You forget to have auto connect on your Wi-Fi. So
yeah. Well, Dakota, I'm gonna make another swing back to you and kind of just for kind of another pitch at the IT Career Accelerator, as you were mentioning, because you do these one-on-one mentorships, which also the podcast that you run, I want to say, is it top 10? Because I thought it's pretty high on your, because I've had people still connect with me like, hey, I heard you off the Bearded IT Dad podcast. I'm like, okay, like it's kind of up there, right?
It not currently. We will bounce on and off the charts. The highest we got on the Spotify top technology podcast was number 19 on the charts. So that was pretty cool. And we also charted in 3 separate countries. So it was in the US, the UK, and one other. But yeah, so I'm the host of the IT Career Podcast, where I bring in other industry experts like yourself to share advice, because I recognize, as everyone should in this field, no one is truly an expert there, with the exception of like a few special people out there, and I can't possibly know it all. I'm a networking engineer at heart. I dabble in everything else, but I don't know it all. So I can't give advice on everything. So I bring other experts on that can. So the podcast is a great, it's a weekly podcast. We're trying to get back to a regular cadence every Monday, where we have different guests on from all walks of technology, not just cybersecurity, though we focus on cybersecurity a lot. We focus on cloud, networking, automation, you name it. It's a lot of fun. But I also have a community where I created a community because I wanted to give back to the community more and be able to engage with people and helping them in their journey. So I created a community called the IT Career Accelerator, and it is a community full of people in multiple different stages of tech. We have tons of people that are just trying to break in, land that first help desk job, or get that first SOC level 1 job. And then we have people that have been in the career field for 20 plus years that are just looking, okay, what is my next stage? Where do I go? How do I pivot? And we're all there to support each other. And you can join at whatever tier or commitment level you want to. We have free tiers where people can join the community 100% for free and just be a part of the conversation, kind of dip their toes in the water. Our base, our standard level tier, where you get access to resume templates, you get access to career advice, industry news, stuff like that. You get be part of our bi-weekly calls, where we meet up as a group every other week and talk about our different goals and struggles. You can get coaching from people like me, and other people on this call, and get advice on how to start planning your career. Or you can even jump in at VIP one-on-one calls where we sit down and create a career roadmap. We review your resume live. We give LinkedIn feedback on, okay, this is where you are, this is how we're going to get here, and this is how we're going to do it in like the next 3 to 6 months. And you get that accountability coach. So it's a great platform if you're looking, or you feel like you're stuck, like maybe you're applying for jobs and you're not getting interviews, you're not getting job offers. This is a great way to get unstuck.
Awesome. Well, Dakota, you're more than welcome to stay, by the way, as we talk to Rich. So I just want to say that first off. So yeah, Rich, we had Dakota jump in just to feel. He's like, you want me to pop back in while we wait? I'm like, yeah, Rich. And I told hey, Rich is teaching a SANS class. I know he's busy. He's going to come on when he's ready. But no, Dakota, hang out for us, man. Because I'd love to have, if you'd like to, unless when you need to drop, feel free to drop. But everybody, the man, the myth, the legend, the man who's not rewritten not one, but 2 SANS classes, to include making an awesome song that posted last week, the one and only Rich Green. Rich,
I appreciate it, everybody.
Please introduce yourself.
I mean, you already did a great job. I don't even know if I can really introduce myself anymore. If you haven't realized, I try to be, it's weird because I have a very agmatic personality, but I try to be humble, very, very much so, right? No, just Rich Green, 20 years in the Army. Most of that, as most people know, on the special operations side of the fence, and then somehow found myself in this field. Nowhere as smart as most of the people on this call right now. Like, my skill set's vastly different than a lot of other people's. But no, I'm just here to, I tell most people my goal is to help as many people as can before I'm no longer walking the earth. That's my overall goal at this point in life. I had a great life. Now it's time to pay it forward and just do what I can for everybody else. But thank you, Andrew, for that lovely intro.
Of course. And I mean, Rich, you are probably one of my most, not to, because I've also had these other 2 gentlemen on my channel, but one of my favorite folks that have came on and gotten to talk with on my channel of Breaking Into Cyber. So huge thank you for that. And then also immediately, I hear Dakota, too easy, sir. He's gonna drop for a bit, but no, I mean, honestly, we connected. I think I honestly cold called you off like a LinkedIn chat. I'm like, hey man, my name's Andrew. I think you should come on my channel. And lucky me with some Irish luck. You're like, why not, dude? You seem cool. And yeah, I mean, then you've got to be a great partner with Josh Mason, as well as coming on with Noob Village. Also playing some D&D with him as well. I know with the D&D.
I can.
Yeah, when you
being
guys
an adult, being an adult and trying to play D&D is like one of the hardest things in the world, because for whatever reason, adult schedules are like the worst thing in the world to try to get together. For whatever reason, I have no idea why. So annoying.
Well, we're going to jump right into some questions real quick, and then we will jump into some of the basket items to kind of go off from there. So first is from Alan Jolly is, hello guys, I'm a beginner in cybersecurity and thinking of getting my first cybersecurity cert. What do you think of the EJPT? I have solved 20 machines on Hack the Box and used to practice on Try Hack Me. I am in the top 3%. I say go for it, but I mean, that's
I love when the conversation of certifications comes up. I am a firm believer. Hey, I'd go for it as well, right? If you have the means, the possibility and capability of going for it, and you feel it's going to help you in whatever you're doing, I would jump on that EJPT as much as you can. If you were to go online, people will share their opinions, even if you don't want to hear them, about what they feel about a particular certification. I would do your own research, make your own call. And if you feel that that particular certification and that route is going to help you in some capacity, hey, full steam ahead that thing.
Yeah, this, and just so everyone knows, the EJPT is from INE. It is the entry-level certification designed for individuals with little to no cybersecurity experience, but that foundational milestone of professional journey. So this is like a strong foundational certification. INE is, I'd say, decently well known. The thing I tell people is when they're looking at certifications to level up on a paper aspect of things, so like education, certifications, there's some great certifications like I've mentioned before. Like I really like Level Effect. I love Try Hack Me. There's SOC Analyst Level 1, They're pen test level 1, great certifications, but they're still on the way. They're the up and up of getting that industry recognition. Like Heath Adams for
TCM security.
TCM
TCM.
Security, which, man, boggling to me on how he's leaving TCM just to do bigger and better things. Shout out Heath, congratulations, you made an amazing company. But like TCM Security initially wasn't on the map, and now you're starting to see some of those certifications pop up on job recs as they've gotten more and more industry recognition. So just like you said, Rich, I'd say do the homework, see if it matches the path you're trying to go down, and the material you're learning from it also lines up. So fantastic.
I think that's the biggest thing is a lot of people ask that. And I see Braindead 6450 said, how often you see people who have certs but no skill. And quite honestly, you do. I think you start seeing it more and more. But to be fair, it's hard in this particular, I think, world where people want to get that role and there's just not a whole lot of open vacancies. So you have a lot of people have a lot of certs because they pursued it and they want to do it. So it's how do we find a way for them to bridge that and get that experience and that skill set kind of real world. But what I was saying before that was find a good way of looking at it is find a company that you think you would want to work for and see what is it that they're looking for, right? Mm-hmm. If you want to go work for, I don't know, I'm just going to Darktrace, right? I just saw their name in an article this morning. If you want to work for Darktrace, go see what their open job recs look like, see what they value as important to them, and see if that aligns with your journey in learning something. Because what you don't want to do is invest a whole bunch of time, money, and resources into a certification. And you go through the process, they're like, this doesn't mean, I understand it's there, but it's not what we're looking for. Mm-hmm. It all comes down to that homework. It's make it worth your while, make it efficient.
Right.
Absolutely. And so, Rich, one of the questions I've been asking folks as they come onto the channel is, so you're brand new in your career. You and I just getting out of the military, or when you got out of the military, you were using amazing transitioning aspects and tools that we get as service members. But let's say the Ginger Hacker Initiative silent auction crossed your platform. You saw it on LinkedIn, saw it on YouTube. You're like, oh, this is fantastic. If you were breaking into cyber and you came across this auction, what basket would you be eyeing and why? And if you need the link, I can give you the link. So
yeah, send me the link. I was looking at it earlier. I'd have to go back and look at it. I'm just gonna type it in here. Ginger Hacker Initiative.
I'll send it to you on Signal if you need it as well. But or actually, I think
I already got it. What are you talking about?
Perfect. Perfect.
Come on now. Come on now.
It's our unique naming and branding gives us very top domain access.
It does help a lot. Brand new coming to the field. Which basket would I go on? And I'm going to try to be unbiased here because, of course, I would tell you to go to Sec 301 because it's me, and that's awesome.
I will say the Sec 301 bundles we have, because we have 3 of them. Thank you, Sans, and thank you, Rich, for getting that introduction. By the way, is a steal. That retails for about $3,500. And I think right now, and I feel bad giving these shout outs because I'm sure the people are like, no, don't say anything. I'm winning the bid. But yeah, there's 2 of them going for $350 and one's for $400. So, I mean, even if those stay under $1,000, I mean, that's a steal for the 301 course. And to have that be a great intro, I'll say that one. But like I said, gotta be unbiased because there are some amazing baskets in there.
Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm simply just looking at it because my background and kind of where I came from. So I'm just like scrolling through here, trying to see, and it's for me. So I never fall. I try not to follow the crowd. I try to follow what I'm passionate about. And you had a bundle I see in there for the Certified Threat Intelligence Analyst exam voucher, the CTIA. I am an absolute huge fan of what intelligence brings to the domain. I saw how absolutely powerful it was on the military side. I think there needs to be more of a collaboration between our CTI and like our incident response folks and our defense folks, because there could be so much, I don't want to use that overused term, synergy between these 3 different roles, but like, yeah, I would probably lean towards that one just because, again, I find that passionate. Me personally, for somebody getting into this field, the date in the movie night would probably be the best option, right? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, as soon as you get in this field, you're not gonna have time to do a date night.
my wife has me bidding on both those. She's like, "You're winning the date night baskets." I'm like, "Fair enough."
But that's really one of the biggest things is scroll through there and like, you'll know it. Trust your instinct. Trust your gut. right? You're scrolling through. Like I was just scrolling through and I'm like, man, Pentest Plus doesn't sound bad. And I saw the CTII. I'm like, I'm done scrolling. Like that is the one that I would be bidding on right there, is because again, I find passion in that field. And I think the reason why passion is so important, especially we all kind of know it at this point, like getting into this field, it's a beatdown right now. Like it's not an easy task at this moment. If you really want to be, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but if you just read through the news with the amount of risks you see from large scale tech companies like big tech and all their issues, right? When you look at those risks, they're flooding their market with people that do have experience and skills, and they've been doing this for a while. And now they're in the same field that you're in, and you're just getting your start. So you're like, oh no, right? It's going to be a brutal journey. So if you find something you're passionate about and you have that passion, I think has the ability to put one foot in front of the other when times are not going the way you want, when you get a rejection and a rejection and a rejection, you're like, why am I even doing this? I can go work somewhere else. But if you find something you're passionate about, I mean, it's going to help so much more.
It's so funny. I did I follow the trends. I won't lie. I did the Kato turn the lights off, and I did like when you're trying to break into cyber, and it's like the video. I'm gonna tag it in the chat right now because I thought it was super funny. It's like when you're trying to break into cyber, and it's like email denied, email saying, "Hey, welcome to cybersecurity," and like it goes into like the cupcake screen. I thought it was awesome. I'm like, this is fantastic. So
that has been the only one. I don't think I've ever seen a trend go as viral, at least in my time, as that particular one, right? Because I was sitting there, not last night, but the night before, just scrolling through, and I swear every video was that trend. And
I dropped it in chat. I thought it was super funny how I did it, because I'm like, I probably didn't do it horribly, but it was so funny, man. And the song's not horrible. I'm like, it's a decent headbanger, man.
It's good.
Okay.
I did want to answer a question really quick.
Yes.
Unknown, none. Oh, no.
Unknown 111.
Yeah, but no. What's the best way to show real skill growth? And I think this is awesome for internships, entry-level jobs, really kind of anybody. We all seen it, right? They're like, oh, you look great on paper, but you have no experience. And you're like, well, yeah, I have no experience because you won't give me the job. But it's
chicken before the egg before the chicken. Yeah,
exactly. What I've made a lot of suggestions to people on that route is don't let that deter you of not having the skills. It's definitely within your power to stand up your own range environment in a cloud instance, right? Go through and figure out what it is you're trying to accomplish. If you want to be a cloud architect or a cloud dev, well, then dev some things and document it. I know people don't want this part of it, but go on to Medium and write blogs about what you did step by step. Go through and create it, put it on GitHub, and honestly build a portfolio. I think a portfolio, as we move forward, will become almost as important as your actual resume itself. I look at it. I love tattoos, as you can tell. I mean, you might still be able to see it, right? The whole body's covered. When I walk into a tattoo shop, I say, hey, where's your portfolio? I look at their book and be like, okay, does your art match what I envision in my mind? It's the same thing, I think, with a hiring process, right? If I'm trying to hire somebody and I know you've never had the role, but you're like, oh, but wait, there's more. And you show me this portfolio and it's all of these things that you've demonstrated that you can do on keyboard, actually making it happen. Like that, I think will bridge that gap of you have no experience actually in a role. It's going to be, it's here. Like, look at this and look at what I'm doing here. Is it best documented on Medium or LinkedIn? Honestly, Ellie, I think that's going to depend. I'm going to say everywhere. I say Medium because if you look at most blog posting individuals, especially on the tech side, it's probably Nullbyte, it's probably Medium, it's probably somewhere in that sector.
I would say Medium, personally. Yeah. When I see cyber blogs, it's usually coming off off a Medium or something, or like a write-up or something like that. They happen on LinkedIn, just like you said. Like they happen on several probably different platforms personally. But yeah, most of the time when I'm looking too, I see Medium as well. So
I would honestly, I would just not flood the market, but if you make a blog, primary on Medium, and then literally every other place you can. The issue you're going to have with something like LinkedIn, because like algorithms and the way it changes and flows, somebody might see it, or somebody might see it 3 or 4 weeks down the road, because who knows what LinkedIn wants to do with their algorithms every single day. But
right.
Legitimately going through and going on that process and just I know it. People don't like being out there and putting themselves out there, and people want to be like the silent practitioner. But you need to find a way to separate yourself. I think 2026 and moving forward, and I think the portfolio is a great way to do it.
No, fantastic. And quickly, I'm gonna do some quick shout outs real quick. First off, don't forget this little donate button up here. We still have 4 Try Hack Me vouchers for the Danny Brisket donation, $2 a month, which thanks to Rihanna. And then also we have on top of this silent auction, we also have our Linux Plus giveaway. That is completely free, FREE. And the way to do that is you scan that QR code, you're gonna go to Sweep Widget, and you're putting some information, first name, last name, email, and that's how you get an entry. There's also several other ways to get points to also get that entry to up your chances on winning that raffle. And that raffle should be completed by next week. But yeah, there's another means if you're trying to go for the Linux Plus voucher, but maybe the bid's a little too high, take your chances on the raffle. You never know. And as I say in the lottery, you can't win if you don't play. But in order to win the Linux raffle, you have to submit it and actually put in for that free entry. There's no cost. What else?
Man, you missed the perfect. Who was it that said you miss every shot you don't take? Was it Michael Jordan or was it Wayne? I hear Michael Jordan sometimes, and sometimes I hear Wayne Gretzky. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's Michael Jordan.
Yeah, probably. I would say Michael Jordan because like you have to shoot the basket, but that's just me.
Right.
You missed the perfect analogy for that one. You miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Golly, come on.
Hey, everybody, you miss every shot you don't take. Scan the link. Scan the Linux scan right now. Scan that and enter for our free Linux Plus giveaway.
It's
hitting
free 99.
Free 99, baby. Oh, man. Oh, there it is.
Bearded Ruckus asked, besides the name, what makes Sans Search distinguishable from others? What a question there.
I'm going to answer this first before you give the Sans. So my thought process on certifications, and this is not trying to downgrade any. They're all beneficial. No matter what class you take, whether that's a free YouTube Academy one from someone in the field that's talking about a love topic they get into, whether that's DFIR, pen testing, Nmap, anything itself, or if it's CompTIA, if it's EC Council, if it's anti-siphons, if it's TCM security, if it's SANS, the amount of knowledge you pull out of it is what's going to get you recognized. You could have every certification under the moon alphabet behind your name, and it doesn't mean you're a skilled practitioner in this field. So I hold no SANS certifications. Does that mean I'm a lesser analyst or an engineer or a DFIR expert on doing IR? Danny is an MSP where, Danny, do you hold any SANS certifications?
No, I don't.
Yeah, Danny doesn't have any SANS certifications yet. I know.
I want to. It's on our cert list.
Yeah, it's on my dream board.
We can do.
It's on my dream board. But SANS, I think SANS is the way that they teach and the hands-on practical exercises that you learn within SANS is slightly stronger than some other companies that you can get certifications for. CompTIA has some of like the practical aspects of it, but it's still kind of drop down, multiple choice-esque. EC Council has a few labs as well, but then it's still multiple choice. With SANS, you're going into on some of their exams. Not only do you have your multiple choice sections, but when it comes into the 8 to 10 actual practicals or PBEs, you are in a command line. You are doing a task. And it's not something that you can kind of just guess your way through, because knowing this, because I've taken my 504 exam, and it's like, hey, you need to go get this hash and figure out what this file is. It gives you like 8 choices. So it's not like you can kind of just like, I'm going to kind of learn this and like, I'll figure out it's either A, B, C, D. It's not the case. You have to understand the concepts and the tools you use, which I think provides a deeper understanding of what SANS does than some other certifications. Now, like I said, not trying to speak down or up on either or, because I think every certification you get does have its own way you level up. But Rich, I'll let you kind of give your thoughts.
Well, I wasn't going to get it. For anybody that knows me at all and has seen me, I love SANS. I think SANS is the most amazing thing that's ever, right? But I'm also unbiased when I share my thoughts on others. My first and foremost, again, when it comes to certifications, I am a firm believer the certification that is best for you is the one that matches your lifestyle. If you would have to put yourself in like a financial strain to pursue something like an annual OffSec security or something like a SANS cert, that is not the one for you, right? Maybe sometime in the future, absolutely. But if you have to put yourself in a position that will strain other facets of your life, not. Now, when I won't look down on any certifications, but what I will do is I will say, I don't care who it is, but if you find a training certification that has an in-person or at least a live online particular modality, I'm going to put those well above anything else. And it's not because the quality of the content or anything else, because like when I look at SANS, like right now, if I turn my camera, you would see over there, I'm presently in DC and I'm teaching SEC 301 to an amazing group of students who are all out at lunch right now and online. What they get is not just the content, not just the books, but because we're in person and because we're having, an asynchronous conversation here, if there's a particular concept that they don't understand, they can just ask me right now and we can dive into whatever that is, right? But if you're taking it through, if you're taking one of those learn on your own type modalities, it's not bad, right? But if you run into something where you're like, I'm just not quite grasping this, well, now you're going to have to go to Google. You're going to have to go to something else when you run into something, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because now it's forcing you to go learn on your own, right? But then what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to wade between, well, which of this is good, which of this is bad, what's gonna be an value add to me. I don't wanna spend 40 minutes watching somebody's influencer YouTube video and he never even tells me exactly what I wanted to know. I just know all the flashiness. So I'm definitely gonna put in person and live online, anywhere where you can have a conversation with the instructor over anything else. And again, not for everybody. For me, I won't talk about, every single one of these organizations has put time and effort into creating their certification process. I would like to make the assumption that they've done that in a very wholesome and honest way, and they put everything in there. So I would like to say the content's great. SANS does have their hands-on portion, which I think is phenomenal on that aspect. But yeah, I think it's the person in front of the classroom over the content itself. That's just me, though.
I think having passionate instructors makes the material, I guess, maybe more fun is the best way to say it too. Because like we've all been in, Rich, I know you have because you've been in the Army. We've been in those classes and those briefings where it's a monotone voice for 2 hours. And hey, I'm just going to read off these slides. I'm like, don't read off the slides. God, please don't read off the slides. Because then it really questions like the understanding, and like maybe the person's very knowledgeable, but it's like, then just free talk it. Reading off, I could read off the slides. Yeah, I could teach 301 if it's just reading off slides. Not that I'm trying to take Rich's job to teach 301. Not a stab, SANS, I promise. But the way I think, and I've seen Rich teach, and I've seen him with his passion on how he talks to his class. And also shout out to your Discord channel. I'm gonna drop that in the chat right now, actually. And but the Cyber Sanctuary, it's how much he gives back and provides to his students that I think really makes the content that you rewritten both courses, and the passion you have behind getting folks into cyber and leveling up their careers. It makes it more fun to learn. And that's why we got into this industry. We love what we do. We enjoy it. And when you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life, as the saying is, if that is the correct saying. So
unless
you'll get to work in cybersecurity, but as long as you got the passion and you enjoy it, you'll be all right for sure. I think Bearded Ruckus also said something about, what did he say? I was going to pursue the graduate program. If you can, absolutely. That's honestly what I did. When I retired from the Army, I was like, I have my entire GI Bill. What do I do with this thing? And it turns out that you do have the ability. You can use your GI Bill to pursue the master's or the graduate program or even the undergrad program through SANS, which for me was it worked out phenomenally, honestly.
Yeah.
No, fantastic. Well, Rich, another question. If my 15-year-old daughters weren't asking for a car next year, I would jump on that graduate program in SANS. Bearded Ruckus. I feel that, man.
I will bring up. The most thing that you hear about SANS is a lot of nobody will ever deny the quality of the content when it comes to a SANS course or certification. The most common thing, and if you scroll through any social media, Reddit, LinkedIn, any Discord channel whatsoever that exists, the biggest ding you'll find when it comes to SANS, as I've seen people put it, is that dollar signs. It is that money. What I will say, more so for those entering the field, what SANS does have, and a lot of people don't know, SANS has an absolute ton of academies and scholarships and mission programs. We are constantly taking people, running them through, and sometimes it's 3 or 4 certifications. It's something like 275, 401, 504, or 275, 401, and then you get to choose an elective, or 301, 275, and maybe another elective. Like, there are so many other nav. I simply just wouldn't look like if anybody on here is like, SANS is what I want, I'm not even going to look at anything else. I know it's going to be SANS. I would simply say reach out and find somebody to talk. Just don't read people's comments and posts and views. Reach out to somebody at SANS, or if you can't find somebody, reach out to me and I will find you. I helped out. I did the same thing with these people right here. It's just like, hey, I will put you in contact with somebody that could possibly help you. And it might not happen now because they run their scholarship programs like every 3, 4, I think it's every 4 or 6 months. But you just get there's so many opportunities to find a way to help you pursue that particular process. And the other thing is, because we're here, if you're still trying to find it and something that's still easier affordability wise, some of you might have heard of the work study program. The work study program is another phenomenal way. Now, the work study program is pretty much in person only, maybe live online, depending on the size of the course it's running, but predominantly in person. The work study program is a way for you to come, take the course, take the certification at a super reduced fraction of the price, right? Again, there's so many avenues if you really wanted to pursue SANS courses without just getting absolutely wrecked. Yep, Women's Cyber, they have a separate program as well. SANS and WESIS have a huge partnership. WESIS by themselves have huge partnerships with all kinds of people to really help women getting into cyber. I mean,
Hashtag goals for the Ginger Hacker Initiative. We're working on that partnership because I know there's a few other orgs. Like, I think there's also some veteran organizations that they have partnerships with SANS where they actually get a SANS course for one of their nonprofit members every month. Now, we're a brand new nonprofit. We're trying, guys, I promise, and gals, but we're taking those baby steps. We're very much in a growth fund. That's why one reason why we're doing the nonprofit silent auction is to get us ready for 2026. We have our goals and we're working on these amazing communities and partnerships like we have with Rich and with SANS, with CompTIA, EC Councils, Dion Training, and so much more coming for 2026. Surprises to come. Make sure you guys keep refreshing the gingerhacker.org page. And yeah, giving back is the game plan and the time that we plan on doing. And I think you're right, Rich. SANS is great training. The material and everything is fantastic. It's expensive. And that's why I tell folks that say, I want to get a SANS class. I'm like, get into the organization, have your company pay for it. And then, then, because most cyber companies, when you get into it, they usually have a SANS partnership. Every place I've been to, the state, Wells Fargo, Leidos,
MSPs,
the federal sides, MSPs, they will pay. Even the Army, the military as well, pays for SANS courses for our warrant officer, for our cyber branches, our 17 Charlies, 17 Alphas, 170 Alphas, our 255 series. In my next promotion course to get my CW3, I have to attend a course where I may be actually doing 2 SANS classes, and I have to pass those classes within 2 months. So yay. Stress.
Yeah. The military likes to put it on you guys taking SANS courses. Yeah, there's so many avenues. That's what I tell a lot of folks. That's usually when somebody says, yeah, SANS is expensive. And I was like, yes. If you just look at the sticker price and do nothing else whatsoever, do no independent research, that's your only assumption. But I mean, if you just start just poking and prodding and being curious, you can find ways to make it more affordable for you.
Yeah.
No, absolutely, Rich. Well, I have you for about 3 more minutes, and then I'm going to cut you loose to hopefully get some lunch, or hopefully you grab some lunch before your whole lunch period. I don't want to take the whole thing.
Or you're fasting.
Yeah, or you're fasting. Who knows?
Intermittent.
But Rich, so glad to have you on, man. It's always good to see you and hear from you. I'm assuming, are we going to see you at DEF CON next year for Noob Village?
Yeah, I'll be there. I should be. Yeah.
All right. Hold on 1 second. I take dibs on partnering up with Rich again. All right.
Oh yeah, because you and Rich were on the same time frame to volunteer.
That was one of the best part of DEF CON, was hanging out with you, Rich. No joke. Before I met you, I was texting Andrew. I'm like, dude, I get to hang out with Rich Green.
He was so excited.
I was so giddy.
You know who I'm working with on my volunteer time? I'm like, who's like Rich Green? He's from SANS.
I'm like, are you sure this is not a mistake?
Yeah, Josh and I are super stoked, man, and we're very excited of what's going to happen with Noob Village this coming year. It's probably going to be even bigger and better. So we're so excited to have you come. Last thing before I let you loose, man, what's the last piece of advice you give somebody trying to break into cyber?
This is amazing because this goes into a question that was literally just asked yesterday on a camera as well. And I'm gonna go against everything that somebody might say, right? Somebody's gonna tell you to pursue things, hands-on skills, learn things. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the single most important thing that you can have in your toolbox is curiosity. I know it's weird, but you have to be curious. If you simply like, I want to learn pen testing, and you're like, okay, I learned how to run Metasploit, and I can pop some boxes. I'm crushing it, and then you kind of stop there. Like, I don't think your trajectory will be high, right? But if you're like, I'm gonna be a pen tester, and you figure out, you start using like use an Nmap for the first time, or Metasploit for the first time, or I throw an internal blue exploit for the first time on a box, right? Figuring out why exactly that is the reason it works. Pushing further, pushing deeper, just being curious. Don't just I can't stress people enough to that one. It's just, security is technology for sure, but I think it's like 70% psychology and like personality, and like 30% technology. You just have to have that particular aspect to it. When I meet people and they're just not asking questions, ask questions, like probe things. Don't just take it like, why does Eternal Blue work? Like, what is the thing that's there that makes it happen? Not just a module I wrote and I throw up in Metasploit and I hit run, right? That's not what I want to do. Is like legitimately like ask those questions. If you have the capability, and some organizations don't tell you, right? But if you apply for a job and they say no, ask, what was it? Most are going to tell you, not give you an answer, right? But if you have a time to talk to anybody, and Drew and Danny and Josh, or any person you see, ask those questions. Don't be afraid. I see so many people who won't reach out to people like Network Chuck or John Hammond. They're like, I can't talk to them. They're like super famous. Mm-hmm. You won't know if you don't reach out. They put their clothes on the same way we do. I don't think he dives off the bed magically. He's in his clothes, right? He doesn't just wake up and I'm dressed.
Damn, he's there.
Damn, he's there.
Like, reach out to if you have a mentor, there's somebody you followed on LinkedIn. You're like, I love what they're doing. Just send them a message. Some honestly might not respond. Some are going to respond. That's just what they do. I have never seen a single message come through my LinkedIn inbox that I've not responded to. I don't care if it's spam, a legit person. I'm going to respond no matter what it is. I
love that, because I'll get spam like, hi, do you want help passing your tests? I'm like, no.
Yes.
It's like,
no.
not in a good way. Not in a good way, Danny.
Right. You want me to take your CISSP exam?
No.
I think that's legal.
Reported. But no, Rich, this is fantastic, man. So glad you got to come in and join us. And that piece of advice is golden. I think leveraging and reaching out and just taking the chance is a huge part of cyber. And I'm so glad we're friends. I'm so glad we're in this community, and I get to have you as a contact and somebody I can reach out to and ask questions for, because your insight and your energy and what you bring to this community is amazing. So huge thank you, by the way, Rich, for taking time out of your lunch hour to join us, and everything that you're doing with SANS, man, just keep it up, and you're fantastic.
I will. It's going to be 2026 is a great year. I have a studio coming in. I'm going to build a full-on production studio in my office. Starts in
What?
I love that.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
I brought them in from Hollywood. We're gonna make it happen in 2026.
Perfect.
Nice.
Oh wow, dude. Oh my gosh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. It's gonna be good.
I'm not there yet.
I got a
We're gonna
microphone.
be there. Yeah.
I got brisket. I got brisket.
It's gonna be good. No, I'll show you all behind the scenes. But thank you so much, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks,
Make sure
Rich.
you hit on all those things. Win all the stuff. Leave nothing on the table for the Ginger Initiative.
And if you don't want anything, just scan that QR code right there and just give back and donate to the cause. Yeah. If you have all the certs and all the cool things, I totally get it. Or buy it for a gift. Christmas is a coming. So, all right, Rich.
Thanks, Rich.
We'll talk to you later, boss.
Later, everybody.
Dude, I love Rich. I love all the people. I got to hang out with him for hours at DEF CON. And just like he said, everyone else is so down to earth too, right? John Hammond, Chuck Keith, Network Chuck, right? Dakota, I met him in person too. And all these guys are so awesome. And the gals, right? They're just so down to earth.
I'm going to bring Mashal on real quick just to tell him that, because I see him in the back end. I'm just going to bring him on real quick. I think he can hear us. I saw him put his hand up. Hey, Mashal.
Sweet.
Yep, hold on. Hey, sir.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, doing good. I'm going to give us a quick 5-minute break.
Sure.
just before we start. So I'm going to kick us all out of this little thing, but you'll still be in as I play a quick little thank you from our sponsors. And then we'll see you like in 5 minutes. Everyone, we have our next speaker here, but we're going to take a quick short break to say a quick thank you to all our sponsors. So we will be right back. Hey everybody, well, we're on a short break. I want to do a huge shout out to all the amazing partners we have that helped make this silent auction possible. So going to be a slight long list, so bear with me, but we're going to be going down the line. So first, huge shout out to Cyroot Academy, as well as the Python Institute for their amazing donations. We also have amazingly CompTIA, as well as they've provided a plethora of their certifications as well onto this list. Mission InfoSec for the DevSecOps training. We also have our Everyday Elegance from the amazing donation from Kendra Scott Jewelry. We also have SANS for their GISF course, or SANS 301. So fantastic, and so happy they were able to support us this year. We also have Get Certified for Less with their Network Plus Launch Pad, which is the masterclass and certification attempt. So huge thank you to them. We also have our date night baskets, and this is a mix between a ton of cool local restaurants here within the Valley of Arizona, from Vito's Pizza to Dink and Dine, which is a cool pickleball interaction of amazing food and pickleball. We also have Chili's, and we have Topgolf. In our second basket, we also have Cinemark, Fat Cats, and once again, the Python Academy for their PCEP certifications. Now, we also have the amazing team over at Stats on Stats, Tiffany and Jordan. Huge thank you to your donation for the Linux Plus voucher. We also have a friendly, great warrant officer within my command that is going to go anonymously, but donating a Network Plus voucher to those trying to break into networking. We have the amazing Rihanna Schultz from Cyberspeak Labs, who gave not one, but 2 donations for CYSA and Cloud Plus to get folks to break into cyber. And some of my favorite baskets, just because of the fun-esque labeling, Hot Topic via Loungefly with their amazing swag they were able to provide us to get some of these baskets going for our level up bundles, with also OffSec as well for some of the amazing training that gets piggyback those trying to break into the OffSec or red team side of security. But yeah, we have some amazing Loungefly backpacks that we're also going with those, to include our Sugar and Spice and Everything Nice style with our Powerpuff Girls denim bomber jacket. Huge thank you to High Tech, which provided some amazing whiskey decanter, a charcuterie board, and some amazing mugs and cups to look a little fancy this year. We also have the CompTIA donation for a Security Plus voucher for version 7. Huge thank you. The amazing folks over at Simply Cyber for some GRC masterclass. So thank you, Jerry. And partnering with those, we have some of our caffeine baskets. So we have Starbucks that was able to donate Black Rifle Coffee and Dutch Pros as well. We also have some amazing SOC trainings from Level Effect from Zero to SOC Ready. So huge thank you to Level Effect as well for their amazing donations for the courses, for the CDCP exam voucher, and much more. We also have the SOC Tier 2 baskets they've also provided as well, which is phenomenal. Also, we have the CompTIA Security Plus Bootcamp from Vaughn Constance. So huge thank you as well. We also have Cizazzle, I hope I'm saying that right, for their Pentest Plus voucher that they provided as well. Huge thank you. And then, of course, EC Council as well with their 4 donations for CEH, the CCT, CTIA, and CIH. Huge thank you. We also have Anti-Siphon training for their access for a full year for their cyber range. We have the Arizona Cardinals also with a signed football. We have Bits and Bytes computer repair here locally in Arizona, donating a laptop. So excited. And the amazing team over at Just Hacking with 4 amazing bundles on their platform for ConDef Lite, Michelle's bundle for OSENT, the ConDef Massive course, and the Dark Web. And last but not least, amazing partnerships with Hack the Box for their annual VIP subscription. Now, also from behind the scenes, we also had an amazing donation from In-N-Out Burger and some other donations that we'll be hopefully bringing out later into the year. But this is fantastic and so amazing with all the amazing support that the Ginger Hacker Initiative is seeing and how it's helping us help level you into cybersecurity. So we still got some time left in the auction today. Please make sure, if you have not yet, find that basket that's going to help you break into cyber and donate to a great cause as we help you level up and get into this amazing industry. Happy holidays, everyone, and please keep an eye on that basket you're trying to snag and be that winning bid. We'll catch you later. All right. Thanks for that quick little intermission. Have to keep myself hydrated with water, food, and snacks as we continue our 5-hour stream with 2 hours to go. And so excited to have our next guest on here, Michelle Khan, who many of us know from the amazing emoji photos we always used to see from any conference we see with Michelle, with the amazing, cool little smiley emoji or sunglass emoji. But sir, it is so great to have you on the channel, and welcome on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Andrew. It's my pleasure.
Oh,
You
hold
can
on.
hear me okay? Or
I can, yes.
all right, good.
Yeah, I know it was like
So-
briefly echoey, but it sounds like it got fixed. So perfect.
Is that okay?
But no, awesome.
Perfect.
Well, Michelle, we're so glad to have you on. And just to give fair warning, there's no script. We are just having fun conversations, going off questions in the chat, and kind of getting to share stories of like kind of how we broke into cyber. So the first question I have for you, and I'll provide you the link in case, because I know things have changed slightly a little bit, or I'll drop it in the private chat, which I think you should be able to see being on our back end. But if you were breaking into cybersecurity today and you somehow were scrolling through all the socials and all of a sudden here comes the Ginger Hacker Initiative and you're like, wow, what's all this? And then you go in and see all these baskets. What certain basket would you be looking at to say, wow, I want that one, and that's how I'm going to kind of break in?
And you can say your own.
Yeah,
we
no
won't
shame.
shame
Yeah,
you for
no
doing the
shame.
OSINT. I'm just saying.
Yeah, depends on my situation in my career. So you said it's like I'm trying to break in initially.
Yeah.
So if my background, I would say if my background was in technology already, like a programmer or something, and I wanted to kind of shift into cyber, and that's usually the use case I get. I'm going to look through this and I'll be like, DevSecOps looks good. If I didn't know too much about it, the security side of it, I would kind of stick to that. I've had a lot of programmers come to me and be like, hey, how could I be in security? Do I need to start from the bottom? I'm like, no, take a DevSecOps course. So I see one there. I would probably pick that one. Or if there's anything else similar, like a Cloud Plus I saw somewhere, Cloud Plus V4 exam voucher, that'd be great, because I need to know how the cloud infrastructure can be hacked and stuff. So it's a nice quick shift, in my opinion. And probably the other one, like if I was just coming into this clean and I had maybe no basic background in technology, I would go for the Network Plus for sure. I'd be like, that's a fundamental infrastructure level skill that I feel everyone needs to have. Even senior cybersecurity folks, I've seen them struggle sometimes with basic networking stuff. Difference between a switch and a hub and a router and layer 3,
How do you
layer
subnet?
2. Yeah, basic subnetting stuff. Like, this is not a /24. This is a /29.
What's a /32?
This is a mistake. Yeah. Well, somebody made a typo. It shouldn't be a /29. It should have been a 24. No, this is subnetting.
It's funny you say that, because Danny him and I were just talking yesterday and today. Like, he was just helping he works for an MSP, and he had to do some diving in with one of them into some like subnetting and like, hey, like, well, yeah, this is your subnet. This is what we need to be actually doing.
Yeah, full on crash course is great. I was teaching a client. It was amazing. I'm like, go to CDR, XYZ. Yeah, here's your cheat sheet, count 2. It was awesome.
Yeah, and I think even Rich previously was saying, I caught a little bit of it when he talked about be curious how things work. I think it's very fundamental to know how the browser works, how the internet works, how a certain piece of code is working, a script is working, because the underlying concept of almost anything at this point is networking. There's an element of how does it communicate with the internet? How does this API work? Where is this going first? And I would say the best interview question I ever had was about networking, and it was in security. It was a big company that was interviewing me. They basically gave me a whiteboard and said, explain to me what happens when I turn on a computer and go to google.com. Just explain the whole process from A to Z. Basically, I had to go from the hardware, like turning a computer on, what happens, operating system turns on, like explain to me like the technical details of what's really going on. And when I came to the browser, guess what? I had to define the entire OSI, 7 layers of the OSI model on where it goes from the physical layer all the way to the application, how it turns on, and presentation layer, session layer. I'm like, wow, this is like this is useful when you put it in that order. So I'm like, if you can articulate that, you understand stuff very well. And
I had a similar case where when I got hired with my current employer, when I was on the IT side, where my boss was pretending to be a disgruntled employee of that company and says, I can't get on internet. So it's always DNS, by the way. It's always DNS. But I had to go from fixing the DNS on the computer and then realizing the forwarding on the DC was wrong. So say the Cloudflare went down. So I had to go through a 45-minute process. But because I knew networking, like you're saying, I was able to explain from that. And afterwards, when I worked for him, he's like, you're one of the few people actually get it. Like they usually give up. And I'm like, I actually had that real issue in real world. So I learned that.
Yeah. You touched on a good skill called troubleshooting.
Yes.
I feel there should be a course called Troubleshooting Plus.
There it is. Yes.
I'll probably make one.
Please, we'll buy it. I'll buy it.
It's so funny, right? Because it's just like I've talked to so many folks going to a few communities and going through like mock interviews or resume review portions that a lot of conferences offer. And sometimes it's not the aspect of that they don't have the technical skills. It's those soft skills. I remember I did a question at CactusCon last year where I was talking to some super sharp kids, man, like that their resumes and their projects they were doing were fantastic. And I asked, and you both, I'm sure, have been asked this question. Hey, explain a time maybe where you've worked on a project where you didn't get along with somebody, but you still had to get that project done. How would you, how would you do it? Yeah. And one of the students was like, well, I probably just wouldn't talk to him and get the project done. And that's how I'd kind of work around it. I'm like, or what you could try to do, or it's like another question that some folks I don't think understand, like maybe the full meaning of what the question's asking for is like, hey, explain a time you've been stuck or you had a difficulty completing a project. And I applaud this student that answers like, well, I don't really have a hard time with stuff. I usually pick up stuff pretty quick. And that was his answer. I'm like, okay. I'm like, that's a great answer. However, what the interviewer is looking for is that process analysis. Like, hey, if you hit a wall or you're struggling with something,
what do you do?
What's your like work through? Like, I'm very standardized and systematic. It's a piece of my, I think that makes me very thorough when I'm doing log analysis or doing like type of casework to where I get my 5 W's, I pick up all my evidence, but I have a process of what I'm checking. Compared to, it's like, well, I'm just going to wing it and we'll see what I find. Like when there's no rhyme or reason, it can kind of just be it's like throwing spaghetti on the wall and just seeing what sticks. Is it a method? Yes. Is it preferred? Probably not really.
I was asked this question in an interview once, that what would you do if you didn't know the answer to something? They're like, we know you're smart, you're a CCIE and everything, but what if you come across a problem that you just don't have the answer to? What would you do? I'm like, good one. I would Google it first. And the guy was like, what, Google? I'm like, yeah, that's my answer to everything is Google first. I would spend about 5 minutes trying to find the answer. Again, I'm really good at OSINT, so I'm probably going to find it. But let's say I don't. Let's say it's a problem that it's about their internal portal or something, how to issue a ticket or whatever. All right, cool. 5 minutes I'm going to spend Googling stuff, struggling on the browser, internet a little, trying to find it. Then after that, I'm going to switch to phase 2, which is asking my peers who are in the same position I am in. I won't escalate it up to management. No, ask my peers, ask other people, how would you do this? And then if I still don't find the answer, then I would escalate it to management level. And even after I find it, then I would write it down so that I don't have to bother them a second time. Because this is a problem people often face, and managers hate this. They're like, you keep bothering me with the same question over and over. I told you. I'm like, well, I'm going to write it down in my notes. And he loved this answer. He's like, you're hired. He's like, this is the type of mindset we need.
I am the unofficial trainer for my org when we get new folks on. And the first thing I have people do with day one, when they start on with me, I'm like, cool. Have you heard of OneNote? Or what kind of documentation do you use? You can use Notepad++. There's several different ways that you can create and craft your own notes. I prefer I prefer OneNote. I like it. I can share everything, but I have tabs and notes on everything. And nail on the head, because like even at the bank, I'd be walking someone through something and it's like, all right, cool. Like, make sure you write it down. A week later, same question. I swear I just walked you through this last week. All right, let's do it. Next week, same question. I'm like, all right, man, open up your OneNote. Let's go. I want you to walk through this process that also makes sense to you, because Michelle, you could give me your notes and I could look them over like, hey, here's how it's going to work. It's step by step. And I can look at that. I'm like, this doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. So even with
you.
And that's exactly it. I advise folks like, look, like my way is not the way, but here's the SOP we have. Here's how I've tweaked it to make sense to me.
That's why wikis don't work. Because wikis is for everyone. It's like, that's not my way. That's the corporate way. Like, make your own notes. And I never force people how to do your notes. Do it yourself. Whatever your most optimum way to do notes is, do it, because it's going to be useful later on when you're stuck in another problem. You're not going to remember.
Yeah. And it's knowing it your way. And that's the exact way to do it. Because it's just like, you're going to follow someone else. It's like, well, that doesn't make sense. Like, oh, then take what does. And then just as you do things through, the documentation aspect is what no one enjoys doing, right? Being like an SOP writer or someone that does all that, it's tedious. It's not the most funnest job. But the rewarding aspect of it is like, I've had many folks I've mentored and talked to, or I've helped do onboarding with, and they're like, my team is fantastic, but I've had folks tell me like, yeah, man, the way you broke things down just made more sense. And I have a very I probably leverage this from my military experience. I explain the why. Some folks just say, well, we just do it this way.
Right.
And that's the corporate answer. But hey, we do this way because we have this service level agreement, or we have this requirement by our client, or they've been doing this for 10 years and that's why we do it this way. What it's actually covering though is a big picture is this. And then they're like, oh, that makes more sense. So
Even
sometimes
the word you used is very military, SOP.
Right.
Only the military uses that.
Standard operating procedure.
I actually learned that acronym or word when I came to the US. I'm like, what the hell is an SOP? Everyone's using this word SOP. And I loved it. I'm like, yeah, that is a standard. Like, this is a procedure. I just call it a workflow or a procedure. But no, it's an SOP.
Yeah.
Well, Michelle, I kind of skipped over this, but like, did I have you do like a short introduction of like who you are to those that maybe don't know who you are? I mean, many of us do in the community, but if this is someone's first time meeting you, can you kind of just give a quick, short kind of like bluff of like who you are, the work you kind of do, and what you do in the community?
Sure. I do quite a few things. So right now, I'm currently known as the OSINT person or the OSINT expert because I have a lot of courses on open source intelligence. I do a lot of webinars and talks and keynote presentations around cybersecurity in general. But I started off my career from a general IT background, help desk support, went straight into networking. I worked for Cisco for a while and some other partners after that. And I was mostly a generalist throughout my career, but I touched on almost every single major technology that was out there. And I was in pre-sales. So I was very good at looking at the specs, testing it out, selling products and services for companies. And that's kind of my career background. And then I started getting into hacking and security. So I was actually always in hacking, but never professionally, never had a business around it. So I grew up around computers. My dad had a computer repair shop, so he used to bring home a lot of parts, and we used to assemble computer parts, motherboard, RAM, even the processor and the glue that goes underneath it, or not the glue, what is it called, the little liquid gel.
Keep your CPU.
Thermal paste. Or
there you
whatever.
go. Wow.
Yeah,
here we are.
There we go. I forgot it was like
cyber professionals, everybody.
Right, that's tier 1 stuff, and they could have schooled us on it.
So I grew up on that kind of stuff. And assembling stuff at a very young age. I would say under 10, and I was doing this stuff. And then obviously the software side of stuff, installing DOS and then Windows 3.1 and stuff. And so I grew up with all those stages, from bulletin board services to chatting applications and stuff, and then hacking games, hacking websites for fun, curiosity, in order to build it better. Then I started building web applications and stuff, but that was never a career because back in those days, 20 years ago, there was no degree in cybersecurity. There were no major certifications in cybersecurity. You were kind of on your own. It was all about experience and networking. And that's what I did. And eventually I came to the US, figured out that networking is pretty saturated, IT is pretty saturated, but cybersecurity wasn't. And this is about 15 or so years ago. So I started, applying for jobs. No one would hire me. Like typical scenario, you still see that today. And I was very, very qualified for a lot of other things, like in CCIE I had like 30 other certs in networking and IT and VMware, you name it. Yet no one would hire me for a cybersecurity job. So I created my own LLC. I believed in myself. I'm like, screw everyone else. I'll do it myself. And I made my own company, started networking at events, started knowing people. It took me about 2 to 3 years to know enough people where they would trust me, give me a shot at something like a small gig, a small job, a small vulnerability scan, a little pen test here, a little CIS top 18 controls review, a HIPAA assessment. I started building my portfolio of what I could do. And eventually I was doing everything in cybersecurity. And I started growing that way. Companies started noticing, they started hiring me for that. And today I have my own company that does investigations, vCISO stuff, and a lot of OSINT.
You also
So
have
that's
a
kind of
book
my-
too. A couple
Oh
books.
yeah,
right?
I got a book somewhere here.
Yeah. I have it. I just got it. It's on my shelf. That's my
Yeah.
next read. So
And that's
I'm
kind of
excited.
my progression to all this, because I came from the hacker mindset, and then now I do corporate security. I tell big companies on how to secure themselves. And the gap I saw there is what's in the book, The Phantom CISO,
Yeah.
is essentially technical folks were talking the technical language. The business folks or the current CISOs that I saw had no technical expertise, so they weren't bridging the
Right.
gap properly. So
Yeah.
this book was actually for me. It was a gap analysis for myself, saying I hold a lot of these technical skill sets, but I don't have a lot of the soft skills. How do I bridge that gap? So this
Right.
book is kind of 50-50. Like, look at your soft skills. If you don't have a few, like public speaking or conflict resolution and imposter syndrome and all those things, well, here's a solution on how I solved it, at least. Hopefully it'll help someone else solve them too. And all the
Yeah.
technical side too. If you don't have those, you, in my humble opinion, you're not ready to be a CISO if you don't understand technology well enough.
Hands down.
And I say this carefully because almost half the CISOs I know, and I know about a couple of hundred CISOs very well, almost half of them have no technical skills.
Right.
Like they're CFO turns CISO, CIO turns CISO, or
Right.
nobody basically with no technical background, just maybe a business background turns CISO. And
Yeah.
they struggle. They change jobs very frequently. They get fired. They get breached. I'm like, man, it's the basics. Why don't you just follow the basics of network segmentation, MFA, password management, patch management? Like, no, they don't believe in this because they haven't gone through those cycles. So
Right.
the book kind of highlights those things and emphasizes here's how to be an effective cybersecurity leader. So
Yeah.
that's
No, you
kind
make
of
a good point. Because like with CIS, I was talking about that earlier. If you're technical, you can figure out the operational side, right? Administrative. You can figure out how to make a password policy or AUP that
Right.
goes with control, whatever it is in CIS, one of the 18, right? Or asset management. Like, okay, use the technical implementation, but then do your operational. So I think that's phenomenal. That's part of the reason I got the book, your book, and then Josh's, because that's where I am. I'm talking to a lot of C-level people in my projects. And I'm not a vCISO, but I have to be able to talk to the CIO, the CISO, and their IT support specialist on the call for a project and say, okay, this is what this means to you. This is what this means to you.
Yeah.
And bridge the gap. So it's
Imagine
so
you didn't
exciting.
have that. You would be using your resources. You'd be in every call. You'd be saying like, "Let me get back to you on that. My technical resource will join the call later, or my PM will do this, or my software guy will." No, but if you know all of that, you can save a lot of time and calls and just answer on behalf of everyone else.
Right.
They need a deep dive. All right, we'll bring him in, but they usually don't need a deep dive. They just need a quick answer on why.
Yeah, and that's my favorite part with the CIS risk assessment. I can go in and geek out with their technical guys. I'm like, all right, we can do Intune compliance policies, this,
Right.
and then the CIO, I'm like, okay, here's your risk. This is where you are. This is your threat surface. This is how we're
Right.
gonna save you a $50,000 IR engagement
Mhm.
by doing this. He's like,
Right.
perfect, I like that, and then we get to go geek out and go deploy the
Yeah,
tools.
yeah. I remember last week I was doing a CIS assessment for a client, and they asked a very basic question about passwords. Like in the CIS, it says your password should be between 8 and 14 characters. Like 8 if it's like on like an
On-premise
account,
or-
yeah,
yeah.
on premise. And if it's if you don't have MFA, then it should be longer. And so they asked me a very simple question: why? Why is the length matter? I'm like, oh, cool, glad you asked, because when we're hacking and we're using Hashcat and stuff, we're basically doing a brute force attack, and 8 characters, give me any password in the world, I can brute force
Right.
it in a few minutes or a few hours. If it's 6 or 7 minutes or seconds, if it's 8 or 9, maybe hours, if it's 10, maybe days. So the longer the password is, the harder my brute force gets. And I'm like, it matters because it's not in the cloud. If it's on-prem, I can just take the hash, take it home, and just
Right.
crack it. You know, it may take me a year or whatever if it's like 12, 13 characters, but I will crack it eventually.
Right.
And with all this newer compute power that's available and quantum computing and stuff, that matters more. And forget the complexity piece, that doesn't matter as much. Still matters, but the length matters a lot more. And then they got it. They're like, oh, okay, then why don't we just keep it like 15, 20, 30 characters? I'm like, you can, but your users are going to complain because they can't
Exactly.
remember. So somewhere in between 15 or so is fine for the users. But I said, eventually get a password manager. This is the problem it's solving. I'm like, all
Right.
my passwords are 100 plus characters unless a website actually pushes me down and said, no,
Right.
can't have more than 64 or whatever. That's when I do 64 or
Right.
something. So I'm
then-
like,
yep.
this is the problem it solves. And,
And
then
you
they
back
get
it
it.
by
They're like,
policy. Yeah.
yeah. And then they're like, oh, that's why we should use a password manager. I'm like, yeah, that's one of the many reasons you should use one. And then they get it. And when they get it, they implement it.
Right.
So half the problem is if they don't get it, they're not going to implement a certain
Right.
security policy.
It's funny because I did a red team engagement for one of our clients, just email, right? Using Evil Jinx. And that was one of the suggestions. And they got it, the C-level got it right away because of the red team engagement, because of the report. They understood the impact based on who we compromised. And it's just like, they're like, yes, we need a password manager right now. It's like, perfect. Now back that up by policy. Then create, shadow IT. I mean, the rabbit hole of things to do.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Well, quick shout outs real quick. So first off, we still have some Try Hack Me subscriptions we're giving away. All you need to do is hit that donation button and pick the Danny Brisket subscription, which is $2 a month. And if you're here earlier, you understand where that comes from. But yeah, you subscribe and do the $2 a month donation, and we're going to send you a month free Try Hack Me subscription. We also have, let's say you have everything you need and there's nothing you need from the silent auction, but you still love what we're trying to do with our nonprofit and giving back and getting folks to break into cyber. You can simply scan these QR codes, this one right here, or to the right, my right, your left, and give a simple donation. Could be $1, could be $100, could be your whole paycheck, whatever you're comfortable with, and help us level folks up into cybersecurity. One thing our community also does is as we reach our donation goals, we like to give back. So we currently actually have our Link Linux Plus voucher. We are currently raffling off, and that is that code right over there. It is completely free, FREE. All you need to do in order to register for that is scan that QR code. It's going to take you to our widget sweepstakes. And you're going to do first name, last name, email address, and that's going to get you a free entry into possibly winning that Linux Plus voucher. Now, there's some other cool ways to earn some other entries. Visit the Discord, visit the website, visit the YouTube channel, and other means like that. But it's completely free, no charge to you. And if you're in chat still, and I see there's still a few folks watching, drop in the comments. What's your item you're looking for? What basket are you hoping to grab to help you break into cyber? And huge thank you to everyone that's here so far, helping with this push to level up everybody in this community as the Ginger Hacker Initiative is getting ready for our huge initiative in 2026. So, Mashal, I know you've done many conversations and talks at tons of conferences. Do you have a favorite conference you've ever gotten to speak at? And if so, why?
That's an easy one. Wild West Hacking Fest. I will always give them a shout out because it's a fun conference. I always say it's the environment that matters. And over there, it's literally the physical environment. It's in Deadwood, specifically that one. Now they have two and one in Denver as well. But the one in Deadwood, it's in the middle of nowhere. You have no option but to network with people. Your cell signal will be crappy there. There won't be anything to go out. There's no entertainment besides a bunch of bars and stuff. And anyone who's there is serious because they just didn't stumble across Deadwood on their way to something. No, they're there because they want to be there. So I think the intention of everyone who's there is very positive. The vibes are positive. There's no toxicity there amongst people, at least for the most part. And they're a good community. Like John Strand and everyone under him, they've done a very good job in having the right folks there. So he attracts good talent, good people with good intention, and that's why I enjoy it. Versus, and you may be thinking, oh, I may be saying this for this conference. All conferences are like this. No, let me give you the exact opposite of that. You may not like my answer here, but DEF CON. I'm not a big fan of DEF CON. I'm there most of the times. I was there this year and last year as well. We'll probably be there next year. But DEF CON is so big, like 25, 30,000 people or something. If you're not with the right group, like I was fortunate enough to be with the right types of people, the right group around me, but many DEF CONs I've been in the wrong groups where there's these kids who feel they know a lot, and they're all these arrogant folks in the community, either young or old or whatever, it doesn't really matter. But I see a lot of toxicity, a lot of arrogance, a lot of people who are just boasting about their skills and how good they are. I'm like, I want none of that. When I'm at a networking conference, I want to meet people, just have fun, just talk, get to know people better, and have something useful. Like when I'm at a conference and I go back home, I look back, I'm like, what did I learn from that 1 week that I was there, or a few days? Did I learn something new? Did I make new friends? Did I help someone out? Did I get help from someone? One of these things should click, and then I got my money's worth, essentially. So repeatedly, I see Wild West Hacking Fest does that. They check all the boxes. I have a good time, and it's very productive, in my opinion.
I am nail on the head. I enjoy DEF CON, but it's such a person overload and social overload because it's gotten so huge. And I think that's one thing too, where it's like the smaller esque cons. Like I have Cactus Con here in Arizona, which is February 7th and 8th. But another shout out I want to give is to GrrCon, actually in Flint, Michigan. No, Grand Rapids, Michigan. So I actually got to speak this last year at GrrCon, and it was like 300 people. It was like still super like small, low key, but like such a tight, great community. They had local folks there, but it was like they're exactly that. No one was there to boast. Everyone was super friendly and helpful, which you can find those folks at DEF CON. But just like you said as well, like there's just as much as a handful of like folks that like they want nothing to do with you, and they're just there because they have to be, because it's like part of their job title. Like my work paid me to be here, so I have to be here for the week.
And there's so much to do. Like even when I was at DEF CON this year, I spoke at 3 different places, 3 different villages there, and I was from village to village to village. So even the people who wanted to talk to me couldn't properly. There was a lot of folks I wanted to talk to and kind of just spend half an hour with. I couldn't because I had another talk, and then someone pulled me somewhere else, and then there's just too much going on. And at the end of the day, I was like, I'm mentally drained. Physically fine. I'm physically drained in every conference. But this time I was like so mentally drained, and I didn't remember anything. I'm like, I had 50, 60 conversations with people. I'm like, I don't remember much. So I'm like, this is not good.
Yeah, it's like you wake up the next day, what happened? I blacked out.
Right.
Dude, DEF CON's over. I'm like, what?
And I don't drink and I don't gamble. So I'm like,
Right.
even after that, I was like mentally like screwed after that. I'm like, shit, this is like too much overload.
Well, I know,
Sensory overload.
I know you told Josh, like, so you spoke at New Village this year, and your talk was actually, I'll call it slightly off canter from your normal OffSec and like
It was.
DevSec. And so it was how to get paid giving talks, actually, or how to
Yeah.
get paid for your time, which I actually loved the conversation. I love the talk for it, because I think
Thanks.
as folks get further in their careers and they have that good information to provide,
Mhm.
as much as we love to give back for free and just give back to the community, there's supposed to be that respect of time. And I tell folks, I have a good friend of mine. His name's Jared. He is, I won't say too much because he's working on getting his patents and things done, but he's building a really cool app, and he wants that app to go out for free. And I'm like, I think that's great, man. But what I suggested, I'm like, hey, man, maybe for like the first 3-4 months, let it go out for free, and it's going to be a CyberEsk app. But then, hey, after that first 3 months, for those that actually want to jump onto it, because I think it's going to take off. It's going to be a fantastic application that's going to help folks. I'm like, then like do a small subscription. Do, hey,
Yeah.
$10, $15 a year. And it's not that people are trying to be greedy or, oh, well,
No.
you need to pay to hear me talk or get my time. No, it's just you have to respect people's time, right?
Yeah.
If you're going for a new job or a new title, they ask you the question, hey, well, what's your hour? What's your rate? What's your salary?
Right.
And I personally feel that when it comes into like, if you're going to go travel somewhere, stay a hotel, drive somewhere, go to that community, as much as I still love going to do conferences for free, it's also nice though, like to have that financial thanks or that financial aspect to help further your career, help further your research to then still give back in other ways into the community.
Right.
But yeah, love the talk. And I know you liked our room because we actually had it was a nice tight room, but we had
Yeah.
speakers, we had a mic. You didn't
Oh,
have to
yeah.
shout compared
Yeah.
to downstairs.
Red Team Village. I had to shout. I think I lost my voice there. But I saw the other speakers. I felt so bad for them. Like I can raise my voice a little bit and I can, like keep it high for an hour because I'm used to training a 16-hour OSINT course and stuff. So I still had trouble, but I could at least do the hour-long talk. I saw other speakers and they were like just speaking like low and normal and no one could hear them. Even like the person sitting right in front could not hear them. I'm like, man, this is bad. They need to fix this. But yeah, your room was good. You had a mic and speakers and it was a nice little environment.
Well, Michelle, I also know that you're in with all the other things you have your hands in when it comes into training, giving back. The Just Hacking community, I know as well, with a lot of your courses you have out there, as well as additional collaborations you're doing with other kind of like rock stars and content creators and folks in this industry. Is there any kind of shout outs or maybe kind of single points that I know we don't have everything that we could have pulled from Just Hacking into our auction, but just any kind of shout outs of some other great courses and trainings that you see or know that are coming out for Just Hacking you want to kind of give a shout out for?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the two big ones that I'm part of is Just Hacking with John Hammond's initiative, and there's a ton of good courses. Like I wish I could take all those courses. I had enough time to take all of them. They have quite a big selection of rock stars and courses, and they're very like quick week-long type of crash courses. And I would say like all of those are pretty good depending on where you are. But the other one is the Simply Cyber Academy. They've come out with a bunch of new courses as well, and I have my OSINT for pen tester class at Simply Cyber, and they're mostly focused. So Jerry is mostly focused on the GRC side of things. So if you're on that side of cybersecurity, you want to do more GRC, then they have a bunch of really good GRC courses that'll prepare you to be the next CISO, hopefully. So I would say that's a great website, simplycyber.com, is it? Or IO? I should know.
It's IO, simplycyber.io.
Okay, yeah,
I had to
simplycyber.io.
look it up too.
typing it in right now.
Yeah, who can type it in the fastest? It's
Yeah, .io, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's the other one I would give a shout out to. And there's like so many other little initiatives going on everywhere. Like I would say that's the new trend. I know you had some folks with SANS earlier on, and you will probably later as well. But that's where the trend is shifting away from those $7,000-8,000 SANS courses to like a couple of $100 shorter courses by pretty much the same instructors. Like most of the folks from Wild West Hacking Fest that teach these courses at Anti-Siphon Training, yeah, that's the other shout out I would go out to, Anti-Siphon, are mostly SANS instructors or ex-SANS instructors, including John Strand. So I think those guys are doing very well. And I would say, going back to your previous point about paying for these things and having a pay what you can type of model, most of these models I talked about, like Just Hacking, I have my courses on it as pay what you can. There's a minimum of like $10 for some of those courses, and then the maximum is whatever you can pay, and then there's like a standard fee of like $100 for a course. You'd be surprised. I have people reaching out to me all the time to say, can you give it out for free? I can't afford it. I'm like, listen, I would, but it's not my platform to give. Ask John Hammond about that, but I'm just an instructor. But even then, I'm like, this course is like 60, 70 videos. It took me over a couple of 100 hours to produce it. Each 5-minute course takes me about an hour, hour and a half to record, edit. I've spent a lot of time editing my courses with memes and text, and then the notes that follow it, and then redo it if something goes wrong or whatever. It takes me a lot of time. And when I put in all those hours, I'm like, this is like 200 hours for one course that's $100. It's free. At this point, this is free. And I tell people, if I ever meet you in person and you're not willing to take my coffee bill or chai bill for like $10 or whatever, and you're like, I can't afford that. I'm like, then we have other basic issues to resolve first, and you're not ready to take courses. I'm like, there's hundreds of free YouTube courses. I talk a lot, and I have 100 YouTube videos out on OSINT, on other stuff in cybersecurity. Take those first. That's how actually I started. I did all the free stuff online. When I felt comfortable enough, I'm like, all right, this is adding value to me. Now I should pay for this. Then I paid for the lower tier stuff. And then when companies wanted to pay on my behalf, they had budgets. I paid for those expensive $3,000-$4,000 courses as well, but through company bills. So there's a tiered structure. I don't tell people just jump into it and waste a lot of money. No, get value out of it too. Judge where you're getting value. And also, I would add to this whole discussion that if you're not investing in yourself, you're doing injustice. What are you investing in? So I mentor a lot, and I tell people, I'm like, let's look at your week. What are you investing your time in? PlayStation, how long do you play that for in a week? Netflix, like 5 hours gone there, 10 hours in games, a couple of hours in useless conversation online, doom scrolling, nonsense YouTube videos, going out with friends, doing nothing. I'm like, how much of the week did you spend in building your future? Education, spending time with something valuable? I'm like, none. And how much did you pay for yourself? You pay for expensive coffees and bars and clubs and stuff like that. What do you pay for your courses? Like $10 even? No. So I'm like, when you put all this together, you kind of realize, I'm like, all right, I must be doing something wrong. And so do a self audit on yourself.
Right. How much money did you spend at Dutch Bros this week?
Don't
Versus
don't
that. I mean, we all do that. You,
Don't judge
you
me,
put
Danny.
priority. I'm just saying we all do that. You hit it the nail on the head because
when I do this, then people are like, all right, now that $100 course seems like it's free. I'm like, to me, it always seemed like it's free.
Yeah. Well, I used to mentor college guys, and I don't have time. I'm like, hey, I'm married with 3 kids, full-time job, and I'm doing this, and I got tons of time to waste. Let's look at your day.
Excuses.
And same thing. Yeah. But you're right. If you see value in it, you're going to invest in it.
And that's the difference between a successful person and then a person who's going to be a slacker all their life. And when I mentor, I have so many kids to mentor. I pick and choose. I have this short interview and I ask them, I'm like, how much time do you want to invest in this? And what are you currently doing? And if they say, yeah, this is more important to me. Yeah, I can't let go of my nightly movies or series and shows that I watch and then games. I'm like, well, that's for your priority then. If you can give up that stuff and do more on this, and I say the exact same thing you're saying. I'm married with kids. I have, previously to this year, I had 3 jobs. I had a full-time job. I was doing my side gig, and then I do speaking stuff. Every 2 weeks, I'm flying out somewhere, doing speaking gigs, getting paid for that. I'm struggling. I'm making money out of this, but I'm building myself with everything as well. So it's like a very difficult role to play, yet I have no excuses. So the first time I hear an excuse from someone, it throws me off. I'm like, excuses are not going to make you successful. So
I 100% echo that, because when I open my door for mentorship, it's one, also seeing who shows up. I'm sure you've had this as well, where it's like, I've opened up my Calendarly and I'll get 3 to 4 people that will schedule a time to link up with me. No show. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. I'm like, but then I've also had folks that have linked up with me where it's like that same aspect where time management is huge within this industry and trying to level up, right? I made my transition into cybersecurity just like Danny from law enforcement, and it took me a year. And I was married. I was going through also getting my master's. I was having to get my Security Plus, and they were long days. I don't want to tell you it was easy, because it takes dedication and hard work to get into it. And it's the same thing I tell people, like, look, like, I'm not asking for 4 hours a day. I'm not asking even sometimes for 2 hours a day. Sometimes I'm asking for 30 to 45 minutes every other day. On a concept, on a Try Hack Me box, on a Hack the Box, on Pluralsight, on name your training tool or course or platform you want to learn on, and let's just set a goal. Hey, let's say in 3 weeks you're going to take your Security Plus voucher, your Security Plus test. Very, very much a doable ask. Jason Dion's even talked to me. He's like, he's mentored and taught people within a week to pass their Security Plus and CYSA and other CompTIA certifications. Not saying that it can't be done, but what it comes down to is the dedication. It's that dedication, how much time you're willing to commit into making that career change.
Yeah. I think everything can be done. Anyone who says XYZ can't be done, I'm like, you're not motivated enough.
It's an
I always,
attitude, right? It's
right.
always attitude.
Yeah. So I do investigations when I'm teaching OSINT and stuff. In my classes, I pick on like real bad guys, like America's Most Wanted list, sex offenders mostly. And I look at them, I'm like, look, they have a bounty on their head. And people are like, yeah, but those must be really hard to catch. I'm like, nope, it will be done. So my answer is they will be found. Now let's reverse engineer that. And how? We just don't know the how. It's going to take time, patience, and expertise. And if I'm lacking in any one of these, I will fail. So if I don't have the expertise, let me ask someone else. Like there's the word no is not in my vocabulary. No, it can't be done. No, I will never say that. It can be done. Will I ever fail? No, I won't ever fail because I won't give up. And so I will just defer it and say, all right, I'll come back to it after a month or a year, or let's give this to law enforcement or whatever. But it's just the attitude. I may be lying to myself, but those are the psychological tricks I play on myself to keep me motivated, saying, no, it will be done. I just didn't have the ability to do it, but it will be done.
Yeah.
So it's just that attitude.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the saying is, when you say I can't, is admitting defeat before even trying. Right. In the
and
academy.
Same thing with certs and stuff. It's like, I fail, fine. I'll fail a few times, but let me fail fast enough so that I can get to success. I always feel that, you're going to fail a couple of times before succeeding. Keep that in your mind so that you can fail faster and get rid of all that failure quick enough so that I can get to the success. Because I know success is there. It's just hurdled with a lot of failure. So let's get it out of the way.
Right.
So I'm not even looking at it. I'm looking at the goal, which is a little far away, but that's how it should be. And I always tell students, like, do you have a goal, first of all? Like, that's my first thing in my mentorship. And they're like, no, we don't. And I tell them, all right, you must have a 6-month goal, a 1-year goal, 5-year, 10-year. And the last guy I mentored, I remember his eyes lit up. He's like, that's insane, or that's impossible. I'm like, why? He's like, do you have a 6-month goal? I'm like, yeah, absolutely, I do. He's like, what is it? I'm like, I want to be on a TED Talk in 6 months. That's one of my goals. In 1 year, I want to be on whatever, Fox News, CNN, whatever. I want to be on the media so I can promote my speaker business. And so I reverse engineer some of these things. All right, I have a 5-year goal. I want to do this in 5 years, grow my business to this level. In 10 years, I want to do this and retire and have some recurring revenue so I don't have to work. Like, whatever that is, I'm just like throwing stuff out. But it's there in my mind. I've written it down and I'm working towards it. Then I ask them, what is your 1-month goal, 2-month, 10-month? Like, we have none. I'm like, let's work on that first before I assign you a security plus or something else. Where do you want to be in like a couple of years? Let's reverse engineer the process. So it's not that hard. It just takes a certain mindset to figure it out and then just follow it.
Yeah.
Well, Michelle, I have at some point in time, I know we've talked about it. I will have you on my channel. That's one of my goals this coming year, is to have Michelle come on my Breaking Into Cyber series. But one of the questions I like to ask, I'll hit you with now, is certifications, experience, and education. Where do you rank the three, and why?
So I would probably rank them according to how I got them. Which was experience first. Like I said, as a kid, I grew up on technology. That was my experience. I had no education and I had no knowledge on how things worked. But that experience of breaking stuff, figuring out how it worked. I used to take apart radios back in the days, giant radios, and I used to look at the transistors, capacitors, resistors, and I'm like, what are these little things in it? And I had no idea what they were as a 12, 13-year-old kid. But then I looked them up, like whatever the internet was at that point. And then I read books. I'm like, how does this work? Started to reverse engineer it. So the experience first, I knew how things were working roughly. So get the experience in labs like CTFs and stuff. A lot of kids don't go into CTFs because they're like, oh, I don't have the knowledge of hacking. Well, just get into it, get the experience, and that'll give you the motivation to get the knowledge. If you didn't like it, then change your field. But if you loved what you were doing and you want to know more, now get the formal education on it, because that does take a lot more time and maybe some funds. So experience first is my opinion, and then start formalizing that with certifications. Okay, if you're really good at something, put a stamp of approval on it with a certification. You're really good at networking, you tried it, all right, get through the Network Plus, maybe a CCNA or something. You understood the fundamentals of hacking, what a white hat hacker is and stuff like that, all right, CEH, go get it. It's not too expensive. And then as you start working for companies, get the bigger ones. Let them pay for the bootcamp style courses. I can honestly tell you, I've never paid for a course in my life. It's always the companies who have
Let's
funded
go.
it for me.
Yep.
And that's the right way. So I had patience. So I studied for my CCNA up to my CCIE, self-study, all of it. And then as soon as I joined a company, so as soon as I joined Cisco, I'm like, can I give all these courses? I have the knowledge. I know everything about it. They're like, yeah, sure. It's on us. And that was truly like a couple of $10,000-$20,000 worth of boot camps and courses, which they paid for. So I'm like, cool. Now I got all the certs, stamp of approval. So I think that's the path I would take.
And that's a solid path. And that's where I explain to people that you can break into cyber and not have the degree. You can go in and not have the certifications. And that's where it's like, I was given the analogy by one of my mentors that certifications are great for wobbly tables. And I kind of laughed when I initially heard this. I'm like, well, kind of elaborate. It's like, well, like, think about it. You're doing all of your work on your table, your desktop, your tools, your software, but maybe it's a little wobbly, right? Well, in your career is going to be wobbly. You're going to understand things. You're not going to understand things. You're going to be really good at things, but you're always going to have like a portion of that table that's maybe off canter. When you get that certification, what that certification is doing is help leveling you up to understand that. And as we've all done at restaurants, we fold the little table, the little paper towel, and you throw it under that wobbly leg.
Yeah.
And that's what a certification do to your table, can help stabilize it. And I
Good
laughed,
analogy.
but I'm like, that's a crazy, it's
Yeah.
weird that it works, but
Yeah.
it does. And because the thing is all three of us know, like, you can be an SME and not hold the certification.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it's through self-teaching, it's through dedication, it's through hard work,
Right.
and it's through going through YouTube Academy, going through any other free
Yeah.
great resources you can find, and then just self-teaching yourself to whether you understand the way they're providing it to you, or as we've mentioned before, making your own notes so it makes sense to you to be successful to do it.
Right.
So
Like I don't have a CISSP, yet I've been the CISO or virtual CISO for over 10 organizations, and I
Right.
still am for a few. But I don't need a CISSP for
Yep.
that. But it's a great cert. I bet I could ace it in like
5
one day if I
minutes.
just go and give the exam.
I
I've
have
looked
it.
at the
I
exam.
think you could do
Yeah.
it, Michelle.
Yeah.
Easily.
I've looked at the exam questions, but I'm like, I don't want to pay for this and then
Right.
continue with the CPEs and stuff. I'm like, I don't need it because I'm
Right.
already there. Why would I need it?
You have the
Same thing with
credibility.
right, and same thing with the degrees. I don't have a degree in cybersecurity because my degree is 20 years old. It was in engineering, computer engineering, but it's like it doesn't matter at all at this stage in my life, and that's why even on my LinkedIn I say I've studied at the School of Dropouts and College of None Your Business. I make it funny because I'm like, it doesn't matter, and I throw that out there as an example of myself, putting me as an example first. I'm like, if I can do it, like not care about my degree, so can you. But if you have nothing to stand on, with your table analogy again, if you don't have any experience, you don't have any knowledge, and you have nothing to stand on and no certs, then a degree does help there. And saying, oh, I have a cybersecurity degree, all right, at least it starts the conversation, gets you in the door. But then if you have nothing else to show, you're straight out of the door again. So there is some value in it, but again, some. I'm big on education, on certs, on other things, and like always studying. Every single day I'm studying for something, but I'm not big on university degrees at all. Like none at all. Because if you look at it, it's like it's such a waste of time. Like half the things that teach you will never use in life.
It's weird. I have like a 50-50 on it, right? Like, if you can go, I always tell people, if you can go to school for, if not free or close to free, do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're having to go out of pocket to get a $40,000 debt for a piece of paper saying that
Much
you
more.
went to school, oh yeah, it's
These
I'm
Ivy
not-
League
I'm not for
universities
it.
like 70 grand a year. Like I almost got accepted to one of these Ivy League universities back in the days, and I'm like, I'm glad I didn't, because I would have to foot a bill of like 70 grand a year. I'd be in a couple of $100,000 debt by the time I'm out.
Mhm.
And that's, by the way, a very US specific problem.
Yeah.
Like, I've been all over the world. Nowhere else in the world is it that bad. In most countries, it's either free or very affordable.
Yeah.
And in the US, it's like a business. And like
Astronomical.
what are you charging kids for who don't earn anything? It's like it's crazy. It blows my mind when I see those
Right.
fees.
Yeah, I'm blessed that I use the military to get my degrees. Both I went through my associates to my bachelor's to my master's, but I was very blessed and lucky to leverage the military and
Take
same
advantage
thing-
of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I say take advantage of it to get the degree. But I'm
Yeah.
I'm slightly for you, where it's like, not to bash on the U.S. education system, but it's expensive, and it's wild to me that students get out of that course and like, I have this $100,000 piece of paper saying I went to school for 4 years and I can't find a job for like 6 months to a year, if not longer.
Right.
And so it's just like where you could take that out and like, hey, rather than spending 40 grand on a 4-year education, go get your associates and then go drop that other 40 grand in certifications,
Right.
courses, CCNA, go buy
Yeah.
a SANS class at that
Right.
point. It's like, my gosh, it's
Yeah,
like,
it makes no sense.
Well, I have my bachelor's in criminal justice. I'm pretty sure I didn't apply any of my law enforcement experience for my degree. In chat, they were talking about WGU. I did my master's at WGU. I did the SMART
Yeah.
method of having my work, which they pay for our certs if we pass the exams.
That's good.
I chose the certs specifically, for career help, but because WGU counts that as courses. I took 5
Yeah.
courses for my master's, and so I
Nice.
used that, so I wouldn't be in 20 grand of debt.
Mm.
But yeah, the same thing. I mean, I remember getting my bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I became a cop. I'm like, I don't think anything I learned at my
Right.
4-year.
Oh, I
translated
teach
to what I
cops.
learned.
I,
Yeah.
in my OSINT courses, I
Yeah.
have all 3-letter agencies attend my course.
Yeah.
Cops, ex-FBI,
Right.
current, and whatever former, whatever military, and NSA, CIA. All of them have attended my course, and they're like, "Man, we were never taught this in our law enforcement career or
Right.
in our
Exactly.
degrees
Yep,
or
yep.
anything." I'm like, "Yeah, this is why it's called next level OSINT
Yes.
because I teach techniques that no one else will." And I tell people half these techniques are either illegal or unethical, but I'm not a lawyer. And they may be illegal here in the U.S., but not in Russia or China or Middle East.
Hey,
Right. So I tell them, I'm here to teach you how to find stuff, how to find bad guys.
Yes.
Whether it's legal or not, that depends on the country, the state,
What you can do,
literally.
yeah.
Yeah, what you and who you are. Maybe for
Yeah.
law enforcement, it isn't. Like some of the techniques I use are stuff like looking up breach records, like social security numbers from a AT&T breach and whatever.
Yeah.
Cops can't use that. Law enforcement cannot use that to incriminate someone else because
Right.
it's stolen data. But I
Right.
can. I'm not law enforcement, so I can use it to build my case and then reverse engineer it somewhere else. But they can't even use it. So it's not just one-sided where cops have more access to information than us. No,
Right.
the private sector actually has way more access with all these flock cameras and all these
Right.
the MAID data,
Yep.
the
What's-
cell tower
yeah.
data, and all that stuff. So they're very surprised. They're like, "Oh, cool. So no boundaries." I'm like, "No. Do criminals have any boundaries?" So
Yeah.
Exactly.
when
Go,
I teach
find
this,
bad.
is like,
It's-
yeah. So it's like, and then I go back. They ask me like, "Where did you get this education? Where did you study?" I'm like, "That has nothing to do with what I'm teaching you. Where I studied, it
Right.
came from self-study, from experience, from being put in a very difficult situation on finding predators and stuff." I'm like, "All right, how do I do this?" I use my hacking background, hacking knowledge to kind of go through APIs and other sources of data to investigate. And then they're like, okay. So I'm like, this is why I don't believe in degree and that formal process of education. It's good if you're not doing much and if you're still trying to figure out what your goals are.
Mhm.
But I mean, which is most of the people when they're in university, they really don't know what they're going to do.
Right.
And it's fine for them. But I also said, don't pay for it yourself. Like you said, your military or whatever, all my certs were paid by companies that I worked for because they could afford it. So you got to be a little smart about it. Don't
Yeah.
slow down. Still get the education. I remember I went from CCNA to the 4 CCNPs to a CCIE and a lot of certs in between. I did about 30 certs in 2 years, and I didn't pay for any one of them because I worked for Cisco and then some Cisco partners, and they all were like, "Yeah, we need this cert for our discount program or some partnership program. So why don't you go get it? $300 for this, $1,000 for that." I'm like, "Cool, if you're paying for it, I'll do it."
Yeah.
And
I don't
volunteered
see
for it
why
too.
not. Yeah, I don't
Right.
see why not. I guess
Yeah.
I can go get this for you guys.
Yeah,
And
I
you add
actually
value to the
volunteered.
company, so
Exactly.
it works out
And
for
it-
both sides.
Yeah. And I also wasn't hiding under my desk saying, "No, I don't want to be that guy. I just want to do my work, get paid with my salary." No, I was actually the one volunteering. I said, "Hey, do you
Yeah.
have any certs anyone needs to do? A Fortinet cert or a VMware cert? I'll do it. I want to like upskill myself." And they were happy. They're more than happy. So you have to like put yourself out there and say, "Hey,
Right.
I'm available for knowledge and for free resources and
Yeah.
stuff like that."
Yeah.
And that's why we're doing what we're doing with Just Hacking and others, is like all that knowledge that we've accumulated, like SANS provides it for like $7,000. Like, not to
We can do
throw
this
them under
for
the
less.
bus.
Yeah, we can
But
do
it
this
was
for
like,
less.
yeah, we can do this for like $100, but 10 times more knowledge and stuff. Because I'm of the view that no one should be a gatekeeper to knowledge.
Yes.
I get it. Those courses are not made for individuals. They're made for companies to consume. Like, I apply for Black Hat courses every year, and I get rejected. It's been my 4th year in a row I've been rejected. And my only motivation there is the cost. Each OSINT course or hacking course at Black Hat is like a SANS course. It's $4,000, $5,000 for the week, and instructors get half of that. Like I'm getting $2,000 per student, per course.
wow.
I'm like, that's a lot. So I actually did the math and I posted it on LinkedIn that an instructor will easily get $60,000 on a 4-day course at Black Hat, and that's minimum. And I'm like, damn. So that's the motivation for instructors. Yeah, that's a lot. So it's a motivation for instructors, and I would not recommend any individual to pay $4,000 for that course when you can easily get it for a tenth of the price somewhere else, like at Just Hacking, for example. But that's for a different audience. Those are corporate America. That's the corporations that are paying for that, and let them
Well, Mishal, we're at the tail end of our time before we bring on another colleague of yours that you're quite familiar with, John. And I'm sure he'll be floating around here soon. But before I let you go, first off, huge thank you for coming on and being willing to come talk with us. As well, huge shout out to Just Hacking for their donation for the courses inside our bundles right now. But before I cut you loose, what's your last piece of advice you'd give someone trying to break into cyber?
I would say keep trying, keep networking. There's a lot of different advice people will give. Be curious was the previous advice. I 100% agree with that. But I would say network. It's who you know, not what you know. So do your networking, because if a person like me struggled for a couple of years with all the certs and degrees and knowledge and everything when I first came to the US, I struggled quite a bit to get the right job. The thing that helped me was networking. I went to all the conferences, I went to the local B-sides and stuff, all the free stuff at least. And the networking that I got from there, that helped me out. And people started saying, hey, you want this job at a certain place? I'm like, I'm good, but I have a friend who may be interested. He's like, where's your friend? He's like, oh, he's not here. Like, then I'm not interested. I'm like, oh, so it matters. Your physical presence matters. So I would say network.
No, 100%. Sir, thank you so much for coming on. This was fantastic. And if you guys haven't seen it yet, we do have one of Michelle's classes and bundles inside the silent auction, which I would highly recommend grabbing because it is fantastic material. And at even a smaller fraction of the cost from even what they do for the pay what you can, I would actually probably almost tell you to go check out Just Hacking, because you can probably get it cheaper for their pay what you can for what you're doing with us, because you're really just helping us help folks break into cyber with those donations, which we appreciate. Which I just want to do a huge shout out to our community. We are at $5,800 raised for the Ginger Hacker Initiative mission that we are trying to build for 2026 for this huge initiative. So huge thank you to everybody. Mishal, thank you again so much for coming on. I'm going to cut you loose for the rest of your day. Please feel free to hang out and chat still. Hang out, ask any questions, and we'll be right back and speaking with John Hammond next. And please listen to this great word from our sponsors. And I will catch you guys here in a little bit. Thanks so much.
Bye, Michelle.
All right. Let's see if I can do this right. Hey, everybody. Well, we're on a short break. I want to do a huge shout out to all the amazing partners we have that helped make this silent auction possible. So going to be a slight long list, so bear with me, but we're going to be going down the line. So first, huge shout out to Cyroot Academy, as well as the Python Institute for their amazing donations. We also have amazingly CompTIA, as well as they've provided a plethora of their certifications as well onto this list. Mission InfoSec for the DevSecOps training. We also have our Everyday Elegance from the amazing donation from Kendra Scott Jewelry. We also have SANS for their GISF course, or SANS 301. So fantastic, and so happy they were able to support us this year. We also have Get Certified for Less with their Network Plus Launch Pad, which is the masterclass and certification attempt. So huge thank you to them. We also have our date night baskets, and this is a mix between a ton of cool local restaurants here within the Valley of Arizona, from Vito's Pizza to Dink and Dine, which is a cool pickleball interaction of amazing food and pickleball. We also have Chili's, and we have Top Golf. In our second basket, we also have Cinemark, Fat Cats, and once again, the Python Academy for their PCEP certifications. Now, we also have the amazing team over at Stats on Stats, Tiffany and Jordan. Huge thank you to your donation for the Linux Plus voucher. We also have a friendly, great warrant officer within my command that is going to go anonymously, but donating a Network Plus voucher to those trying to break into networking. We have the amazing Rihanna Schultz from Cyberspeak Labs, who gave not one, but 2 donations for CYSA and Cloud Plus to get folks to break into cyber. And some of my favorite baskets, just because of the fun-esque labeling, Hot Topic via Loungefly with their amazing swag they were able to provide us to get some of these baskets going for our level up bundles. With also OffSec as well for some of the amazing training that gets piggyback those trying to break into the OffSec or red team side of security. But yeah, we have some amazing Loungefly backpacks that we're also going with those, to include our Sugar and Spice and Everything Nice style with our Powerpuff Girls denim bomber jacket. Huge thank you to High Tech, which provided some amazing whiskey decanter, charcuterie board, and some amazing mugs and cups to look a little fancy this year. We also have the CompTIA donation for a Security Plus voucher for version 7. Huge thank you. The amazing folks over at Simply Cyber for some GRC masterclass. So thank you, Jerry. And partner with those, we have some of our caffeine baskets. So we have Starbucks that was able to donate Black Rifle Coffee and Dutch Pros as well. We also have some amazing SOC trainings from Level Effect from Zero to SOC Ready. So huge thank you to Level Effect as well for their amazing donations for the courses, for the CDCP exam voucher, and much more. We also have the SOC Tier 2 baskets they've also provided as well, which is phenomenal. Also, we have the CompTIA Security Plus Bootcamp from Vaughn Constance. So huge thank you as well. We also have Cizazzle, I hope I'm saying that right, for their Pentest Plus voucher that they provided as well. Huge thank you. And then, of course, EC Council as well with their 4 donations for CEH, the CCT, CTIA, and CIH. Huge thank you. We also have Anti-Siphon training for their access for a full year for their cyber range. We have the Arizona Cardinals also with a signed football. We have Bits and Bytes computer repair here locally in Arizona, donating a laptop. So excited. And the amazing team over at Just Hacking with 4 amazing bundles on their platform for ConDef Lite, Michelle's bundle for OSENT, the ConDef massive course, and the dark web. And last but not least, amazing partnerships with Hack the Box for their annual VIP subscription. Now, also from behind the scenes, we also had an amazing donation from In-N-Out Burger and some other donations that we'll be hopefully bringing out later into the year. But this is fantastic and so amazing with all the amazing support that the Ginger Hacker Initiative is seeing and how it's helping us help level you into cybersecurity. So we still got some time left in the auction today. Please make sure, if you have not yet, find that basket that's going to help you break into cyber and donate to a great cause as we help you level up and get into this amazing industry. Happy holidays, everyone, and please keep an eye on that basket you're trying to snag and be that winning bid. We'll catch you later. All right. Well, hello, everybody. Pull this back down. Yeah, so fun fact, John. So still learning how to use Restream. I tried to upload my video with the audio and it pulled separately. So just not knowing how to use this correctly. We tried to, me and Danny were doing it last night, trying to queue both up at the same time, but there's always an offset of me talking ahead or talking too slow. So we just played the audio.
It looks so weird.
No, audio only is totally good.
Yes.
Restream is very weird. And if I may, Restream, I don't know, does not like my computer and only this one. So if I get kicked out for a second, I will be back, I promise. But in case it happens,
John's been life banned from Restream because he doesn't use it. Well, Everybody, hey, welcome back. We are on the final hour of the Ginger Hacker Initiative silent auction, and we have the one, the only John Hammond. You know him from YouTube. You know him through Huntress. You also know him from TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber for the last few years. And John, I will pass it to you for a short introduction for those who do not know you.
Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Appreciate the warm welcome. Happy to round out the Ginger Hacker little auction and everything here with a fellow Ginger. So look, no, my name's John Hammond. Look, I'm a security researcher over at Huntress for the day job. YouTube for more education, more cybersecurity, hands-on videos, walkthroughs, guides, a whole lot of learning lessons there, and just trying to keep up, trying to stay with it, trying to have fun, enjoy everything we're all up to in the industry.
And if I might say, it changes every day.
Ooh, yeah.
Sorry, there we go. Had to turn off the
I thought you
AC.
were going to give us something like it was going to change the background.
There was a
or some, like,
surprise.
some dramatic effect.
LED, spotlight, fog
I
machine.
have,
I was like, what are we looking for?
so I have like a portable air conditioning unit in my office here because I have like, you guys can't see it, but I have like a work setup right here for like my DHS work and like my laptop. I have my tower and everything right here. I got two like circle lights, so it just gets hot in here. So
Yeah.
I have the little portable AC in it, and like, but sometimes when I'm streaming, I'll hum. So it's a weird one-off. That's just like I like to turn it off when I start talking to folks because it's like it's that slight tism where it's like there's that humming in the background. I'm like,
Right.
I hear it, so it counts and matters. But John, so glad to have you on and welcome. And yeah, there's no script, so just fair warning, everything is up on the table for whatever folks want to ask in chat. But the same question I've been kind of asking folks is, let's go back to when John was first breaking into cyber, and let's say the Ginger Hacker Initiative came across your social media platform. If you went to the site right now and you were to see, like, oh man, all the great things, and I'm going to drop you the link just in case you don't have it. But if you had to go and find this site saying, wow, there's all these amazing, great baskets, which ones catch your eye and why? Or what would you be kind of looking into to solidify a basket for the new year?
Ooh. Goodness gracious. I'm scrolling through on the other monitor to go take a look at all of the awesome stuff that you have here, but there are so many. There are so many great things. The SANS intro does look good. You know, if I were on the outside of the industry, I know there's some chatter about, oh, you know, maybe the SANS gate every now and again, but I think the introduction here is pretty enticing because that's the early beginning steps.
Definitely.
Security Plus, some of the certifications to get a foot in the door. I'd be grateful for some access there. I love seeing all of Level Effect and their great material because they genuinely, seriously have phenomenal training. It is extremely in-depth and pretty awesome.
Yep, 100%.
Anti-Siphon. This is great. You guys have too much awesome stuff. I would want the whole thing.
Yeah, the goal obviously an aspect of what we were doing, and obviously there's some great stuff on there from Just Hacking as well. But yeah, our target is that entry level roles, students, folks trying to break into the industry, because all three of us know, yourself, myself, Danny, cybersecurity is expensive, and if you're trying to do that self-investing, as Michelle was just mentioning as well, it can be costly, but there's also tons of great resources and free resources or pay what you can models like anti-siphon training or what Just Hacking training is also putting out to kind of help level up that career. And another thing I want to kind of ask you, John, is I think it's kind of a funny story, but I kind of asked everyone that's come on, do you mind kind of sharing how you and I kind of linked up or started talking more and more this year? Because I've seen you and we've obviously met, and I'm sure you've met hundreds of people, hundreds of times at conferences. And Dakota Snow actually is the one that recommended me to just reach out to you. And that's initially how our conversation started through Discord, if you remember.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think back, and forgive me, I'm awful. I don't know. I don't remember the beginning days.
the beginning days of how me and John kind of communicate is Discord. And it's just funny because we were communicating back through Discord, and I'm like, yeah, I can only imagine you get, if not hundreds, if not thousands of Discord chats a day. And I recall you sending me a screenshot saying, yeah, man, I'm always trying to go through with this. And it was like a screenshot of like a 1+K messages in Discord. And I'm like, I got through. And it's like, it was a cool feeling, but I know you get hit up and you always talk to almost you do your best, which I love. You, no matter who it is that tries to reach out to you, you do your best to reach out and give back to that community and just talk to people. And you're very approachable. It just takes time because we all have lives. We're busy. We have full-time jobs. We have families, relationships. So, but just huge thank you all for, in the first place, for being able to have these conversations and for even coming on to our live stream here for our last final countdown hour push on what we're trying to do. So just huge thank you. So.
Well, no, I mean, that's a two-way street. Thank you. I appreciate you reaching out. I appreciate, us being willing to chat because, no, I do try without a doubt. I know, yeah, there's an onslaught of messages and DMs and pings and other things that bide at our time, but I'm here with you all. You know, we are sort of arm in arm doing this thing. And if no one else is going to, then we gotta. So I'm happy to be part of the community where I can be. I'm trying to be.
Well, that leads into another great question, John. So just hacking. So you guys are already doing just so much giving back to the community. So just like the Ginger Hacker initiative of what we're trying to push with, just hacking came about. You guys just had your 1-year anniversary here a few months ago, I recall. And I know we've talked about it last time we spoke, but for those that haven't, like what came about, or how did just hacking kind of come to full fruition?
Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you genuinely for asking a little bit about it. And really appreciate you, having some up as part of the auction. I didn't want to be too selfish and pick on them and call them out for, what I'd go for. But genuinely, I would want to, be curious and want to learn a little bit more about what that just hacking training thing is. But no, you set the stage. And again, I'm already grateful that you got a chance to chat with Michal, but just hacking training has become kind of a new extra endeavor or venture for myself and a lot of the folks that I run with. It's kind of wild that we've built up a bit of a team because the YouTube channel has been able to grow and scale to that sort of like professional maturity level. But we kicked this thing off, I think, formally about a year ago. And that's what you were alluding to. It was around the Wild West Hacking Fest conference training time. But I'll be honest, that's going to be hanging out in the same playground and pool that Anti-Siphon Training is, and Simply Cyber Academy, and all the other incredible people that are doing training in this sort of venture, in this effort. Because look, really, it's just a matter of getting the education out and about and sharing that knowledge. I like to think, I'm really grateful. I hope that we stand out really on our own because it's not a subscription-based thing. Once you get a course, once you dive into some of the material, whether it's name your price, pay what you want, pay what you can, or completely free, there's a good many of these that are free, are upskill
100%.
Challenges. You own it forever. Like you always have that material, that access. You'll always have it. There is no, however month period or however long of a year, no certification that you got to charge and try to chase. So realistically, it's been, can I get you hands-on? Can I get you in an environment? Can I get you playing with these virtual machines and a whole cyber range and make it yours? Make it accessible, make it affordable, and no time constraint. Because life gets in the way. I know more better than anyone.
Preach.
Yeah.
No,
absolutely.
but no, I want to give that big shout out because that's one thing we really harp on here with the Ginger Hacker Initiative and with my running series, Breaking into Cyber, is expensive. And when we can find those good, solid certifications and training material that we can promote to our community or folks that we mentor or folks that walk up to us on conferences like, hey, how do I learn X skill? Or, hey, what's a good resource for this type of methodology? Having this type of resource that we're building out with our nonprofit and with our kind of direction of resources we can provide people, just hacking's on the list. You guys are doing a great job, and it's fantastic material you guys are putting out there. And with all the pay what you can models, as Michelle and I were also talking about, it's outstanding. And for some folks that sometimes, that's still too much. I want to make sure folks understand, as Michelle did the breakdown, like a course takes time to build. It takes time to edit. It takes time to put in that work. And it sounds silly, but it's like for the challenge, I'll say, hey, go make an hour-long YouTube channel or an hour-long YouTube video and add in B-roll and add in subtitles and add in XYZ. And maybe you've never done that before. And even if you have a team doing it, it's still going to take time, right? And if you have several people doing it, well, hey, is everyone just doing this with the kindness of their heart? Which some courses and classes are, but there's still that same aspect of it. When you're even interviewing for a job, you don't do a job for free. They ask you, hey, what would you like us to pay you? What's your hourly rate? So I think that is slightly important for when you get to a certain point in your career, that as much as the gatekeeping, we don't want it to be there, but in giving back is a huge part of our community. Those that have a really set niche of skills that they do share and give out to the community, it's still important to get them paid for their time, and just understand that we all have lives. We all have food to provide on tables for family as well. But yeah, just love everything that you guys are doing. But
Can I interject for a second?
please do.
So besides the low pay, the videos even you post online for free are phenomenal, right? All that content. And I'm going to do a shameless plug. So when I found out about Evil Jinx, it was because of you, which then connected me to Andrew, because then we showcased it. Well, as soon as I saw your video, did exactly that. Went on DigitalOcean, spun up my server, hardened it, deployed it. I showed my boss and my other boss and our entire team. They're like, we turned it into a service. So now we do it with clients. So we do the phishing. Then we look at the M365 or Google environment. How do we harden it? What was the internal response? We go through that entire process. And that was just because of a YouTube video I saw from you. So I was able to do that. Then I figured out, okay, how do you bypass the spam filter? How do you keep your domain from getting blacklisted? How do you continue to evolve that process so you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars? But then once you get that free stuff like that, where you just, hey, I'm showing you guys this tool, you're like, okay, a $20, $100 course is going to be so much, there's going to be so much more content. It's totally worth it at the end of the day to invest in all that. So just want to say that it was so great to see that course, be able to take that, turn it into a service offering to help our clients, protect them, right? Because ITDR is going to be great. It's going to help you. But if you don't harden your environment, it's going to put you guys behind.
Thank you. May I dance with that for just a little bit? Because there were two really cool, talk tracks that were a part of it.
Yeah.
I think in all reality, the only opportunities that have come my way and how I've been able to do some of this is because of YouTube, making videos and sharing education there. But I've been doing that for a decade and a half, 15 years. And it's piled up, it's grown, it's blossomed into whatever it is now. But at the same time, for a long, long while, that's just been me. I running solo, doing the thing. It wasn't until maybe 2 or 3 years ago that, we were able to really grow this thing. And that's been a cool, again, learning point of, working with the team. But I got to say, I was learning a little bit more of how we scale and how do we grow and how do we kind of delegate. Because when I can showcase something in a video like Evil Jinx or some phishing work, just as you mentioned, look, I'm only one individual that has that expertise, or maybe just a smidge and a tiny breadcrumb piece of the puzzle. But I know all of the other experts and industry SMEs, subject matter experts, and people that are doing this for their real job every day. So maybe the Just Hacking training venture could be leaning in to, look, these great connections, the network that we've made, the industry partners, friends, and colleagues that are the real experts. So Mishal, OPSEC, Slavi for Active Directory, Anton for constructing defense, and Corey Macy for phishing even. So that's been the coolest thing just as well, to get more and more people that are experts that do this for real day in and day out. And as you were alluding to, I know some people really struggle with the price tag because, look, the hacker ethos, the hacker culture kind of led us into this thinking hey, the education's got to be free. And you're right to a certain extent. I agree with you, and I want to. That's why I'm going to keep putting out YouTube videos 15 more years completely for free. But I know there's a little bit of a mindset of almost maybe 1990s old education in the hacking and cybersecurity industry was a text file, .txt. But now it's videos, hours worth of education, an interactive cyber range and labs and virtual machines you can spin up just by clicking a button. That really, I think, is, you know what? There is a whole lot that goes into this, and we do got to pay the bills for that.
Yeah, just like that's so much different to be able to spin up a server. I'm so glad I didn't start 20 years ago when on-prem exchange was around, stuff like that. It's we have so many tools but they cost money, right? And so we were talking earlier, you're gonna spend money what you see value on. Like, I hate buying clothes. I have a wife and a mom and mother-in-law that help buy clothes during Christmas, but I'll spend $1,500 on a computer,
microphone,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, or a new microphone, something like this, exactly.
And you
So-
get that new 3080 upgrade, man.
Right.
They're not cheap.
start cracking those passwords, right? So
Mhm.
no, it's so true.
Everyone was asking me, what do you want for Christmas? Like the family group chat. And I sent them I want this Sennheiser MK8060 shotgun mic. And it's like $1,600. And they're like, we can't get that for you,
Right.
John.
Will a coffee
Yeah.
gift card be better? It's
Yeah.
like, sure.
Or brisket.
Well, John, I have a question for you leading into kind of this community too. So obviously you have folks probably by the hundreds, by all the conferences you get to talk to, come up to you and ask, how do I break into cyber? Are there any particular tools or basic entry level courses that you'd recommend that maybe aren't listed or that we haven't talked about today? I know you maybe just jumped on a little bit late into the game, but I know I leverage folks into I've never used a SIM. I'm like, cool, go check out Splunk, go check out
Yeah.
Elastic, Google Chronicle. They all offer free training. But I mean, other than obviously just hacking and other places that we have on our amazing list, but any that might not be listed or anything you can think of, I always tell people that want to get into GRC, go to NIST.org and go read through all the free training NIST offers and understanding the frameworks. But what are your thoughts?
Oh, there is a wide and wild range. So I feel like I'd struggle to get the exact path, the A to B, this and then the next. And I feel like that is someone that I do try to again get across to folks is that look, it's not a specific one and then the next rung on the ladder, next thing for your career. It really is what you're interested in, what you're passionate about, what you find fun doing, so that you can keep chasing it. So when you're still trying to get your bearings and find what to look for, I gotta be honest, I don't know if folks have already said it before, but I really like a lot of the GitHub awesome lists because they're this big mega resource of all these other resources. Because you've got TryHackMe, you've got Hack the Box, you've got Lotus SQL Injection, you've got Over the Wire, you've got Under the Wire, you've got Pico CTF, you've got Cyber Defenders, Blue Team Labs Online. And that's just a couple.
That's a
off the cuff.
scratch. That's a
Right.
scratch.
Yeah. And there are so many. I would put those up higher on the radar if folks like to be a little bit more tactical on the keyboard, really want to dig into some of the malware analysis, the security operations center, the suite incident response and forensics. That is where you, I think, more readily have an opportunity to jump into a job than the elite, sexy penetration tester, ethical hacker, red teamer. That's fun. That's awesome. And that, again, if that's what you're interested in, then chase it and pursue it. But I think you're going to find more majority of jobs are blue team, our defense, are trying to protect and
Right.
harden security. But you got to have both. We got to be able to balance.
Yeah.
I don't know if I answered your question. I feel like I ran all over the
No,
wall.
no, that you did. Well, I think that answers it in a sense of it. Cause we all know the person I want to break into cyber. What do you want to do?
Right.
And it's it's having it's Michelle mentions, it's like having the goal. What are your goals? Do you like hacking? Do you like pen testing? Do you like being the no person? I say folks that are in GRC, you're the no guy or gal. Cause if it doesn't meet the compliance, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
And do you like doing investigations? Do you like doing incident response? Do you like doing procurement? Do you like doing sales? Because just as you mentioned, I could list you 5 different resources that are blue team oriented because I'm more of a blue teamer myself. But if you're wanting to go into the pen testing realm, maybe those 5 resources aren't the right path for me to direct you to the right place. And that's one reason too, within our community, that we have folks that mentor and help fit the role that you're in. So if you want to get into GRC, well, then I would rather have you talk to someone that's within GRC to give you recommendations of getting down that path. If you want to get into MSP work or red teaming or a little mix of everything, I might have you talk to Danny. If you want to go be a threat hunter researcher, I might have you talk to John. And it's like partnering up the right person. It's like on Monsters Inc. We partner every child with their perfect monster to get those needed screams. It's the same thing where if you're looking for that mentorship, you want to find that mentor that's going to help you kind of get in that right direction.
Yeah.
There's Dakota. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, because for me, cybersecurity, it looks completely different than both you, right? You have the blue team, you have the threat investigator, and I've actually met up with some of your colleagues, and they were telling us some of your org chart and all that stuff, and I was like, wow, like just to see how much goes into it. And same thing for us, right? I work for an MSP. I do a lot of technical hardening. I do GRC, I do red team, I do a little bit of everything, but I don't know how to pen test, right? If you give me Kali Linux on an environment, I know what they use to exploit. I know how to harden that, but I would have to go Google what command lines am I running to try to get the hash, and then do I, crack it and stuff like that. But it's still cybersecurity, right? It's so vast in what you can do, and like I have no desire to be a pen tester, but I love red team phishing because it's like that cop. You have to do the OSINT. You have to think like a criminal. How do you dupe people? So it's cool what you could do every single day.
There is so much out there, and I feel bad. I know that's why I tend to like hang my hat on, and maybe I say it too often. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's like you have to find the one that is the most fun for you, and like that is the North Star in my mind. Is just make sure it is fun and you're playing and you're enjoying it, because I don't want to be like a bringer of bad news, doom and gloom, but like there will be a point when you're moving along in your career, maybe when you've got the job that you want, even then, where it starts to feel like work, because it's a job, because like, hey, that's what you got to do. But I don't know, vulnerabilities falling out of the sky, some incident, some big breach, something you got to respond to, and that'll kill your weekend. That steamrolls over your vacation. And sometimes you don't want to do it when you thought you had this huge passion and love because it's so cool. But the thing is, the coolness never goes away. You just got to keep finding and look for what is the gosh darn coolest thing, so you can fend off that feeling of this is starting to feel like work. No, keep it fun. Keep making sure it's something you love.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think exactly that. It's and you hit the nail on the head, John. It's like everyone talks about all the amazing things and how great cybersecurity is, and how it's like, man, like I'm in the industry. I broke 6 figures. I'm in my dream job. I work remotely. I'm hybrid. But the negative is exactly that. Like, well, when you start to get up to a certain role and you're in IR, you're on call, and then you have to have your computer with you all the time. And then your weekend turns into
servers at 4 o'clock in the morning for a hotel chain. Yeah, that's not saying from experience.
It's how do you keep it being fun? And that's one thing where I tell folks, it's like breaking into cyber is a continuous venture, because CVs fall out of the sky. There's always new tools and new concepts learning every 3 to 6 months. And if you stop having fun, it becomes exactly that. It just becomes work. But that's where I tell people to go challenge themselves. Dakota, I'm on call 24/7.
Yeah. Network engineer. Yes, you are.
So, but I think it's exactly that, where I'm sure, John, you can attest to it too, being with Huntress and doing IR response for a lot of other orgs as well. You get a call and they need, hey, we need our top starters to come play and help do a hunt. Like, if you're on that list, you're going to be busy, and it's great to be wanted, but then that's where burnout really kind of starts to kick in. That several people and tons of content creators and folks in the industry talk about this. And it's, how do you keep yourself engaged, but how do you also get to reset? Like, I know I've asked you before, John, but it's like, I don't know if anything's changed, but like, what are some things that you do to kind of like reset when you've had that crazy busy week, you put in that extra 10 hours, but now it's time to unwind and kind of recharge for the next week?
I am trying to get a little bit better on really genuinely disconnecting, and maybe
Speaking of disconnecting.
Oh my God.
That couldn't be timed any better than that. He's like, I'm going to disconnect for the rest of the day.
Speaking of disconnecting, pew. I'm going to ping him real fast on Discord.
Oh man.
Funny. And you disconnected.
Oh, that was so good.
You're
gonna have to do a meme of this after. There we go.
that couldn't have been more.
That was beautiful.
Timed.
I called it.
You're a genius.
Oh my gosh. We were just like, speaking of disconnecting, pew, he dropped. Like, that'll be a meme later.
Was that the only word? Like, that was the only sentence and line I got out was disconnect.
I really tried to disconnect. Boom, you dropped. I'm like,
You know, we're going to cut that up and just put it online. That's going to be
Christmas
great.
miracle on that.
Oh,
one.
oh,
Excellent,
man.
excellent.
Man, that was so good.
That was super funny. So as you were saying, you're really trying to disconnect.
Yeah, and I mean, tactically, that means look, I have a lot of social media apps like uninstalled on my phone. I've gone to the crazy extent of like doing the color correction, like making my phone in grayscale, so I stopped using my like doom scroll. I got Opal, the Focus app, to try and not look at work and not look at all the things that I'm comparing myself to other people, comparing myself to what else is happening out on the internet, and I just like to take it easy. I want to spend time with my wife. I want to hang out with the dogs. I want to, have a nice dinner at home, go to bed, get some sleep, recharge. That really seems to be what it is these days, but that helps. It's really genuinely trying to relax.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm the same way, right? You know, we do IRs, and working for an MSP, you're not just looking at one company, right? You double the IR bandwidth each time there is. And, yeah, just spending time with family. Is that Don from?
Yeah, Don's like
Speaking, Don is amazing. When we connected with him, he's one of the nicest guys too. Who's so cool to talk to.
Thank you. Please let me totally take the opportunity to give Don some love. In all reality, he is the one making Just Hacking Training what it is. I've just kind of become the silly poster boy in videos and, online social media crap. But he put a jetpack on this thing. He was the one that poured rocket fuel on this, and he's running, moving, and shaking. So kudos and kudos to Don.
Yeah, so passionate. I think we went like a half an hour or 20 minutes over our call with him, and I didn't want to stop. I had to get on a meeting, and I think Andrew too, and such a wonderful guy.
Yeah, like I said, and like it's not to just like plug in, but just fantastic what you guys are doing, and we appreciate the support and just also the aspect of giving back to what we're trying to establish with the Ginger Hacker Initiative, also with the Ginger Hacker channel. And I think it's a great way to just find organizations and companies within the tech field that are trying to do this and give back. I think, and like I said, we're not the only organization doing this, but we're new, we're young, we're hungry, we're just hacking that like skyrockets up. Like Dan and I jumped into this in September, and the amount of support and feedback we've gotten from this community, from locking in our partnerships with CompTIA, SANS, EC Council, Level Effect coming up this next year. Possibly, well, I'll save my name dropping until everything else is official. But even like Dion Training to partner with like providing good solid training for the certification pass that we completely offer for 100% free with our scholarships. It's huge, and that couldn't happen without the support from the community of giving back, and also just having these healthy conversations on what breaking into cyber looks like. Everyone's journey is different. I know, John, you've been on my channel before. Same for Danny, getting to share your origin stories of how you broke into the field. And it's neat and it's interesting because everyone's journey is slightly different. I've talked to Tyler Ramsby, who used to be a preacher. I've talked to Rich Green, who used to be in special forces in the military. Dakota Snow, who was a crane operator or like a construction operator. And it's just wild to me how, and even Danny and myself for being prior law enforcement, that anyone can break into this field. It's what's your timeline, what's your commitment, and what's that kind of dedication look like to making this jump?
You were asking me a real question right then, weren't you?
No, we're good. We're good. You're good. I can see us all like eyeing the chat and other things too. So we're all, cause I'm on 4 different screens right now, looking at like the bids and looking at the chat. So no, just doing a huge shout out on how everyone's story is different of how we've all broken into cyber. But Danny, do you have any other questions before I just keep rambling on? Cause I have like several other questions I can talk on.
Gosh, I mean, I have a lot of questions, but would be practical. I mean, I think we've talked a lot about, people trying to need guidance, right? Like, where do I go? And I don't really think that's a standard answer, right? Some people are, hey, I'm in help desk for 4 months and where should I go? Well, I think John, you already mentioned it too. Like, what's your passion about? And I think really staying focused on that. So for instance, when I saw your video on Evil Jinx, I'm like, I got extremely passionate. I'm like, okay, how does this work? I understand the process, right? And it's the proxy and all that, but how do I go a step further? Like, I can hack my own domain, but how do I bypass Microsoft and Google and everyone crawling the link. And you just, instead of going 10 different things and doing GRC and then this and that, just focusing on that path for like a couple months, just a couple hours a day or a week, that is, and just focus and focus. And I think maybe something around that, like, how do you identify things you're passionate about, right? Because cybersecurity, unless you have certain jobs where you can do 10 different hats, how do you pinpoint that? Maybe, where do you hone in on your skill set? Like, how, maybe some advice on trying to figure out what path you should, blue team, red team, technical or GRC.
I think maybe some of the early advice a lot of folks hear when they're in their beginning days and wanting to break in is people tell them to be a sponge and to absorb everything. And that is totally, I think, without a doubt, the right rationale. But I almost think kind of go even wider than that. Like, try to look at each and every opportunity as to what each of the things in cybersecurity are and what they could be. I think that exposure is the best bet. And even if it's just small, dipping your toe in the water, trying to get a feel for, look, what does this cryptography thing actually mean? What about all that AI stuff that people keep screaming about? Actually, I'm more interested in web applications. Wait a second. I think being able to reverse engineer, looking at the real code, the binary, the program is super interesting. But I care more about the cloud. That looks like where the rest of the world is going these days. Like, there is so much stuff, to the point you're exactly making. Okay, it can be a little overwhelming. Mm-hmm. One thing that I've been trying to do, and I hope I do well, is, at least on the YouTube channel, show this whole gamut, show all of the things, so you can see there's what that whole cloud world looks like. Here's what the dark web looks like, so you see what the cyber criminals and the threat intelligence angle really is. Here's a little bit more of the malware analysis or the network pen testing. There's a lot of stuff. Right. And maybe I get a little bit of flack for not sticking into one specific direction, but cybersecurity is so big. Something in our constructing defense material, and again, shout out, thank you, appreciate that's included here in the auction. Anton Ovrutsky is the gentleman, a genius, that put together this masterpiece for constructing defense, because that is both blue team and red team, little bit of purple team. Like, you set up the infrastructure, you fire off real attacks, use real exploits, look at different techniques, tactics, techniques, and procedures. So there's your red team. Right. Mm-hmm. But then you go and look at the investigation, the alerts, the logs, the detectors, what fired, what signals came from that. And the telemetry end of that is super blue team, super defense across Windows, Mac, Linux, Azure, GCP, AWS, Kubernetes, like that. That's the buffet. Right. We keep using this word kind of internally. Like, I want to show people the spread, the buffet. Look at all the options. Just find what you like.
Yeah, that's a good point, because when we do incident response, from the MSP perspective, we have, companies like Huntress that do the EDR, right? So they'll give us alert. You have the SOC team. And so being part of that process, you get to see what everyone does. And then if you have cyber liability, you have third-party forensics, and then you have the platforms team doing the restoration. So you're like, okay, maybe I don't want to get the alerts, but I want to investigate. Like you said, okay, I want to see where this VPN IP address came in from the firewall, and you see that, then you can really hone in. That's a really good point. Did someone say if I had a YouTube channel?
Yeah, I tagged that now. So John, I don't know if you missed this. So Danny is cooking a brisket tonight for his church, and he's had to periodically leave to go check on his brisket. Yeah. So we now actually have here. It's actually a great plugin, actually. So if you go up here to this donate page, we still have, I want to say, 4 Try Hack Me month vouchers for if you go and donate to the Danny's Brisket $2 a month donation for our Ginger Hacker nonprofit. Thanks to Rihanna Schultz. But yeah, that was a running joke now that it was just because he had to go. We were talking about now cooking brisket, and that was a good 20-minute portion of our morning hour. I'm like, just the importance of how long it takes to cook a brisket, the seasonings. And we somehow talked it into being in cybersecurity, because just like a biscuit taking time to cook and season, that's kind of how breaking into cyber is. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't cook a brisket for an hour, serve it on a table, and say, all right, guys, dig in. It is not going to be pleasant. So Yeah, it was a running joke, but it was slightly
The
humorous.
recipe. I'll give the recipe because that's the whole point about this industry is we keep things open source. We help each other out. Gosh, is it Matt Meat Church? The owner of Meat Church. Just go on his YouTube channel, and that's exactly what I did. I learned how to clean up the fat off the brisket, the top side, the bottom side, mustard rub, some pepper, and then I think it's Holy Cow is the main rub, and then Holy Gospel is the like a little sprinkle on top, and then slow and low all night. So
John,
that's it.
I have a fun non-cyber question for you. Who is the better chef in your relationship, you or your wife?
My wife, undoubtedly, without a doubt. Given the chance, I would not cook a darn thing.
You're probably down the same path as me. Like when my wife leaves somewhere with the kids for a weekend, she'll come home to like 5 bowls of just
Pizzas.
empty, not pizza, cereal. I'll eat cereal. And she's like, "What'd you have the whole weekend?" I'm like, "I had Cheerios and like Fruit Loops and
Right.
like Lucky Charms." She's like, "You ate cereal the entire weekend." I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I wanted." It's just,
Yeah.
it's simplistic.
Yeah,
So,
Like ground turkey, some veggies.
I'm a simple man. So bananas, maybe I'll cook some eggs, but yeah, that's it. So
That's
awesome.
better than me, though. I would be like, let me pull out Uber Eats and then let me get whatever delivery I could
Yeah.
to keep it easy. So that's what I opt for in my bachelor pad days when, the wife is away. But we are much better now. I will still cook and prepare dinner, but it would be, this is what we've decided we're going to eat today. And I'm
Yeah.
just the one making it happen. But otherwise, I would just order anything easy.
Yeah.
no easy, man. Now, are you still playing Smash Brothers for the gaming?
little
For
bit. Again, trying to wean away from those
That's true.
vices, my
That's
guilty
true.
pleasure. I will at least take some social time to hang out with the fellas, some coworkers. We'll play on like Battlefield 6 every now and again. That's, I think, the new guilty pleasure. But trying to take myself away from the game, so I gotta be productive.
Michelle made a good point of it, right? It's just like take your gameplay time or that screenplay time of like all the other things you're doing when it's like not hanging out with family, going outside. I always when I work in a skiff, so it's like I call it, all right, guys, I'm gonna go touch grass
Yep.
because I'm stuck in my 4-walled room. I'm like, I need to go see the world, make sure it's still day out, the sun's out. But no, I think that's important because as much as I like hanging out with the boys, it was funny enough. Me and my buddies were playing Battlefield 6 last night. Got second, so close from hitting first. We were so
Congrats.
close.
Are you doing
Hopefully-
like RedSec? Okay,
Yep,
okay,
yep.
cool. Not to get too nerdy here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was about
You
to
wanna
say,
derail.
I play recon. I'll ask this: what do you play as? Like,
I'm
what's your
support
spec?
usually.
Support?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go recon. I'll do drone. I'm pretty solid with a sniper. So we go pretty. All my buddies I play with. So just like you hang out with your buddies, like probably from coworkers at work. All my friends are like my warrant officer friends and my army buddies. So we're calling out, we got a tank 300 meters. Hey, RPG. Like we're calling out stuff as if we're in the battlefield. It's just fun. But we have a fun time. We'll play till way hours late into the morning that I should not be awake. And we'll pretty much like, all right, guys, if we get top 5, we got to play one more. And then we'll get top 4. Like, well, now we got to play again. And that's how we gauge how many rounds we'll play. And it's based on how we place on that. But yeah, that's a whole nother time. If you ever want to play and stream, or if you guys ever need a fourth,
dude,
you let
totally.
me know. You got me on Discord, or
Absolutely.
vice versa. If you ever want to come play, me and my buddies love a good round of Battlefield 6 just to go relax for the rest of the day. So yeah, that's a blast, man.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail. Didn't mean for the video game
Well,
tangent.
we're
but-
not helping his vices too. We're just encouraging him.
He's like, babe, I thought we said no more screen time. I'm playing Battlefield 6 tonight with the
Yeah.
boys.
It's one time, I swear.
But no, you're 100% right because I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, so it's like I strive to stay off electronics or the computers when they're home because I want to be present. I want to go out, do fun things, take them out, and go also just like go to the gym, stay active, and I always try to set that same rule for me. Like if I want to have my screen time, I wait till the family's asleep, the wife's upstairs reading a book or watching whatever shows. She's watching the new It series, the Welcome to Abby. I'm not a scary movie fan, so and Rihanna, if you're still watching, I know I still owe you a jump scare live stream, so I get it. We'll do it soon. But honestly, this is like the fun part about what this is about. Like it's just we're hanging out, we're supporting the nonprofit, and everybody. We have 28 8 minutes left until the silent auction ends. So make sure you're watching that item, because up until the last minute, someone can outbid you. And I just want to do a huge shout out also to our community. We have so far raised, refresh the page, $6,148 for the Ginger Hacker Initiative to push us super strongly into our 2026 year of our support of breaking folks in. Now, what these funds are going to help us do is, as we're going to be getting you guys out all these amazing prizes you're bidding on right now, this is going to help us set us up for success for our support for 2026 on knocking out sponsorships for CompTIA certifications, AWS, Try Hack Me, Hack the Box, Just Hacking, Blue Team Level 1, TCM Security, SANS, EC Council, and the list goes on.
Yeah,
And
we also have another $700 directly donated too. So
oh my gosh, did we really?
Yeah.
Ooh, refresh.
Yeah.
Trying to keep tax of, oh my gosh, John, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Also as well, my
course.
goodness, man, this is fantastic. And we appreciate all this support from the folks in our community for all these connections we've made in this with our drive. Me and Danny, oddly enough, did this. We donate our time with Noob Village with Josh Mason, who I know you're also familiar with, Josh, with his noob community at DEF CON. And when I came back from that, I really wanted to give back to my community even more. And Danny and I both are like, hey, you know what? I'm like, let's make a nonprofit. And he's like, yeah, dude, let's do it. And we started this in September, and it's crazy to me how much this has grown at such a fast pace, and it's exciting. We were kind of worried that, man, did we jump out into the ocean before we knew how to swim?
Mhm.
But with some great mentors, they're like, oh no, man, like you guys are on a speedboat and you guys just need to keep going, because what you guys are doing is fantastic. And with all the support we have from this community, like it's thanks to everyone as well that's helping us be successful to do this. As much as I would love to give everyone in our community a free Security Plus voucher, I can't financially swing that yet.
Right.
But yeah, with all of your support and with the folks that are further in our careers that want to give back, that's what allows us to do this. And I really appreciate that. And for those that don't know, if you want to hop on and be a part of our community, you can simply join the Discord server, be active, message in the channel. As long as you're in there for, I think, after 7 days. And once you get to rank 1, you will be eligible to submit for our scholarship. It is completely free. There is nothing it costs you. Simply just being in there, being active, asking what you're looking for. And then as long as we have the funds to fulfill those scholarships that we're looking for by auctions just like this, and from donations from our partners in this industry, we are happy to help people get their first certification and help them break into cyber. So we're doing our best to reach out to everyone. So make sure if you're hopping into the Discord, make sure you're active. Make sure when you're submitting that application, give us 3 to 4 days. Sometimes it takes us a second to respond, because obviously we have full-time jobs, we're married, we got kids. As John says, life happens.
Mhm.
So yeah, we kind of just get kind of busy. But John, another question I have for you is did you ever think you'd be where you are today when you first started off? Because I know you and I talked previously before in your video, like, so you went to the Coast Guard Academy, or you did training there at least, and that's maybe where your love came into cyber. But then I know previously in chat I tagged your video from your YouTube like 14 years ago. I went to your channel. I'm like, what's the oldest video he has? And it's from 14 years ago. And now you're where you're at today. Like, what are your like first level thoughts?
A lot of questions in there. From the first one to the first question you asked, hey, did you ever think you would get to where things are now? No. No, absolutely not. With no shot. The videos have always been something that I just kind of record alone in my room, shouting at my computer, talking to a screen. And realistically, they haven't changed from that. I haven't done any cool, wild IRL or big, I don't know, stunts and entertainment, jumping off cars or anything like a lot of the, I guess, the YouTube scene tends to look like now. So I had no idea that it would grow to what it did. But it's been a concurrent thread throughout a lot of my life. Even those high school days before college, before undergrad. You mentioned I went to the Coast Guard Academy for where I had studied for my 4 years, and that is when I fell more into the cybersecurity angle for vulnerabilities and exploits. But even way back when, before this YouTube channel had started, I know it's funny. Yeah, we see videos from 14 years ago, but there are some on an even older channel that were just, I don't know, making animations, making cutesy things in like Adventure Maker or Game Maker, Yo-Yo games in the old days. But I played with that to think of, okay, what are other fun ways to get this into a YouTube video? Even the code commentary one, the silly stuff that you linked from 14 years ago, that's like a old Woody's Gamer Tag equivalent. If anyone knows that old channel of, hey, listening to someone just doing what they do, maybe playing a game, maybe doing some Call of Duty round, and they're just talking, commentating, narrating through it to give an update on their life or share advice or kind of walk through things. I thought it would be cool to do that with programming, with coding, with scripting, and then eventually really came to, all right, I'm learning a lot of this stuff in programming and scripting and vulnerabilities and capture the flag. Why not just talk about those and showcase and do those and demo those? But it was always just because it's something that was fun, something that I like, something that I'm interested in, and had no idea, no intention, no plan for it to become what it is now. So that's a wild journey in its own right. But I feel like you do dive into these things just because it's fun. It's what you like. You're sharing what you're learning. And I hope you don't always have the goal, I want to make however much I need to, however certain amount of number, everything like that. That is always something that you don't have in your mind. It's just doing something new and having fun with it.
Here's actually a good question. So this is from Robert, the security wizard. Hey, John,
Sorry.
how do you manage the FTE?
I lost audio from you just a sec. That
Oh.
might be my fault. Oh, now I got you again. All
There we
good.
go. Good.
Awesome. Man, Restream does not like you.
No, it's misbehaved. I'm sorry.
It's
So-
AI.
Yeah. So Robert, the security wizard, asks, John, how do you manage full-time employment or FTE with Huntress in all the keynote requests on going to conferences or conventions all the time?
Thank you. Great question. Yeah, Huntress, I am still a W-2, like full-time employee. And I am very grateful because they are very generous in giving me a long leash, like letting me run around and do all the other extra things that I do. I am always like extremely self-conscious and very guilty and very shameful of like, I need to be contributing to Huntress more than I am. But they're like, no, John, you keep doing what you're doing. It does help us indirectly. So I guess it's a cool, sweet harmony, both rules. But conferences and events and going to speak and all the keynote presentations is just a wild and incredible opportunity. So I didn't want to turn those down. But I know, okay, I've got to maybe tone that down for 2026. And the YouTube channel is still the real labor of love, the real passion project to keep getting more out and about. So I guess the real answer to your question is just a matter of juggling, just a matter of the priorities, trying to gauge what do I need to maybe burn the midnight oil foil and stay up late and throw all my attention into this, or what can I reorient and maybe change the priority level here and there. But it's all because it's so fulfilling. Like it feels good to be doing all these things and making these things happen. And that is the only thing that I could use to kind of keep myself going, keep my head above water. It's just because look, it's fun.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, go ahead, Danny. You're gonna say
No,
something?
just yeah,
It's time
gotta be a
management,
lot.
man. Yes, it's time management. And it's like I'm very blessed with the jobs I've worked where it's like I'm at no level, obviously, to where you sit at, John, for YouTube and the contributions you're doing. I hope to be there one day with that exact same goal of like, I'm not trying to be, I want the money. I want to give back. And I'm very blessed. The same thing with my work. I'm very upfront, like, hey, look, I have this YouTube channel. I do this nonprofit. This is what I'm trying to do. And they're completely cool with it. And so far, everyone I've talked to on it, one, they love what we're doing. And two, it's like, yeah, like it's funny. I got to go to the Arizona State Cyber Summit here, put on by our state cyber command, our state cyber team at the state. And I met some amazing folks. And I went there as like the founder of my nonprofit. And it's so funny because I had folks ask me like, hey, so like, what do you get out of it? I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, like, would you get a kickback? Is there get like a finder's fee to get referral fees from anybody? And I'm like, no, They're like, then why are you doing it? I'm like, it's called a nonprofit for a reason. Like, not trying to be a dumb, like a smart ass on it, but it's just like, yeah, no, like I'd like to give back. I think when I was breaking into cyber, and Danny can probably also relate to this as well, when he came in through his journey, I was blessed and lucky to have great mentors that helped me kind of get to where I needed to be and gave me that guidance and that mentorship. And that if I asked about a training or certificate, no, don't go that one. You should go this one instead. It's going to be better for your career. And having those avenues to talk to really helped me get to where I am today. And I thought same thing when I created my YouTube channel. The YouTube channel was made off of Dare. The Ginger Hacker channel was made off of Slap Bet. And if everyone here knows what a slap bet is, what that is, and John, you might maybe know what a slap bet is. I'm assuming being from the Coast Guard Academy, maybe the Coast Guard does or doesn't do slap bets. But ideally what you do, and this is an Army thing, maybe, or you make a bet with a friend, and if you lose, you get slapped. That's the whole point of a slap bet. And my buddies all made YouTube channels, and the bet was to try to get monetized within a year. And it was fun. It happened, and it was like, cool. This is a cool journey. I'm enjoying it. And I took my channel's niche because they all wanted to do video games and streaming. And I'm like, same thing. I'm like, well, I don't have the time for it. I'm like, but I kind of like cybersecurity. And at the time I wanted to go and be a pen tester and get into hacking. So I'm like, oh, Ginger Hacker. I know I'm not as match red as I used to be, but I'm more of a strawberry blonde. But yeah, I got into cyber, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make this series called Breaking into Cyber, where I'll talk to everyone across IT level help desk, to state CISOs and managers, SOC managers, engineers, architects, juniors and seniors in cybersecurity in college, and just get to hear their origin story. Because as we all know, like, everyone's story of how they break in is different. And it's crazy how where it's gotten me today. I've gotten to go to DEF CON for free. I've gotten to go to conferences. I've gotten cool access to cool CTFs and trainings to go check out and like show and give to my community. And that's the thing. There's no ask or need for like, I want to make money, or I want to be known better. I want to be the next John Hammond. I don't. John's super busy. I don't envy John's schedule. I don't envy John's schedule at all. And I applaud that he does such a great job at doing everything that he's doing. But I just want to give back where I can within my community and across where I can make that reach. So, and I applaud everyone that's been involved with this community as we started in September, and as we're getting closer to 2026 on what 2026 is going to look like. So, but yeah, 100%. We have what? I got 8 minutes. We got 8 minutes to burn. 8 minutes.
Yeah,
to
you
burn.
guys like getting to the end at this point. How are you feeling? Are you tired? Long live stream.
This is. I've
never done this. So.
I have also never streamed this long. So yeah, this is like the longest. Because you've probably done some decent long streams and stuff as well, I'm guessing. But
no. So I've always been really bad, truth be told, about getting into streaming and live streaming proper, which seems counterintuitive because it's what I want and should be doing, because I've kind of gotten my head really wrapped around the axle. When I put out a YouTube video, it's got to be like this perfect, bundled up, packaged and beautified little presentation and show. Mm-hmm. But the raw reality is that, like, look, I want to show you the mistakes, and I want to bump against the wall, and I want to do the live troubleshooting, tap dancing to debug kind of thing. And that just happens more when you're live streaming. So I really should, also because of the like time commitment, that is just kind of easier to click the button and go live than it is to record for an hour, edit for 2 hours, make a social post, make a thumbnail, bundle this all up, and then do this 1,500 more times. But
exactly.
I should stream more, and I would like to. But I used to do some of the Hack the Box battlegrounds. I think they were like call out live cast, sort of like a sports commentator during a lot of people playing a back and forth red versus blue game. IPSEC or Nick Ippolito and I would cover those, and that would run for like 4 hours or 5 hours. And those were still lengthy, but we had a break every now and again.
Yeah. I think the thing I was most worried about, which Danny and I both had to keep reassuring each other, like, no, man, this is going to go great. It's like when you're planning a birthday party and you send out like 100 invitations, and then like, I hope everyone comes. And then it's like, no one comes. It's like, ooh.
You're like, you have all that pizza and goes.
So it's like, we were nervous on what the what's the return on this going to be? Like, we did some marketing, we really want to just get our name out. Like, we're still very new, obviously. It's just like a new certification. We're brand new to the industry on what we're trying to do with our nonprofit, and we are just trying to shoot out and just say, hey, we are here. We're here to provide free resources, and we're not a scam. And so, did John just say we're doing more live streams?
You just got yourself in trouble. You just committed. Don's on it right now.
Don has taken that, I know, and already ran with it. It's like, John will do more live streams for JHD.
Yeah, he's already planned it out for next year.
But yeah, we were just curious of what that feedback was going to be today. And I mean, like, my slight goal was like, man, if we can raise $2,000 with this silent auction, it's going to be fantastic. And we've already reached $6,278, which is fantastic. Yeah. Plus, that's not even including the donations we've received today within the donation tab here right above me that also go into the Ginger Hacker Initiative. So, I mean, like, we've pretty much almost, if not, I think probably have almost grossed about $7,000 today on donations for what we're trying to do and helping folks break into cyber.
Yeah. It's amazing.
That QR code should take you back to the donation page, but it's just wild to me of the amount of great turnout that this came with. And huge thank you to, once again, all of the sponsors that I've been giving myself like a 5-minute break between speakers. I think you heard the audio play, John, as you jumped in, and this couldn't have been done without them. And with Dawn, with Jesse from Hack the Box, other folks within across anti-siphon training, Level Effect, Try Hack Me, even, of allowing us to help kind of promote and like shout out what we're trying to do and how we're trying to give back. Rich Green from SANS, CompTIA, EC Council, and Integris as well for doing a shout out to what we're trying to establish. Just getting us like out there saying, hey, we're here to stay, we're here to help. And we want to help people break into cybersecurity. And it's just kind of interesting because it's almost like that kindness is like almost unheard of these days. And it's like, it's still here in the world, but it's just like, there's always well, what do you guys get out of it? Or what's the catch? And we just want to make sure we reiterate, like, there is no catch. We are 100% trying to help folks break into cyber, whether you're based out of the US, Mexico, Ireland, Nigeria, London, Ukraine. We've sponsored several different people, and we have a very unique way of trying to make sure we can connect with you, go to your LinkedIn's, link up on a quick Discord video call to make sure we're giving these to legitimate people, not robots, not the bad guys. Like, make sure that the AI bots aren't move left and right, move the head, hold up a newspaper with the current date to make sure we're not giving these to scammers.
Blink your eyes.
Yeah, blink your eyes. 1 minute, everybody. We have 1 minute until the silent auction for the Ginger Hacker Initiative will be closed this year. But
my watch is blowing up. It's crazy.
Oh, dude.
The bids.
Yeah, dude.
Because I have the email. It's like
same here, man. I am watching the countdown because it's fantastic, and we will be doing this next year, everybody. So don't fret if you didn't catch the auction item you wanted to today. We will definitely have a silent auction year 2 for 2026. And being a new founder of a nonprofit, I will definitely have this done way earlier than I did, because trying to do this in the late month of September, we were listing items as late as December 2nd onto the auction site. So, but no, John, anything else or last piece of advice you'd like to give out for someone trying to break into cyber?
I think I've already beat the dead horse for talking about, hey, how you've got to keep it fun, make sure it's a passion, make sure you love it. I've also, I think, tried to balance a little bit of, when we need the mental health break, take some time to relax, unwind, play some games. There's nothing wrong with that. I think the last maybe pedestal I'd love to leave off on, honestly, I hope resonates really well with you and what you've all been up to here for the Ginger Hacker Initiative and this auction and all, and the nonprofit really perspective is that even I felt this too when we were first getting just hacking training off the ground. I had a conversation with John Strand, like at Wild West Hacking Fest, and his words to me were, "Hey, John, thank you. Thank you for doing this. I'm so happy for you. I'm so proud of you for starting this thing, doing something new, for chasing, because we need more education. We need more awareness. We need more exposure, and we need more people in the industry doing what we could all do, and we all improve together in that community direction." But everything that you're doing here with the Ginger Hacker Initiative and the auction and the new nonprofit to get more of that education is awesome. It's fantastic. It's phenomenal. And I think what you said just a bit ago when you were all worried, hey, are people going to show up? Is this even going to do well? Are we going to have fun? Is it going to work? I have seen, and I think everyone else, I hope you see it and you'll feel it too. And maybe you ever do something similar. It's always a surprise how incredibly supportive and how generous and how kind and how friendly everyone else is and receptive to you trying something new. Everyone gives you support. So whenever you need help, whenever you're learning, whenever you're trying to break into the industry, whenever you're going for that cert, whether you're studying, whatever, if you ever ask for help or you just let people know, hey, I'm doing this, do you want to be part of the party? They'll support you. So I hope that's a cool takeaway, especially for this time of year, the season of giving and all the holiday cheer. I think, hey, we timed it all the best that we could.
Very true.
John, thank you so much. You're
Yeah,
more
thank
than
you.
welcome to hang out for a little bit if you'd like. I'm going to probably hang out for about 10 minutes after, but I know time is very important to us all, and it's a Saturday, so I don't want to tie up your Saturday too long. But yeah, we are officially closed, everybody. The first soon-to-be annual Ginger Hacker Christmas auction has been closed with some. I'm reading the comments. It looks like a few folks were sniped. So sorry to hear that.
I got sniped too.
I wonder if I did too. I think I may have won mine. I was bidding on the date night
Yeah.
baskets because my wife was like, I want the date night baskets.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, too easy. So,
Oh,
but yeah,
man.
I'm excited.
Good
I'm waiting to
times.
hear. I'm waiting to see when the automated emails come back saying congratulations, you won. So,
Yeah.
oh wait a minute. Oh, okay. I got outbid on I also bid on the CTIA one for EC Council, and I also got outbid. So,
Oh, this is cool. Yeah, this is so fun.
Yeah.
Who
I-
got what?
I literally was clicking on it like 1:59 my time, and I was like trying to enter the higher bid, and then it hit 2:00 and it closed out. Like,
if
oh, man.
and I see the chat, some people seem a little upset. If you're upset you missed something, don't worry about it. We'd love to still try to help you out in the community as well, and like jump in the Discord, and as long as you're valid and inside, do a scholarship. We'd be happy to help
Mhm.
support. So I understand it sinks as one applying to once I was trying to get into cybersecurity, seeing the 101 rejection letters when I only applied 100 places and one place sent it twice can be discouraging. So I understand if you are upset you didn't win today, it's okay. It was just it's all in support of a good nonprofit, but we do always like to help people out. So jump into the Discord channel, be active in the community, and we'd love to still help out where we can. But yeah, I understand that. It stinks. There's a saying in the karate house, because me and all my siblings, we always try to win stuff and we never win anything. Could be a raffle, could be heads up 7-Up, could be anything. We have no Irish luck. So it's like it's just dealing with the best you can. But no, that's awesome. Well, John, what are your plans for the rest of your Saturday, man? Doing anything fun?
We are going to review some of the new upcoming courses for Just Hacking Training. We have some sweet new dark web stuff, and that is genuinely, actually, literally on my agenda to go prep that.
Nice.
So that I think is the plan for the rest of the Saturday. But I want to let you all enjoy and wind this thing down so you get some rest too.
Yes. Well, hey, John, thank you so much for coming on the channel, man. It's always a pleasure to get to see you and chat with you, whether it's in Discord, at a conference, or on a video. So thank you so much, sir. And we will catch you
Yes,
next
thank
time.
you.
Alrighty, thanks all.
Later, John. Danny, we did it.
We did it.
We did
brother.
it, man.
We did it.
Hey.
We made it. I'm gonna go check the brisket in a few minutes. Make sure it's not too cold. It's in the cooler, but oh, there we go. I think we officially closed, so we should get those kickoff emails. But this is awesome,
Oh,
man.
did I get my... Hi, congratulations. I'm still waiting for my kickoff email. Did I get outbid? No.
Well, we
now
got
I'm having to
yeah.
refresh. I'm like, hold on.
I just got the email saying it's closed, like from the corporate side.
Oh,
That's good.
let me check the corporate side real quick. Hey, everyone, drop in the comments. What were your thoughts on the silent auction and this 5-hour live stream?
Yeah.
Did you guys enjoy it? Was it enjoyable? I actually think this went really well. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Technology has worked well. So
Yeah, Restream
Yeah, it was
Restream
awesome.
actually worked really well for it. Eddie, whoever outbid me, I hope your coffee is always cold.
Yeah, I hope it's bitter and cold.
Oh, I love it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was fantastic. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit more. I don't know how. I know you need to go check your brisket though. Feel free to
Yeah.
step away.
Yeah, just let me know if you need anything offline when we're done with
Yeah,
this. But I think it should be automated.
I'm gonna hang out for like 5 more minutes, and I'll probably kill the stream and just see the other fun comments
Sounds
coming
good.
through and get some more feedback on folks.
Yeah.
Robert, it was great. So
You get
yeah,
it?
jump off the video and just hang out on the on your phone, and then hop on the stream.
All right, brother.
So later, Danny.
Sounds
I'll
good.
talk to you later, brother.
Bye. Bye.
Oh man, everybody, this has been a blast. This was so much fun. I'm gonna hang out for a little bit more, turn on some lo-fi music. Do. There we go. Oh, man. Game for me and unknown 1-1. A late night, dude. And you're not even playing Battlefield. Oh my goodness. Let's see. This was amazing, everybody. And as I mentioned before, we couldn't have done this with the amazing support of everyone in our community, as well as everyone looking to try to get that specific item with our baskets. So we're probably going to have a few straggler baskets that weren't bid on, which we might either drop back into our community for auction or looking to possibly give out as a thank you for some of our sponsors that did come on. So no, I think this was great. I'm so excited. This was a fun time for everybody that enjoyed the stream. And yeah, this was a blast. Good stream. Enjoying Discord. Awesome, Eddie. Good to see. I'm checking the Discord as we keep going to make sure if there's any pending connections I can get folks in. And yeah, this is a blast. Turn down the lo-fi just a little bit. Oh, man. Let's see. Man, I wonder if I was outbid. I'm now kind of curious if I was outbid. It said I think I won mine. So I'm hoping. Yeah, the wifey was begging me to win the date night baskets. So she's like, we're doing the date night baskets. I'm like, okay. Campaigns passed. Oh man. Oof. Fantastic. What other comments do we have coming in? Thank you, Dakota. Yeah, we're so fantastic and amazed that this had such amazing support. And this was fantastic to everyone. I really appreciate it. I never thought that this community would really back behind what me and Danny and my other good colleagues are trying to do to give back into the community. So yeah, this is fantastic. I really appreciate everybody helping give back to what we are doing. And yeah, this is, I don't know, I'm a loss for words on what an amazing drive this was for what we're doing with our nonprofit and with the YouTube channel and with our community. So yeah, huge thank you. The snips might be from my Discord friends. I shared them after knowing they wanted the Hack the Box VIP Plus. Yeah, no. Oh, the snipes. Oh no. I'm going to buy nachos with my bid money. Nice, Eddie. Well, everybody, this has been amazing. So glad to have an amazing support within this community. There's obviously a ton of people that have donated to the cause. Are we going to be notified through email if we win the bid? Yes, Starlight, you should. And if not, myself and my counterparts will be going through and reaching out to folks. And we're going to be going through pretty much this weekend as we solidify the payments to make sure payments go through, then pretty much sending off all of our winners their access codes. Fun fact, and just so everyone knows, we have. Okay, yeah, it looks like there should be emails going out. Thank you, Robert. So yeah, Robert's saying that there should be congratulations emails going out. Congratulations, you won the item detailed. Now, keep in mind, everybody, if you won a code or a voucher for a course, those will be coming to you relatively quick, probably through my Ginger Hacker or the info email address from info@gingerhacker.org. Now, if you want a physical item, whether that being a backpack, the Starbucks or Dutch Bros swag on top of the GRC items, those are going to come in different tandems because I need to mail everything off. So, but yeah, those will be coming. So please do expect those. Is there going to be a raffle next year? Or did we call it a day? There's already been a raffle. There's a current raffle going on actually for Linux Plus. Yeah, I have nothing else to raffle off. The only thing I could think, well, I guess we could do, that's actually not a horrible idea. We could raffle off some of the pending items. I wonder, let me see something real quick. That's actually not a bad idea. So first off though, there is a Linux Plus raffle going on right now for free. You scan that QR code, that's going to get you to our sweep widget site where you can just sign up, username, your first name, last name, email address. That gets you an entry. And then all the additional entries after that are by going to the website, going to check out the YouTube, sharing a post, and things like that. If you want, just got my email. Perfect. Let's see what wasn't bid on, and maybe we will do a quick raffle. Let me see. What is open? So, bear with me, everybody. Do some slight searching real quick to see what is still available or what did not get a bid. There is a Hack the Box voucher up for grabs. I'm trying to figure out how I'd want to raffle that though. This might be another day unknown one. There was a VIP Plus one that was not bid on. Here's what I can do now, because I want to make sure this is fair. I don't want to say donations and I can't spin up another instance real quick. I was going to say whoever wants to donate and just purchase it real quick. If they donate, I'd give it to them. But then if like 3 people donate right away, I don't want to not value that and actually only have 1 voucher to give. So let's do this. Let's do this, community. We will likely do some one-off raffles, or we'll spin up another instance of what wasn't won. And what Danny and I can do is we'll spin up another instance on the Zephy, and whatever wasn't bid on, we will have a continuation probably for the next month or so to get those items listed and have folks get we're going to save it for another day and go live next week. Yep. That's exactly what we're going to do, Dakota. Because I don't want to rush it right now. One, I am tired. I need to go to the gym and hang out the fam bam. Ooh, a New Year's Day auction, Ellie. That is actually a very good idea. So cool. All right. Well, next live. Yep. We will try to do something fun. I definitely have some things that we can list out or get those on to another Zephy account. And I'll keep 1 or 2 things to raffle off. I just need to find a good way to do it. As everyone knows, I am new to the streaming YouTube giveaway things. So I just want to make sure if we're doing it like that, I can make it as fair to everyone as possible. And we want to make sure we give everyone a chance to get an item. Same thing when it comes into our giveaway raffles we do. So like this one right here, if you win one, like let's say you won our Security Plus or our Network Plus one that we did previously before Linux, technically you're not eligible to win this one, as we want everyone to have that chance to win a raffle. Now, if you do put in and you win it, unfortunately I can't provide it to you, but I'm telling you to go put in for the lottery because that's really lucky. But yeah, everybody, this has been a blast. I am going to go hang out with the fam bam, go hit the gym. And I'm so excited that you guys are helping the next generation of folks break into cyber. So I will talk to you guys all on the next stream. That's a horrible lo-fi music right now. So I will catch you guys all on the next stream, everybody. Thank you guys so much for sticking around. I will catch you guys all on the next episode of Breaking into Cyber.